Show Me a Fake Fiancé. A cowboy crossing romance. Written by Alexa Verde. Text copyright 2021 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2022 by Alexa Verde. Dedicated to Natalia L., with gratitude for friendship and support. Chapter 1. With horror, Nelly noticed the run on her pantyhose. When had she torn it? Not the best way to show up for a job interview. Especially considering that the last time she'd been employed was a decade ago. She'd dedicated all her time to her sons and her husband. The latter had shown his gratitude by beating her up from time to time, which was about to earn him the prefix X. She swallowed hard and followed a woman with curly black hair and exotic eyes to what was supposed to be an office. That was the same person she'd talked to on the phone about the interview, Aurora Moore, so she must be related to the family that owned the place. Nelly didn't expect rustic furniture in the office, but maybe that was the way they did things on a ranch. Then she cringed. Another reminder of how out of place she was and how minimal her chances were to get this job. She'd never been to a ranch before, and her ability to tell a cow from a horse summed up her knowledge of cattle. I'm helping out temporarily. As you can see, a lot of catching up will need to be done. Aurora gestured to a desk overflowing with papers. Her lips tightened a little, showing she didn't like being an assistant. Nelly sensed something wild and unpredictable about Aurora Moore, suppressed and therefore more dangerous. If Nelly got hired by some miracle, Aurora would be the one to watch out for. Nelly blinked. Was she seeing things wrong? Was that a desk? If so, it could barely be seen underneath the papers, and the same could be said about one of the chairs. A few folders littered the floor, and if people could attach folders to the ceiling easily, she'd probably have to duck. Wasn't nearly all filing done electronically these days? My brother is old school. But you're welcome to set up a new filing system. Aurora read her gaze correctly and tapped a cowboy boot against the hardwood floor, her lips pressing into a flat line. He's running late again. Would they want to reschedule? Nelly probably wouldn't have enough courage to do this again. At least, not in the nearest decade. Her knees wobbling, she fought the urge to run and planted her new silver-gray shoes pinching her toes. She'd forgive them for pinching, but they'd already scraped some of her skin off. Now, every step came at a cost. If you need to leave, that's okay. Nelly's hand flew to her mouth. Did she sound like she was kicking Aurora out of her own place? Aurora's gaze moved along the desk. Oh. Even worse, she might think Nelly wanted to snoop around while alone. There should be a folder with information about the ranch here somewhere. That would give you a better idea of what you might be getting yourself into. Aurora's glance stopped at the top shelf, and she sighed. Well, sure enough. I'll ask Constanzo to get it for you. I'll also give him a friendly reminder right now. If you don't mind waiting. Stiffening her knees, Nelly suppressed a relieved sigh. I don't mind at all. I can wait all day if needed. Arg. That didn't sound right. One eyebrow rising, Aurora gestured to one visitor's chair offering enough clean space to sit. Thank you. Would you like coffee, tea, juice, water? Though her throat was parched, Nelly shook her head. No, thank you. Her trembling fingers might spill coffee on her newly acquired, pristine white blouse or the expensive gray jacket that matched the pencil skirt and painful shoes. The outfit was a present from her best friend. May I ask why the previous assistant left the job? That should be okay to ask, right? Her 2-week notice officially said she found a different job closer to her home. Aurora smiled sweetly. But I think my brother ran her off. Nelly's jaw slackened. She'd already escaped one abusive man. She wasn't ready to work for another. Ran her off? Tossing her curls over one shoulder, Aurora shrugged. I shouldn't be telling you this, but I often do things I shouldn't. First, he's a workaholic who expects others to do the same. Second, she turned out to be a gold digger. She wanted to trap him into marriage. Wow. If Nelly didn't need an income badly, she might reconsider staying here. You don't need to worry about me. I have zero interest in romance and marriage. Aurora studied her, then nodded and left, muttering she'd get Constanzo here soon, even if she had to drag him. Nelly sank onto the chair. What was wrong with her? She hadn't always been such a shy mouse. She mentally apologized to the pet at home, who, while a rat and not a mouse, wasn't shy at all. Maybe years of neglect, humiliation, and isolation from friends had taken their toll on her. She squared her shoulders. Her life was going to be different from now on, and getting this job was the first step. Her darling ex had used their sons and even the rat as a bargaining chip in getting the house and the assets. Right now, she lived with Kat, her best friend, who'd also gotten her this interview and appropriate clothes and shoes. But Nelly was determined to be able to put food on the table for her boys and a roof over their heads on her own. She resisted the urge to cover her face and stared at the folder that could contain valuable information. While she'd read about the ranch on the internet, she didn't feel it was enough. That folder could give her an advantage in the interview. Unlike their pet, she couldn't climb the shelves, so she needed something. Oh, the chair. She grimaced as she dragged it to the floor-to-ceiling shelves, not because of the weight but because of the shoes. If she received the job, she'd celebrate by letting Kat's dog chew on them. Cheered up a little, Nelly stepped on the chair and reached for the coveted folder. Her foot slipped, and her hands flailed as she did her best to hold on to something. If this was someone else's story, a knight in shining armor would rush into the room at that moment and catch her, sweeping her off her feet. Such things, however, didn't happen in her life. She landed on the floor with a ripping sound, and something crashed nearby. A porcelain horse figurine. Her gut twisted. Great start. Not. She assessed her personal damage as she moved her hands and legs. Nothing seemed broken. Well, nothing except the figurine. Well, and her heart, but long ago, she'd learned her heart didn't count. But what was that ripping sound when she'd landed? And why did her skirt fit differently? Oh no. The slit that had previously ended slightly above the knee. Well, she pretty much ripped her skirt apart in the back. Her throat clogging up, she shrugged out of her jacket and covered the offending slit. Wait a moment. Did she break the heel off a shoe, too? She closed her eyes, then opened them. Was she going for a record here or something? Unwanted tears built behind her eyes. Her shoulder-length haircut with highlights, another recent improvement, probably resembled a bird's nest by now, but it was the least of her concerns. She felt like a disaster and looked like one, too. Jeb, her ex, had laughed when she'd told him she was going to get a job. Who'd hire you? She doubted she'd get the job now anyway, considering the broken figurine. Heat scorched her neck, and her twisted stomach threatened to wring her breakfast from her. Good thing she hadn't eaten any. Still, she'd messed up. Jeb's shouts rang in her ears, and she winced from the memory of slaps when she'd broken his favorite cup. She needed to hightail it out of here. She'd pay for the figurine later. She really would. She sent Aurora a text, saying she had an emergency, asking to reschedule, and promising to pay for the figurine. Now, Nelly just needed to leave the place with whatever dignity she had left. She picked up her purse and limped on the broken heel to the door. Then voices made her stop. Two female voices, one of them Aurora's. Her need to escape escalated. The window. This was ridiculous. Yet somehow, Nelly's legs carried her to the window. Without a second thought, she opened it. No alarm sounded. They should be more careful about the security here. She just needed to make it to her car, and none would be the wiser. One good thing about the ripped slit was that she could sling her legs outside easier. Well, the lower half of her was outside now. And oh. How far exactly was the ground? Then a male voice reached her from outside. May I help you, ma'am? Constanzo Moore's day wasn't going great. His family and some of his employees unfairly considered him a grouch, but today, he'd live up to his reputation. How could he forget he had several employee interviews for his assistant job today? Okay, so one of the cows had difficulty calving, and then 3 of the cowboys had needed to talk to him right then and there. But that was no excuse. He held himself to higher standards. He cringed as he washed his hands and strode from the barn toward the building housing his office. Yes, said office was overflowing with papers. That's why he needed an assistant. The thing was, he had to hire one first, and he could use an assistant to help with hiring an assistant. He welcomed the fresh breeze on his overheated skin, then changed direction and made a beeline for the house. First impressions mattered, and stained jeans didn't produce a great one. So he changed with lightning speed into black slacks and a white shirt. Fine, the reason for the overflowing desk and being late for the interview was that he was distracted. His mind was all over the place because on social media he'd seen a guy who vaguely resembled their father, albeit with a beard, a slightly different shape of the nose, and a squarer jaw. Years ago, his father had gambled away the ranch profits and disappeared without a trace. Constanzo couldn't stop thinking about that photo, and his unease increased. Was he just stubborn, like his family had told him when he wouldn't give up searching for his father years ago? Or should he investigate further on his own? Add to his stress the fact that his son had a scary anaphylactic shock reaction to peanuts that shouldn't have existed in any of the goodies he'd eaten in the first place, and Constanzo had difficulty concentrating on spreadsheets and numbers. He spent so much time with the animals, not only because he loved them, which he did, but also because they, especially the newborn ones, provided a great distraction from his troubled thoughts. As he rounded the stucco building used for offices, he stopped in his tracks. His jaw slackened. This he hadn't seen before. Well, of course, he'd seen women before, but usually in their entirety, not by halves. Except for the circus show he'd taken his son to where the person on the stage seemed to be sawn in half. Constanzo blinked as he stared at silvery shoes and a matching skirt and jacket that for some reason was wrapped around the stranger's waist. Another peculiar part was that this said stranger was climbing out of his office. Through the window. What in the world? It didn't get stranger than this. Could a thief be stealing the ranch files? He frowned. He really should start filing electronically only, like his siblings had prompted him to. Well, first, he needed to attend to this situation. He cleared his throat. May I help you, ma'am? Wait a minute. Was he super courteous with a possible thief? The intruder screamed, jerked, and slipped. In an automatic reaction, he extended his arms and caught the person before she hit the ground. Large gray eyes peered up at him. Her lips, covered in lip gloss that smelled faintly of cherry, parted. Chestnut-hued hair wafted around her face and tickled his arm, tipped slightly lighter than the rest. Her eyes, framed by generous eyelashes, widened as if she were surprised or frightened. Or most likely, both. Tiny blue dots danced in them. Overall, the intruder was attractive in an understated, girl-next-door way. Hold on. Why was he noticing all that? His pulse spiked as he held her in his arms, but he did his best to act professionally. Who are you, and what were you doing in my office? The woman groaned. That was your office. That means you're Constanzo Moore. By the way, you can put me down now. Thank you for catching me. He blinked. Was she trying to distract him from the fact she'd just escaped from his office? She did have a point, though. There was no reason to still be holding her. Or for his mental fog as he looked into her eyes. He wasn't a man to get attracted to women easily. His ex-wife had done a great job to help with that. He put the intruder on the ground and reached into his pocket for his phone in case he needed to call the police. While the woman didn't have any files in her hands and her purse was tiny, one never knew. You didn't answer who you are. Oh, right. She smoothed her skirt with her palms. I'm Nellie Rice. I was here to interview for your assistant position. Your sister can confirm that. Great to meet you, Ms. Rice. Please call me Nellie. Her lips curved up. She had a lovely smile. Ugh, why would he notice that? He didn't normally welcome familiarity, but he said, please call me Constanzo. Huh. That name was on the interview appointment list for today. Based on that, her vocal inflection, and her facial expression, she was telling the truth. If not, she might be an even better actress than his ex-wife, and that was saying something. He gestured to the window. That's a strange way to arrive for the interview. Oh, right. I mean, I already said that. Her cheeks pinked. I was in the office, and then some things happened. I figured it was best to reschedule, Anne. I'm blabbering, aren't I? For an assistant, she didn't seem too organized. He searched his memory for her resume. Oh yes. She'd studied to be a nurse, then started working as a secretary. Then there was a gap in her work history. He wondered why. Marriage and children, perhaps? He stole a glance at her ring finger and resented the unexpected jolt of satisfaction at finding it bare. He gestured to the door. How about we enter the office in a more traditional way? Of course. My apologies. She flipped her hair back with her hand, a gesture rather nervous than coquettish. Yet it made his heartbeat increase. Which was ridiculous, really. While the ranch didn't have a policy against work romances, he did. Office romances could affect job performance. Plus, his previous assistant had done everything to entrap him. He wouldn't repeat that disaster. As Nellie walked beside him, she was limping. Did you hurt your leg? He couldn't explain why that caused an urge to sweep her in his arms again and carry her to the office. Seriously, what was wrong with him today? He was a rational man who didn't let emotions get the best of him. Well, except in his marriage. Look how well that turned out. I broke a heel of my shoe when I fell from the chair in your office. She ducked her head, then gave a sheepish smile. By the looks of it, if he hired her, he'd have to help her survive the day, not the other way around. How could a person fall from a chair in the first place? The furniture in their place was sturdy enough. He opened the door for her. She seemed to read his thoughts as she entered the building. I climbed on the chair because I wanted to get the file about your ranch from the top shelf. Oh, okay. Best not to comment on this. Despite the unexpected attraction, or maybe because of it, he wasn't going to hire this woman. From what he'd seen so far, she seemed like a walking disaster. If she left without destroying anything in the office, he could consider himself getting off easily. He'd be polite about not selecting her, of course. His only sister, Aurora, as well as his youngest cousin's wife, Heather, met him in the hall with the cool drift of the air conditioner. Heather's floral-patterned maternity dress reached her ankles. Though she usually had that beautiful pregnancy glow, today her expression looked pinched. He shifted uncomfortably. Heather's twins were due soon. Shouldn't she be resting? Preferably in her own house? Aurora placed her hands on her hips, a gesture familiar from childhood. I see you met the newest candidate for the job. Thankfully, she didn't comment that it was strange he'd met Nelly outside the building instead of inside it. Yes, I did. His attention switched to Heather, whose strained expression bothered him. Heather, while I truly appreciate you volunteering to help me with the files. I know what you're going to say, she interrupted. I should be resting. My husband is telling me that all the time. And seriously, it's not like I'm going to be rounding up cattle in the fields. Her face contorted, and she started breathing heavily. Oh. Chapter 2. Constanzo shifted his feet, ill at ease. Worry flashed in Aurora's eyes, and that didn't happen often. Please, sit down. Are you okay? Without waiting for an answer, she led Heather to the nearest armchair. "Should I fetch water, tea, your husband?" "I volunteered to do that," Constanzo offered immediately. He was a confident man, but Heather being so close to childbirth made him squirm. While he was used to witnessing the miracle of birth in a barn, he'd rather be as far as possible from witnessing that miracle among his extended family. Cade, Heather's husband and Constanzo's cousin, had gone to Springfield to get some dish Heather had a craving for. Frankly, Constanzo felt a strong urge to drive there right now, too. Purely to get his cousin to help his wife. Cade would want to witness the birth of the babies, right? Heather sank onto the armchair, stroking her enormous stomach. "I'll be fine." She stopped talking for a few minutes, her eyes going huge. "These must be Braxton Hicks contractions. I still have over a week before the twins should be here." "Right. Twins." That made matters more complicated. Constanzo swallowed hard, longing for the sunlit coast of Italy, the land of his ancestors. At this point, he'd agree to row in a boat for days to get there. He received help from an unexpected source as Nelly said, "Babies don't make an appointment." Heather's expression strained for longer this time. She was having a longer contraction, and an uneasy feeling suggested it might not be a false one like she'd claimed. Her lips thinning, Heather made an effort to get up, and Constanzo and Aurora held her up. "You're right. I should go home now. Maybe it's better if you go to the hospital." He voiced the concern all of them probably felt. "I'll drive you." Okay." She grimaced. Concern etching her face, Nelly leaned to Heather. "Do you feel pressure in your lower back?" Heather didn't answer, only nodded. "How far apart are the contractions?" The woman sounded surprisingly calm. Heather answered this time, and Nelly's lips pursed. "I believe your cervix might be dilating." Constanzo's jaw dropped while his insides went cold. He was so not ready for this. "Does this mean?" Nelly nodded. "Yes. Heather might be going into labor." Heather gasped. "That's it. I'm calling the ambulance." He fished his phone from his pocket and called 911. Every beep seemed to last an eternity. "There's no reason to panic," he said out loud, more to persuade himself than the women. "EMTs will be here soon. They know what to do in this situation. It's going to be all right." Nelly's voice became soft as she crouched before Heather. "You didn't have any complications during pregnancy, right?" Heather's eyes went wild, and moments passed before another contraction ended and she answered. "No, but it's my first pregnancy. And it's twins." He heard Aurora calling Cade. Of all times for his cousin to be missing. "What's your emergency?" the female voice asked Constanzo on the phone. Constanzo explained the situation to the dispatcher, but what he heard nearly made him drop the phone. His heart sank to the hardwood floor instead. "You're kidding me." "No. They are doing everything they can. Paramedics will be there as soon as possible," the dispatcher said. He hesitated whether to stay on the line or explain the situation to the women who eyed him anxiously. He chose the latter. He thanked the dispatcher and disconnected. "Don't tell me that," his sister started. Her mane of black curls shifted as she looked from Heather to him. He might have been wrong before. There was a reason to panic, after all. No, he should keep his emotions in check. He always did. He drew a deep but not so calming breath of air filled with the scents of wildflowers from the Hull bouquet. There was a pileup about halfway between here and Springfield. All available ambulances are there, and the road is closed. Heather screamed. "It's going to be okay. We'll figure something out. I'll call our town doctor," he promised as his eardrums split. "She's screaming because she's in pain," Nelly whispered. Right. He'd never felt as helpless as he did now. His stomach clenched. Not the best time to remember that one of his cousins, Liberty, had miscarried her first baby and couldn't have children afterward. Or that Liberty's current husband had lost his former wife during childbirth. Constanzo's gut twisted. Not a good time to remember at all. Aurora was calling the town doctor's office, and based on her frown, she wasn't getting much success. Arg. Heather groaned. I'm not exactly a spring chicken here. He wanted to say women gave birth in their 50s, not just 40s, but chose to keep quiet. He was far from an expert on childbirth. Well, we still might have plenty of time. At least he sounded more confident than he felt. The next moment, pinkish liquid poured out of Heather onto the floor, and every bit of his bravado pulled up with it. Or not. Aurora groaned, then rolled up the sleeves of her Wrangler shirt and pushed the cowboy hat to her back. Then she pulled her unruly mane into a ponytail. Looks like it's going to be up to us. Nelly's eyes narrowed. Is there a sofa nearby? I'll also need clean towels, sheets, cleaned string, and scissors. Hot water to wash my hands. Oh, and a dry shower curtain. Why a shower curtain? He led Heather to the sofa that thankfully was right down the hall. The restroom was close to it, which in this situation was a tremendous plus. To avoid blood stains on the sofa, Nelly supported Heather from the other side. I don't care about that. He did, however, care about his cousin's babies. Very much. They helped Heather lie down on the sofa. Was it his imagination, or were the contractions getting more frequent now? He shook his head to snap out of it. He needed to get all the things Nelly had requested, minus the curtain. As he passed his sister, she shook her head as well. Can't get a hold of the doctor, but his secretary promised to track him down. What was happening today? He sent up a desperate prayer. Heather screamed again, and he and Aurora winced. I'll help you get the sheets and towels, Aurora said. I'll get the hot water. That was always the guy's job on the TV. They ran to his nearby ranch house, and never before had he been so grateful to have built it so close to the office building. He washed his hands fast, snatched 2 sheets, and handed them to his sister. Scissors she found on her own. He piled up the towels, found a water container, because he obviously couldn't drag a bathtub there, and they rushed back. Everything trembled inside him as they dashed into the hall. Another scream greeted them, and he was thankful he didn't drop the towels. Heather, her face flushed and contorted, clutched Nelly's hand with such force he was afraid she might break it. Nausea swirled inside him. He was about to taste his lunch for the second time. At least he was still standing upright, compared to one of his brothers who'd fainted during his ex's childbirth. Dizziness overtook Constanzo. Then again, there was a first time for everything. Nelly took one look at Constanzo and gestured to the front door. Maybe you should wait outside in case the ambulance does make it through. That way you can guide the paramedics. He could kiss her for that. Not that he'd really kiss her. Heat rose inside him. But then, no time to be embarrassed in this situation. He placed the towels on the coffee table Nelly had moved closer to the sofa and covered with paper towels from the restroom. He heard the front door open. Wow. A miracle. He didn't hear the siren, but somehow paramedics made it here just in time. Yes. May I see Constanzo Moore? A female voice asked. Aurora glanced around him. Looks like your 2:00 interview just arrived. Heather let out a yelp and strained again, a vein trembling in her forehead. He whirled around. Good afternoon. I'm Constanzo Moore. On the other hand, I don't need this job that bad. The woman in a navy blue suit and high heels rushed outside. He grimaced, but couldn't blame her. Whoa. For the first time in her life, his sister looked flustered. He edged closer to her. Maybe you could call your ex-husband? While his former brother-in-law wasn't an obstetrician, he was a doctor, and they were desperate. Aurora ducked her head. I called him. Her voice stayed carefully void of emotion. He refused to come. His heart about broke for her all over again. "We'll manage," Nelly said with a calmness that eluded him. "Heather is doing great. Now, let's do this breathing technique again." He shot out of the building, and even the majestic view of the rolling emerald green hills he loved so much failed to calm his frayed nerves. He breathed in the sense of hay and dirt that comforted him since he was a little boy and started pacing. One of the cowhands walked to him, but then took a good look at his face and gave him a wide berth. He must have passed on the information because, after that, not a single ranch employee dared to approach. Even the dogs seemed to have had a meeting and decided to stay far away. For the next minutes, Constanzo served as Heather's childbirth central, fending off calls from Cade, who tried to make it to his wife over backcountry roads while avoiding hitting wildlife, informing the rest of the family, asking for prayers from his friends and relatives. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, the early spring breeze no longer enough. He didn't want to think about possible complications, like an umbilical cord getting tied about the baby's neck. And there were 2 babies, not one, so twice the worry. Then he stilled after he got off a call with Cade for what seemed a millionth time. Was that a wail he heard? Or was it wishful thinking? Only one way to find out. His heartbeat became a staccato as he poked his head inside. Nelly's fringe was plastered to her forehead now, and her eyes were weary. Aurora was in a similar state. But Nelly smiled at him as she held up a tiny, pinkish, wailing human being wrapped in a towel. "Meet the baby girl. Now we just need to get her brother." Constanzo's chest expanding, he stared at his gorgeous newborn niece. If she were to become anything like her auntie here, she'd never let her brother forget she'd beat him into this world. Aurora blotted sweat from Nelly's forehead with a paper towel, then did the same for the new mama. "Pretty amazing, huh?" Amazing it was indeed. He sent up a prayer of gratitude. This little girl was going to be loved so much. The memory of when he'd held his son for the first time flooded his brain. The most incredible day of his life. His biggest blessing. A gift like no others. He returned outside to call his family and give them the news, a warm wave of gratitude flushing over him that Nelly was here and could help. He didn't care about her organizational or filing skills at this point. A woman who could act like this under pressure had the most valuable skills. He strained his ears for the second wail, but none came so far. Was it a bad sign? His nerves strung tautly again. "Lord, please help the baby boy be okay. Please help Heather deliver him healthy." "Why didn't you call me first?" his green-haired veterinarian cousin, Liberty, asked as she leaped out of a truck that matched her hair. "I didn't think about it." It was true. He couldn't think straight then. Cade slammed the car door and was running to them. He made it. A siren split the air, but it sounded like music to Constanzo's ears. And just seconds before the siren, the second wail was like a hymn of new life. 6 weeks later. Nelly leaned away from her computer at the spacious oak desk and reached for a granola bar in the drawer. She loved the way the large windows filled the room with sunlight, letting in the chirping of birds outside, even the occasional humming of a tractor. Such a difference from city life. As she learned about ranch operations, a lot of things fascinated her. She'd feared the job might become too stressful. But after the extraordinary day of the interview, no other situation the ranch could throw at her would feel stressful. Thankfully, the twins were doing great. The babies she'd helped bring into the world. Unbelievable, but fact. Joy filled her heart as she munched on the sweet granola bar, oatmeal with a hint of honey. And her best friend's wedding to Constanzo's brother mere days ago replayed in her mind. What a lovely experience. How special to see the love those two shared. Like Kat had taught her, Nelly counted her blessings. Day by day, Nelly was getting more confident. Her boys not only adjusted to life without their father but also seemed happier. They still fought and argued among themselves, but they loved the ranch animals, especially little ones. The three of them, 5 if you count Bruno, the dog she'd been dog-sitting, and Gus, the boy's pet rat, had settled into the guest house, one of the perks of her new job. Kat had helped with refurbished tables and chairs before she'd left for her honeymoon with Constanzo's younger brother. The rest the little cottage had already, the ranch furniture rustic but stable and sturdy, just like the life Nelly needed. Constanzo had gifted her sun-yellow cushions with smiley faces, and together with her youngest's gigantic plush toys, they added a friendly touch. Nelly hadn't exactly caught her friend's environmental bug. But she did her part by changing nearly all the paperwork to e-filing, recycling whenever she could, and getting her clothes at a second-hand store. Light and joy filled her tiny guest house, while tension had clogged the atmosphere at the McMansion she used to live in. Then she'd lived in fear that anything she did or said could earn her a slap in the face or a punch in the gut. She shuddered. Yesterday, her divorce had become final. The granola bar soured in her stomach, and she pressed a hand to her throat to keep the food down. She'd believed in love and until death do us part. She'd done her best to be a good wife. And still, her marriage had failed. Jeb didn't think she could survive on her own, wouldn't be able to provide for their sons. But she was doing it and more. She shuddered again at the threats Jeb had left on her voicemail yesterday. He'd told her he'd come visit today, and her gut clenched. Clearly, he knew Kat wasn't there to protect Nelly. Nelly lifted her chin. She didn't need anyone to protect her. She wouldn't let him intimidate her again, make her cower like she always had. The light on her office phone lit up, signifying her boss wanted her to come into his office. Her heart skipped a beat. Her boss. She'd be wise to remember it. She needed this job and wouldn't jeopardize it because of some pesky allure to the man. Despite that resolution, she reached for her compact powder in her purse, reapplied her lip gloss, and fluffed her hair. After all, she needed to look professional, even if she couldn't explain how fresh lip gloss and enhanced hair volume were connected with being professional. Her pulse spiked as she entered his office. Why she had this unwelcome attraction was beyond her. Of all the Moore brothers, Constanzo was the oldest and the grouchiest. Unlike the other men at the ranch, he rarely smiled or made jokes to lighten the mood. He was far from the man she'd want to introduce to her children if she became interested in romance, which she wasn't. Love associated with humiliation and hurt for her, and she'd had too much of that, thank you very much. And Constanzo had given no sign he was interested in her beyond professional reasons. He'd been courteous, but cold, an iceberg instead of a man. So no reason for her heart to flutter when he as much as looked at her. No reason at all. She steadied her voice, if not her heart. How may I help you? He looked up and raked his fingers through his jet black hair. While his appearance showed Italian heritage, his personality didn't adhere to the stereotypes. He was reserved, didn't talk with his hands, and never once had she heard him mention football, opera, or pasta. Well, there was one exception. From the rare times he'd mentioned his mother, son, or siblings, it was clear La Famiglia mattered to him, very much so. Sunday dinners at his mother's house were a must. She'd wondered sometimes how much of that character he'd been born with and how much had developed due to assuming responsibility for the family when his father had disappeared. There must be something about the oldest men in this family, because rumor was both Constanzo and his oldest cousin had shouldered responsibility for their branch of the family. Was it her imagination, or did hesitation flash in Constanzo's smoldering brown eyes? What a pity those hot Mediterranean looks were wasted on such a grumpy personality. Not a pity for her, because she wasn't interested, but for some other woman. Being single parents should have made them relate to each other easier, but she didn't feel it right to discuss her personal life at work. But Constanzo didn't do hesitation. Except for that childbirth thing when he'd looked like he was about to pass out, he was straightforward, collected, and fast-thinking. He gestured to the chair. Please sit down. Oh. Might what he was about to say be unpleasant for him? Or for both of them? Chapter 3. Nelly had thought she'd done her job well. And her job involved far more than being Constanzo's assistant. The office functioned without a hitch and looked different without paperwork overflowing it. She wasn't just a one-person human resources department here. She'd done procurement and budgeting of anything needed, from ATV parts to food for the ranch hands and cattle feed. Many people at the ranch went to her for help, be it a question about their medical insurance or retirement benefits or when the tractor was going to be repaired. Her stomach dipped as she slumped onto the chair. She'd worked hard, but maybe that wasn't enough. With her husband, ex-husband, she'd learned that, no matter how much she'd tried, she'd still somehow done it all wrong. I need to tell you something. Constanzo paused again. A shiver traveled down her spine. That was it. He was about to let her go. She must have made a mistake. Did she order the wrong tractor part? Or did she make an error in personnel records? She needed this job. She needed it badly. She needed to provide for her sons. Her fingers wrapped around the chair's sharp edges. Yes, she prompted. Might as well get this over with. He studied her, and she resisted the urge to squirm. 2 weeks ago was a month anniversary since the twins were born. A month anniversary since you arrived here. He frowned. Heather gave me a gift card to a restaurant to celebrate. She insisted on me inviting you. It's an Italian restaurant, if you're okay with it. Great. He resented inviting her to a restaurant that much. Nelly nearly grimaced. But, wait a moment. That meant she wasn't going to be fired. Air whooshed out of her lungs, and she felt lighter. That was very sweet of her. Though she didn't have to. That dark gaze unnerved her. Would you like to join me then? Excuse me? She must have heard him wrong. She jolted upright in her chair, and her eyes widened. You mean, Heather, Cade, me, and you? No, just me. He swallowed. And you? No. No. That would be a horrible idea. I'd love that. Who said that? Did she say that? Breathing became difficult. I mean, it's just a business dinner, right? He nodded. Absolutely. Totally. Completely. Nothing personal. Just yes would have sufficed. She came up for air. In the more intimate restaurant atmosphere, she might slip and show him her attraction. She needed to come up with an excuse not to show up. I don't have a babysitter for the boys. No problem. My sister volunteered. She gripped the chair's sharp edges again. She did meet them, right? The corners of his mouth kicked up. Yes. And you met my sister, right? He had a point. If anyone could handle her sons and stay alive, it was Aurora. But Nelly wasn't sure she could handle dinner with Constanzo. Was she crazy to agree to it? To answer this question, she could use Constanzo's words. Absolutely. Totally. Completely. The restaurant's soft Italian music drifted over him, and Constanzo closed his eyes and rubbed the throbbing pulse at his temples. Weeks ago, he'd been looking at some fishing pages on social media. His son, Tadeo, liked quiet hobbies, and fishing was one of them. While they'd fished in the nearby brooks and pond, Constanzo considered a weekend fishing trip further away. The post about a fisherman falling from the pier in Illinois gathered a bunch of likes and comments. Constanzo would have scrolled past it if not for one blurry face in the crowd gathered on the pier. It was of an older man with a salt and pepper, more pepper than salt, hair and beard, with plastic-rimmed glasses, and a tattoo on his neck too indistinct to read. Despite the blurriness, he was fairly sure he'd never seen that beard or that neck tattoo in his life. He'd have continued scrolling if his heart didn't skip a beat. Something was painfully familiar in the turn of the head, in the expression of the green eyes. He enlarged the picture until it became too grainy. No, it couldn't be. Constanzo frowned. His father's hair was white before he disappeared. His eyes were blue, his chin more prominent, and his skin tattoo-free. He'd probably look older than this guy now, too. Constanzo moved past the photo then. But for the next hour, he couldn't stop thinking about the mysterious picture. When he'd returned to the page about an hour later, the photo was gone. He groaned. Was he paranoid? When his father had disappeared, Constanzo had been adamant about finding him. First, because he believed in his dad's innocence and wanted to prove it to others and help his father. Second, when he'd realized the truth and his world crumbled, because he'd wanted justice. And, last, simply because he was stubborn like his family repeatedly told him. He couldn't move on. He'd spent a lot of funds, time, and effort on the search. But it all seemed in vain. His father had disappeared from the face of the earth. A rumor circulated that loan sharks had gotten to him and he'd paid with his life for his addiction. For a lack of a better version, many people accepted that one. But not Constanzo. In his gut, he felt his father was alive, out there somewhere, most likely living under a false identity. His friends and relatives started to tell Constanzo he was obsessed. Was him seeing something familiar in a stranger on social media part of that obsession? He clenched his teeth. He'd researched everything he could find about the state. Most likely, the mysterious man was a tourist, gone from the area soon, but this could be a start. A needle in the haystack. He hadn't found anything yet, but he couldn't give up. So he'd enlisted help from his cousin, Jenna, a private investigator who'd recently returned from France. Yes, his family had often told him he could be as stubborn as a mule. He'd gotten that from his dad. Now, he drummed his fingers against his smooth linen napkin in the dimly lit Italian restaurant he hoped Nelly would like. Focusing on the framed vineyard photo by his table, he imagined escaping into it, vanishing from this awkward evening into Italy's warm sunshine. He didn't know why he was so nervous. This was a thank you dinner. Nothing more, nothing less. So what if sometimes he looked at Nelly longer than necessary? Or if he couldn't forget the feeling of her in his arms when she'd slipped out of the window? Or if the scent of her cherry lip gloss when she'd been showing him spreadsheets on the computer screen yesterday was still driving him crazy? She was divorced now, but her soul wound must still be fresh. They were both busy single parents who'd made it clear to each they didn't entertain the idea of office romance, or any romance, for that matter. And there were a million other reasons to stifle the spark of attraction. Yet he forgot to breathe when she entered the restaurant. She wore a long dress where large blue flowers from some fantasyland bloomed. The fabric swirled around her ankles as she glided, toward his table in high-heeled sandals decorated with silvery flowers. Such a contrast to the conservative gray and black outfits she'd worn to work. Her makeup at the office was usually natural, just mascara and that cherry lip gloss that for some ridiculous reason he wanted to taste. Now she wore a wine-hued lipstick and a blush that emphasized her high cheekbones. But the main thing were her eyes. Different hues of blue eyeshadow caused them to look even larger than usual and drew him in even from a distance. Her glossy fringe seemed to frame them, setting off the heart shape of her face, and the necklace with aquamarine stones somehow brightened them even more. It was going to be difficult to spend the evening looking into those eyes without getting lost in them. She turned heads, but she didn't seem to notice. The same way she didn't seem to notice how much of an asset she'd become to the ranch, how much easier she'd made not only his life, but also the lives of the many people there. In a time when people bragged about their accomplishments, her humility refreshed him like cool spring water. His conscience jabbed him, and he winced. He'd rarely praised her, and he should have. He pulled the chair out for her. "You look astonishing." Her cheeks pinked as if she were not used to compliments, which was a shame. "Thank you." She sat down gracefully. Her perfume was light, airy, and subtle, with a hint of lavender. But, as gentle as it was, It created a whirlwind inside him, all emotions he didn't want to acknowledge. He was a rational man, after all. He took his seat again, peering at the photograph behind her as he forced himself not to stare at her. Were those fake or dried grapevines twining around the frame and climbing the wall? He'd never wondered before. Whatever they were, they created fabulous Italian ambience. The waitress, Vanessa, appeared with menus and rattled off specials. He visited this place often enough to know their selections by heart. Nelly seemed to make up her mind fast. "I'd like tortellini gorgonzola, please." Cheese-filled tortellini in a creamy pesto sauce with broccoli and chicken. He liked a woman who knew what she wanted. He winced. Not what he should be thinking. He switched his attention to the order and opted for chicken with tomatoes, asparagus, and linguine. Once Vanessa left, a few awkward moments passed. If his younger brother had been here instead, he'd come up with 100 topics for conversations and 1,000 jokes. No wonder Roberto was happily married now, with Nelly's best friend, and enjoying his honeymoon in Italy. Constanzo was much more comfortable behind a computer screen or in a barn than at a restaurant table. His social skills with cows far exceeded his social skills with people. But actions spoke louder than words, and he'd worked hard to provide everyone at the ranch with a good life. A good heart should be worth more than an eloquent mouth, right? Still, here he was on a date, business dinner, and he probably looked like he swallowed a fishing rod. Finally, Nelly said, "How is Tadeo doing?" He brightened. He could talk about his son forever. Then she asked about Heather's baby twins, another dear topic to him, and his shoulders relaxed. He asked about her boys, Mason and Liam. When she talked about them, her eyes lit up, and her entire demeanor changed. As her soft voice accompanied the music, it was clear how much she loved them. She even spoke with affection about their pet rat, though it was equally clear she wasn't fond of rats. Kindness shone in her gray eyes. That kindness could be the only reason she'd put up with her abusive husband. Constanzo's fingers fisted when he as much as thought about that guy. The smile as she talked about her son's antics made her face even prettier. Unexpected longing unraveled inside him, and he reminded himself about his principles. No dating at work, especially with a vulnerable woman. By the time their food arrived, he'd not only decided he could survive this business dinner, but also begun to enjoy himself. After Vanessa left, Nelly spread the linen napkin over her lap, and he bowed his head to say grace. When he looked up, Nelly's demeanor changed again. Her lips pursed, her shoulders slumped, and her gray eyes clouded. He shifted back, startled by the change. Could this be because of his prayer? His heart sank. Then he followed her gaze, and his nerve endings tingled on high alert. A tall, stocky man with a shapely blonde in a revealing crimson outfit walked into the restaurant. Their linen napkins had more fabric than her skirt. Nelly's and the man's eyes met. She froze while he looked away without acknowledging her. She covered her face with her hands, then removed them. "It's my ex, Jeb. I don't know why he still affects me this way." She'd picked up her napkin again, twisting it in her grip. Her voice was so low Constanzo barely heard it below the soft music, gentle utensil pings, and murmuring conversations. His heart sank further. Did that mean she still had feelings for the guy, despite everything? Or had he damaged her so badly just looking at him hurt her? She hadn't talked about her horrifying marriage, but he knew a few things from his new sister-in-law, Kat, who was Nelly's best friend. Kat had warned him in case Jeb tried to come around to threaten Nelly. He'd done it before. Constanzo's fingers clenched on his knife and fork, and his insides boiled at how much Nelly had suffered. He struggled against the urge to reach for her hand to show his support. "You're better off without him," he said in a grouchier voice than he'd intended. Her eyes tormented, she took a sip of her drink, then poked her tortellini. His appetite was gone, but he chewed on chicken and linguine without sensing much of their taste. It became awkward between them again. Jeb's date flipped her bleached blonde hair and laughed loudly, and the guy leered at her. His entire posture oozed arrogance. He told me I was nothing, that I couldn't survive without him. Quite the opposite, Nelly's voice was quiet again, and her confidence vanished. Constanzo's half-filled stomach clenched. He hated to see her so defeated. He searched for the right words, but he'd never been an eloquent type. As soft music filled their silence, several couples began dancing. Sure enough, Nelly's ex and his date were among them. Jeb held the woman so close it edged the borders of propriety, but she didn't seem to mind. Instead, she stuck to him like flies to a steer. Nelly's knife scraped her plate as she pushed away pasta. Had she taken a single bite? Constanzo rubbed the back of his neck. He missed the light in her eyes he'd seen minutes ago. I'm not jealous. I'd never want to go back to him, she told her abandoned tortellini. It's just, raw. It's his way of showing me how easily I can be replaced. She stole a glance at the couple. With a younger and flashier model. Rebellion brewed inside Constanzo. Two could play this game. Or more than two in this case. He couldn't let the guy continue to hurt her, even if only emotionally now. He reached for her hand, which he'd wanted to do for a while anyway. He'd followed the rules his entire life, but maybe some rules had to be broken. Would you like to dance? She blinked fast. What? No. He glanced back and caught Jeb's mouth contort as he stared at their intertwined hands. The man was possessive. Well, he needed to know he couldn't control Nelly any longer. And neither could he hurt her again. At least, not while Constanzo could help it. He slowly brought Nelly's hand to his lips, glad he'd used the napkin moments ago. Why not? Let's show them how it's done. Well, she hesitated, then squared her shoulders. Why not? Chapter 4. Constanzo's chest expanded as he led her to the dance floor. He kept a respectable distance, and yet his heart started thrumming as her hand nestled in his, and she leaned into him. Amazingly, even with all the fabulous food aromas around them, he could distinguish her subtle flowery scent. His chest swelled, and he forgot everything besides moving together to the rhythm of an Italian melody. The song was about amore, of course, and it was smooth and tender like gelato. Or like the delicate skin on her face he wanted to touch. What was happening? Such thoughts were rare for him. Since his disastrous last relationship, he'd avoided romance. Not that he'd regret that relationship, because it gave him a wonderful son, the biggest blessing of his life. His ex, however, hadn't traded him for a newer, flashier model, but for a more fun, outgoing guy who shared her love for partying. Despite all the care and loving attention Constanzo had provided her with, her parting words had been that he was boring and had smothered her. Was he too boring and uptight to keep a woman's attention? He pushed the painful memory away. A pleasant wave swept him up, and for a split second, he was almost grateful to Jeb for the excuse to ask Nelly to dance. Lord, why am I feeling like this? Though he was much taller than she was, she fit into his embrace as if she were made for him. The dimly lit environment created an intimate atmosphere that tested his boundaries. Pure joy further expanded his chest. Someone bumped into him, interrupting that idyllic mood. He glanced back. Jeb's eyes were cold like the barrels of a gun. No doubt the jerk bumped into them on purpose. Normally, Constanzo was calm and collected, the most level-headed person in the family. But right now, his blood boiled. As if sensing it, Nelly tugged at his forearm and whispered, "He's doing it because of me. Please don't let him provoke you." He didn't want a public scene, they'd had enough public scandal and scrutiny after his father's stunt. But neither was he a pushover. In both senses. He brought her a tad closer, glad when she allowed him, and wished he could shield her from the man and the memories. He couldn't let Jeb's presence intimidate Nelly. As she recoiled inside herself, the light vanishing from her eyes, his protective instincts woke up full force. He expected the next bump and pushed back, careful not to hurt Nelly. Yet the pain in her eyes nearly broke his heart. A guess made him cold. Has he been bothering you? He called me yesterday, but I didn't pick up. So he left obscenities on my voicemail. She grimaced. He said he was going to visit me soon. I'm scared for the boys. The audacity. He clenched his teeth. He didn't know what he'd do if someone threatened Tadeo. No, he knew what he'd do, and it wasn't pretty. When the music stopped, Constanzo felt a tap on his shoulder. He whirled around, preparing to block a punch. Instead, he was met with a mocking smile. Huh. He would have preferred a punch. Even if people around them already started staring and whispering. I don't get what you see in her, man. I discarded her as soon as I could. She's useless. Now I have this beauty by my side. Jeb looked at his date with obvious bravado. Nelly gasped and tugged at Constanzo's hand again. Let's go. Constanzo's blood surged like lava as he stared down at the guy. He wasn't going to allow this scum to treat her like this. Or to threaten her. Aren't you gonna introduce us? Jeb's words weren't a question, but a command to Nelly. Nelly looked at the floor. Constanzo, this is my ex-husband, Jeb. Jeb, this is she stumbled. My boss, Constanzo Moore. Mimi, Jeb's date purred. Jeb sneered. Business dinner. That explains it. Constanzo had enough of this. So he made a decision, and it would be up to Nelly whether to go with it. Actually, it's an engagement dinner. I had the honor of asking for Nelly's hand. Jeb's jaw slackened. I can't believe this. Neither could Constanzo. What had gotten into him? Wide-eyed, Nelly looked like she was about to say the same. So he hurried to add, Nelly is the most amazing, beautiful, kind woman I've ever met. My only regret is that I didn't meet her sooner. A minute spent without her isn't a minute worth living. He didn't remember the last time he'd said so many words together. His audience seemed as stunned as he was. Jeb's date was the first one to recover. Wow. Congratulations. Was that regret under those heavily mascaraed eyelashes? Well, that should show Jeb that Nelly was off limits. Mimi threw her hands up in the air. I thought I heard your name before. Your family owns that huge ranch near Cowboy Crossing, right? My cousin has a shop in Cowboy Crossing. She called you a swoon-worthy cowboy with an MBA. She said you're currently the most eligible bachelor in town. Or even in the entire state. Heat rose inside Constanzo, and he coughed to hide his embarrassment. Who knew he had that kind of reputation? What? Jeb's jealous undertones made it all worth it. Constanzo beamed. Oh, I think you already met my younger brother. He referred to the time his brother and Kat defended Nelly when Jeb showed up on her doorstep with his buddies and baseball bats. Did he mention we have a lot of rifles at the ranch? Jeb's mocking smile became a snarl, and he cursed. You shouldn't be saying such things in front of the ladies. Then Constanzo tipped an imaginary cowboy hat in Mimi's direction. It was a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for your congratulations. Have a wonderful dinner. Not too bad for a grouch, huh? He led Nelly back to the table, and thankfully, she seemed too shocked to protest. He pulled out the chair for her, and she slumped onto it. His rib cage constricted as he sat down. I didn't mean to spring that on you. Especially without discussing it with you first. But it might be a good idea for him to think you're taken. She drained her entire glass of iced tea. That was sweet of you, I guess. But Mimi's cousin will tell him it was all a lie. He'll laugh at me again. Her brow crinkled the way it did when she was thinking. Then it smoothed as she gave a decisive nod. Which is still better than using me as a punching bag. His nostrils flared. That guy wasn't going to hurt Nelly on Constanzo's watch ever again. We can tell everyone I proposed. She thumped her empty glass on the table. Like a fake engagement? But why? A good question. This was the most illogical, irrational, spontaneous thing he'd ever done. And he was not an illogical, irrational, spontaneous guy. Didn't he recently think he shouldn't even date a coworker? No office romance policy he'd had for himself and had ever broken before. What had happened to him? Vulnerability in her gray eyes tugged at him. He needed to explain what was in it for him, and fast. She wasn't used to random acts of kindness, and he understood it. Mentally, he lined up the reasons, taking a moment. Part of being a good businessman was the ability to make persuasive arguments. Then he leaned forward, too nervous to eat. My family keeps suggesting dates for me. They all know and love you. If I get engaged to you, they'd be thrilled and get off my back. And, let's be honest, I could use some parenting advice with my son. You're serious, aren't you? She picked up a fork, then clattered it on a plate. God help him, he was. He couldn't imagine getting married again, but people could have a long engagement. Like for years. Yes, he detested lying and breaking the rules, but he could concentrate on his work and Tadeo without wasting time on ridiculous dates while making his family happy. He could use assistance with his shy and socially awkward son. He'd love to help Nelly and her boys in the process. Unlike him, she didn't have a family rallying around her. Her father died from liver cirrhosis, and her mother had moved in with her sister in a different state. Nelly's brother was an alcoholic and not exactly a role model for the boys. His heart made a somersault when he reached for her hand. What do you say? What about the boys? Her forehead puckered again, and concern clouded in her eyes. Of course, she'd ask that. He winced at a stab of shame that he didn't think about Tadeo's reaction. He'd met her sons when she'd brought them to the office. That Saturday she'd decided to work. He didn't ask her to work on the weekend. He'd done the same with Tadeo then. He'd taken all three of the boys pony riding afterward, as much to help her sons as to give her some free time. The boys seemed to get along fine, though her sons were way more rambunctious than quiet Tadeo. Constanzo rubbed his forehead and did his best to choose his words carefully. Why don't we have an outing on Saturday, all of us? And then, if all goes well, I'd love the three of you to join my family for Sunday dinner. He paused, softening his voice. He didn't want to scare her. My entire family. Her eyes widened. Then she ducked her head, and her thick, glossy bangs fell over her eyes. Oh. I don't know. He resisted the urge to reach out and brush her bangs aside. He wanted to see her eyes. Listen, it would be better for Mason and Liam, too. Lord, please. Children see more than they let on. I'm sure yours worry about you. This way, they might feel safer. What about you being my boss? He finished his tea to give himself time to think. Did it make him a hypocrite that he'd changed from being gung-ho no relationship in the office to, the shock of it, proposing a fake engagement to his assistant? The ranch is a family operation. We have spouses working together. While we don't encourage fraternization, there's no official policy against it. He should know. He made more than a few policies and procedures for their operations. He frowned. What he was doing might be unethical. She was his assistant, after all. Please don't think I'm pressuring you. If you say no, your job and my attitude will not change. I'm a man of my word. I know that. She nodded, then paid attention to her salad. And, if you say yes, your lifestyle can remain the same. We'll live in separate houses and lead separate lives, just helping each other more. But hopefully, your ex will stop bothering you. And my family won't meddle in my life. May I think about it? His heart dipped, but he nodded. Sure. What else could he say to that question? And why did unexpected longing unravel inside him? Don't make it sound like I'd be doing you a favor by agreeing to this ridiculous suggestion. She concentrated on her tortellini. You would be a great favor. He sipped his unsweetened iced tea. I need to break the news to my family, but I'm positive they all will be thrilled. As a piece of tortellini slipped off her fork, she pressed her lips tight and stabbed it again. She didn't look so sure. His heart warmed as he imagined taking Nelly to more dinners, maybe a stroll in a park, or a game with all their boys. As crazy as that was, this plan might work. He just needed to make sure not to fall in love in the process. Chapter 5. This better be good. Kat's sleepy voice filtered through the phone. Oh no. Nelly forgot the time difference between the show-me state and Italy. She smiled apologetically into the darkness, as if her best friend could see her. Then she settled back against her headboard, hugging a cheery yellow smiley pillow purloined from the couch. She lowered her voice to make sure she didn't wake the boys, even if they slept in a different room. They'd just gone to bed, or pretended to, because she suggested them cleaning their room. I'm sorry to wake you. Or maybe Nelly was just conditioned to speak in a low tone because Jeb didn't like raised voices. Unless it was his, of course. She didn't need to worry about waking Gus, though. Based on the scampering, the rat was fully awake. It's okay. Kat's voice softened, then came a clicking sound as if she closed the door. Bathroom door? How was your honeymoon? Curling her legs up beneath her and tightening her grip on the throw pillow, Nelly did her best not to sound envious. Kat deserved every bit of her amazing life now. I couldn't imagine it was possible to be this happy. Cheer brighter than the pillow vibrated in her whisper. It's more than I could ever imagine. Like a dream I don't want to wake up from. I'm happy for you, Nelly said miserably. Now, spill the beans. You didn't call me to ask how my honeymoon was. What happened? Did Jeb bother you again? Somewhat. Nelly told her friend about the restaurant scene and Constanzo's offer. The noise on the other line made her frown. Are you okay? Yes. Kat came back on the line. I dropped my phone. Well. If you want my opinion. And if you don't, I'm going to give it anyway. Nelly chuckled. That sounds like you. The one and only. Kat seemed to get more and more confident. Obviously, marriage agreed with her. The photos she'd sent from Italy with bright smiles and luminous eyes proved it. But then, happiness looked good on everyone. Constanzo is a great guy. And yes, I love my husband, but that doesn't take away from the fact that his brother is great. Don't let his seriousness and grouchiness fool you. Mama raised him right, and he's got a good heart. Go for it. Nelly's heart fluttered at the image of Constanzo in her mind. The strength of his frame and actions, those smoldering brown eyes, that perfectly arranged hair she wanted to run her fingers through and tousle up. She swallowed hard. Was she salivating like she'd just pulled a roast from the oven? You forget it's going to be a fake engagement. A temporary arrangement. I heard nothing is more constant than temporary things. But what do you have to lose? My heart? Nelly didn't say dignity because she'd lost her dignity long ago during her painful marriage. Oh, so you do like him? Kat's laughter skipped through the speakers. You can't see me, but I'm doing a fist pump. I shouldn't even look at him this way. Nelly groaned. He's my boss. A single father. And I'm a single mom. And he offered to become my fake fiancé. This is way too tangled up. Too complicated. As my stepdaughter says, adults make things way too complicated. Listen, just because one man hurt you doesn't mean another one is going to do the same. Kat spoke quietly. It took me a long time to learn that, and I nearly lost a good man who truly loves me. Don't repeat my mistake. Nelly checked her watch's lit-up face. She really needed to let her friend go. It was 3 in the morning in Italy. Thank you for listening. Good night. Or, good morning in your case. Good night. Please call me with any news. Cat yawned and teased, preferably during the daytime. After the conversation, Nelly sank down in her bed and stared at the ceiling, her mind whirling. Escaping an abusive upbringing and then several abusive relationships, Cat could relate to Nelly, could understand her. In turn, Cat was an inspiration for Nelly. Her friend was way further along the journey of recovery while Nelly was only beginning it. But if, after everything Cat had gone through and all the damage done to her, she could still become a confident woman, a brilliant entrepreneur, and a loving, kind soul, though not without jagged edges, there should be hope for people like Nelly, too. Why had Nelly allowed Jeb to belittle her and later hit her? She shuddered from shame and memories and drew her blanket over her chest in a futile attempt to warm up. Was it because of her upbringing when her mother had tolerated not only being beaten but also being chased around the house with a knife? Would she have turned out differently if her childhood had been a happy one? Or was something inherently wrong in her that men could see a victim? A strange noise outside made her tense. Bruno didn't bark, though, so after a few moments, she relaxed and stretched. She'd stuck in an unhappy marriage because she'd thought it was best for her children. Now, she worried she'd made a mistake by depriving them of their father. Her stomach twisted. Or maybe she'd stayed too long, and that could have damaged them already. She listened to the blissful silence, interrupted by occasional mooing. For years, she'd never had peace, even at night. Jeb could suddenly wake up and start ranting about something she'd done wrong. And she could do plenty of things wrong, no matter how hard she tried. But even when he'd stayed asleep, she would often lay awake, thinking a day ahead to do her best not to set him off, hoping he'd be in a good mood. She'd always been the first one up in the morning. She couldn't afford to oversleep, and she'd found it out the hard way. But neither could she set up an alarm because it could wake her husband. And he needed his sleep. Apparently, waking for a rant didn't count, because he had an important job while she did nothing all day. Nelly gnashed her teeth. She'd heard stories of abuse from women in the self-defense course Cat had been teaching in Springfield. Cat and sometimes Nelly had advised them to escape. Then Nelly had felt like a hypocrite because she couldn't do the same. She'd justified it to herself that some of those women didn't have children and she did, and that made it different for her. But did it, really? Abuse was abuse. Violence was violence. Her gut tightened, and her hand flew to her eye that had often been decorated with a bruise during her marriage. She had a collection of sunglasses and hats to wear at any time of the year. She'd also gotten skillful with makeup because she couldn't wear sunglasses while meeting Jeb in the evening. He'd said he'd wanted to see her eyes. Later, she'd realized he'd wanted to see fear in them. She'd had to be perfectly dressed, made up, and smiling when she met him at the door, and there shouldn't be any visible sign of beatings. As shameful as that had been, she'd put up with it. Even thinking about Jeb's hateful gaze tonight made her shiver. Him saying she was worthless cut deep. Throughout the years, he'd told her no other man would ever want her so many times that she'd started to believe it. He'd branded her with those words like cowboys and cowgirls branded cattle. She couldn't test those spiteful words. He'd been her first boyfriend, her first relationship with a guy. Restless, she got up from the bed, slipped her feet into comfy fluffy slippers, and tiptoed to the window. She peeked out the curtain onto the moonlit lawn and moved her fingertips over the smooth glass. This cottage wasn't hers, most likely, would never be, but she'd fallen in love with it. Maybe because this was the first place she'd felt safe, or at least, relatively safe until Jeb had arrived once, banging on the door. Thankfully, the boys had been at soccer practice then. She'd hidden in the closet and covered her ears like she'd done when she'd been a child. But she wasn't a child any longer. She couldn't hide forever. That time, with Bruno barking furiously, Jeb had left. But Nelly had been shaken up for hours. Bruno walked to her and settled on the carpet nearby. She turned around and slid down the wall, ending up right beside him. She petted him, and he put his head on her lap as if knowing he shouldn't wake up Liam and Mason. Something softened inside her as she stroked Bruno's short fur and heard his short tail thumping against the carpet. Bruno was Kat's dog, and Nelly had been taking care of him while the brand new family was on a honeymoon in Rome. But longing stirred inside her, and she wished for Bruno to stay. She winced. What a rotten friend, wishing for things Kat had. She could get a new dog, a rescue like Bruno, as much for companionship as for protection. But would it stop Jeb? That brought her again to the ridiculous fake engagement she'd avoided thinking about. Her heart skipped a beat at the memory of dancing with Constanzo and how amazing it felt. It wasn't like she was going to date anyone anyway, and his offer would give her the feeling of safety she craved so badly. Though not as badly as she craved to have Constanzo holding her in his arms again. Wait, what? What was she thinking? She blinked, and Bruno lifted his head, then placed it down again. She gave him a back rub. This would have to be a business arrangement, and she'd need to remember it. Despite his lengthy explanation, she still couldn't comprehend why he'd made such an offer, but it was a wonderful gift to her. Or was it? She'd planned to be independent after the divorce. And here she was, considering running to another man for help. And how her boys would react? She should say no thanks to the arrangement. She hugged Bruno, wishing she'd met a man like this dog instead of Jeb when she'd been 18. Loyal, faithful, understanding, protective. The way Constanzo seemed to be? She got up and slipped into her bed again. She might be attributing those qualities to Constanzo because they were what she wanted to see. What she needed to see. But she should know better than to believe in illusions now. While Constanzo didn't spend as much time in the stable as when he was a child, working mostly behind the desk now, it still reminded him of his happy childhood. He breathed in the scents of hay and leather as he brought the bucket with brushes and started showing Nelly's sons how to groom a pony. Tadeo was already familiar with the process and was grooming his favorite pony, whispering something to him. Despite a small smile on the boy's face, Constanzo's heart squeezed painfully. Nelly's son's outgoing manner underscored his boy's quietness. Tadeo preferred the company of horses, books, and video games to the company of humans. Constanzo should have encouraged Tadeo more to participate in sports, maybe enrolled him in soccer like Nelly had done with her boys. Was he failing the person he loved the most? Am I doing this right? Mason asked as he used a rubber currycomb. He didn't have any issue being around strangers. Yes, but a little softer. Constanzo reminded himself that, if Nelly said yes, he wouldn't be a stranger to these children any longer. If this fake engagement lasted for years, did he have what it took to be a father figure for them? He chomped down on the inside of his cheek as he walked to Nelly, who was helping Liam groom a different pony. What was he thinking, offering this arrangement? What was going to happen when all was said and done, once the arrangement was off because she met a man she really wanted to marry? How would it affect all the boys who'd already suffered more than any child should have to endure? Would it damage them, Lord? What should I do? Am I doing the wrong thing? He should call it off. But what if, instead of damaging the children, it helped them? What if her sons needed a father figure, and he could become one for them? Someone to teach them real men didn't solve issues with their fists, didn't humiliate others to feel better about themselves. So far, they'd seen the opposite of that, and Nelly mentioned fights they'd had in school and among themselves. The older one, Liam, was almost kicked off the soccer team for a fight on the field. In turn, Tadeo could benefit from spending more time with boys near his age. They seemed to get along well when they'd played video games in his office, then gone pony riding that Saturday. Well, no use thinking about it. The offer was made. The squeezing pressure around Constanzo's heart loosened as he watched her soft movements, the tenderness in her eyes as she looked at Liam. A familiar longing unfurled with a surprising force. Did he want her to say yes? Which brush should we use now? She interrupted his musings. Constanzo showed her, and their hands touched for a brief moment. He jerked back at a jolt of awareness, and based on her widened eyes, she felt the same. Her cheeks pinked. Like this? It took him a moment to clear his throat. Yes. Arg. He cringed at his husky tones. They'd need to do better than react like this to an accidental touch if they wanted people to believe they were engaged. But he'd think about it later. No need to worry about the execution of the plan if the parties hadn't agreed to the plan yet. Maybe he should have explained that he'd made that offer not because he saw her as weak, though she did awaken his protective instincts big time, but rather because he was drawn to the kind strength she didn't realize she had. But he couldn't say that in front of Liam, so Constanzo kept it to himself for now. Once they finished grooming them, they led the ponies outside. The view of this majestic land never stopped amazing him, filling his heart with pride while his lungs filled with fresh air tinged with the scent of freshly cut grass. He might be spending a lot of time inside an office now, but he never forgot where he came from. Our ancestors founded this ranch in the middle of the 19th century. He didn't mean to be bragging, but it probably sounded that way. Cool. Liam turned to Nelly. Mom, can we buy a pony? We could keep it here, right, Mr. Moore? Nelly opened her mouth, then closed it, as if thinking of the kindest way to refuse. Constanzo didn't want to see disappointment on the boys' faces. You're welcome to ride ours anytime, he said. Really? Cool. Liam and Mason high-fived each other as they responded in unison. Nelly sent him a grateful glance, and joy blossomed in his chest. Once the boys were riding ponies, he told Nelly about his ex, keeping his voice low. His ex-wife's leaving and filing for divorce had crushed him for many reasons. Seeing hurt in Tadeo's eyes, hearing his sobs later had broken Constanzo's heart. He'd still loved Rhonda and felt betrayed. But with all his supposedly great brain, MBA and all, he had difficulty comprehending why she'd walked out on their marriage and their child. Okay, he got one of the reasons. He was a workaholic and in his spare time preferred quiet time with the family. Rhonda wanted to have fun and party and wasn't ready for motherhood. Maybe her being so free-spirited and carefree had drawn him to her in the first place, the qualities he didn't possess, but was attracted to filling some kind of void in him. He'd met Rhonda in high school, where her amber eyes framed by platinum blonde hair attracted boys like honey attracted flies. When he'd come back from university, they'd reconnected. She'd proposed to him as sort of a joke, and he'd laughed and accepted because he'd been in love. With the honeymoon baby's arrival and Constanzo trying to dig the ranch out of the dead hole his father had put them in, Constanzo had slept little to juggle everything. Rhonda complained he was boring and started going out with her friends. He'd felt her slipping away and tried to win her back with flowers, meaningful gifts, and heartfelt confessions of how much she meant to him. She didn't have to work outside the house, and he'd taken care of any issues for her, be it an oil change in her car or a leaking faucet in their house. He'd hired a maid and a cook, and his family had stepped in to help with babysitting. Everyone adored the little boy. Well, except for the boy's mother. In the end, she'd met a man who was more fun and left with him. Okay, that reason he could understand. He didn't like to entertain crowds, didn't drink alcohol, and wasn't carefree and easygoing. But, when she'd informed him she'd filed for divorce, she'd told him he'd smothered her with attention. He didn't let her breathe. It was too much. But, why was it wrong to show someone he cared about them with kind gestures? He might have an MBA, but he was still in kindergarten when it came to women's feelings. Chapter 6. On Sunday morning, Nelly made breakfast for the boys, walked the dog, and cleaned the guest house. It was a breeze compared to scrubbing the McMansion to Jeb's liking while shaking like a jumble of jello inside. She kept telling herself it was just a family dinner. It wasn't even her family, so no obligations except to look happy to be there. But she couldn't shake memories of other family dinners. In her own family, dinners were tense, especially on Sunday. By the evening, her father was drunk, and her mother had been sitting on the edge of her seat, literally, afraid to breathe the wrong way. Jeb's family's dynamics were more complicated. At first, he'd seemed so different from her father. Jeb had smiled often. At the time, Nelly hadn't noticed his smile didn't reach his eyes. He didn't drink and was already making a good living. His parents' mansion in an affluent Springfield neighborhood was so different from Nelly's parents' rickety, drafty house that seemed to be held up by a promise. Sparkling chandeliers and well-polished hardwood floors nearly blinded her, as did his promise to buy her a house just like it, or even better. Maybe that was why she hadn't noticed immediately how his mother, who'd raised him after his dad left, doted on him. He'd mentioned how she'd given him anything he'd wanted when he'd been growing up. Now, Nelly thought that, if he'd asked for the moon, they'd have a house-size version of it rolled into their spacious backyard. But at the time, her head was spinning, especially when he'd taken her to the brand-new home he'd bought for their young family. She was a Cinderella in a palace who'd found her prince, and she didn't even have to leave at midnight. Now, she made sure Mason fed Gus and cleaned the cage. In the end, besides her sons, which were the greatest treasure of all, she didn't even have a pumpkin or a glass slipper left. Just a rat. She put fresh water in the bowl for Bruno and filled another one with kibble, moving on autopilot. With time, she'd uncovered the hostility behind those bright smiles at Sunday dinners with Jeb's family. No one was going to be good enough for that family's oldest boy, especially not an unpolished, uneducated girl from the wrong side of the tracks. Puns started, and more often than not Nelly had arrived home in tears on Sunday evening. Especially when his mother invited one of Jeb's former girlfriends, an elegant and stylish girl who used big words and attended an Ivy League school. It didn't matter that no warmth flashed with the perfect orthodontics behind that collagen-enhanced smile. To Nelly's surprise, the husband she'd thought was kind had blamed her, said maybe she should become more polished. As if she were part of his mother's silverware. But being so eager to please, Nelly had tried to do just that. She'd taken etiquette classes, gone to a highly recommended hairdresser, and enrolled in a nursing school. Yet it wasn't good enough, and a disturbing feeling that she wasn't good enough either started plaguing her. She'd tried harder and kept the house spotless and the dinners fresh, even if she didn't know when he'd show up or if he'd be hungry or not. She'd studied a lot and bought dresses she'd thought he'd like. Her efforts either went unnoticed or were ridiculed. Finally, having had enough, she asked him why he'd married her if he disliked everything about her. To her surprise and relief, he'd said, "Because I love you, of course. I'm not making fun of you when I tell you about things you could improve. You live in a different level of society now. I don't want people I know to look down on you. I want you to become a better person. It's for your own good." It was a pill hard to swallow, but with time, she'd persuaded herself he only wished the best for her, for their family. Of course, any husband wanted to be proud of his wife. And if he'd been quick to point out anything she'd done wrong, it was because he wanted her to improve. Often after his outbursts, he'd showered her with flowers and gifts, said how much he loved her, how much she'd changed his life, how much he needed her. She soaked with thirst each of those adoring moments to help her survive the next critical lesson. After all, he'd had a huge selection of women he could marry, and he'd chosen her. That meant he truly loved her, didn't it? Besides, deep inside, she feared he was right. For a reason she couldn't explain at the time, he needed her. And she was desperate to be loved and to be needed. Yes, she'd cried on her mother's shoulder sometimes, but her mother, who'd had it so much worse, had encouraged her to be patient and try harder. So Nelly did. Then Sunday dinners got better when Jeb's younger brother, who'd been studying at an Ivy League school, of course, had come home for summer vacation. He was easygoing and full of laughter and so nice to her. She blossomed. She wasn't attracted to the guy and wouldn't dream of looking with interest at someone besides her husband. But having an educated, intelligent, rich young man treat her as an equal salved her hurt ego. Their mother beamed, obviously glad to have her youngest home, and her barbs toward Nelly stopped. She even praised a dish Nelly had brought, which was a miracle. Nelly started looking forward to Sunday dinners with Jeb's family. Until one evening, Jeb drove her home after one especially enjoyable dinner. They walked inside the house. Smiling, she placed her purse on the outrageously expensive cherrywood coffee table and turned around to Jeb to thank him for the wonderful evening. A slap in the face made her stagger. Wide-eyed, she raised her hand to her burning cheek. Tears prickled behind her eyes, more from astonishment than pain. This couldn't be happening to her. Her husband could say cruel words to her, because he'd wanted her to do better, but he'd never hit her. Why, she heard herself saying and barely recognized her voice. Because you flirted with my brother. You're trying to replace me already, aren't you? Jeb spluttered. Stunned, she blinked. What? Don't you have any shame? If you behave like this while I'm present, I can only imagine what you do while I'm at work. Red mottled his skin, and a rage she'd never seen before flared in his eyes. Something broke inside her then. She picked up her purse. I'm not going to stand for this. I didn't flirt with your brother. I never was unfaithful to you. If you say those things, you don't know me at all. With legs like cooked noodles, she managed to move toward the door. Nothing was hers in this mansion, besides the designer clothes and shoes and her schoolbooks. She could return for those schoolbooks later or buy new ones. She expected her heart to be aching, but she felt numb inside. The real pain would come later, and maybe that was for the better. Suddenly, Jeb rushed forward and slipped between her and the front door. She braced herself for another hit, but he dropped on his knees instead. He hugged her legs, and his shoulders started shaking. Was he crying? She'd never seen him like this. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's just I'm so scared of losing you. He sobbed. Please don't leave me. That was her second shock of the night. To see this proud, confident man on his knees asking for her forgiveness? It gave her a strange rush of satisfaction. And then compassion softened every bit of her as she imagined him as an abandoned little boy, begging his father to stay. So she started rationalizing his actions. He was jealous because he loved her. Maybe her smiling and answering his brother's questions could be considered flirting. I love you so much I couldn't control myself. Jeb hid his face, clearly remorseful. He'd never hit her again because she wouldn't give him a reason to. But of course, he did. 2 years later, after his brother's funeral. Nelly had cried then so much, grieving a life taken in an auto accident. Jeb had stayed in his office after the funeral and kept drinking. All she did was ask him to go to bed. You wish I died instead of him, don't you? Jeb snarled. I know my mother does. She must have misheard. What? No. He hit her twice, both times in the stomach. And then he did what she'd requested. He went to bed. She didn't sleep that night and contemplated leaving again. By the morning, he was a different person. He blamed his enormous grief and alcohol, said he'd rather die than hit her again. She didn't care for the diamond necklace he bought her afterward, but she believed him because she wanted to. He did control his temper for a while. Until their first son was born, and Jeb promised that, if she ever left him, he'd do everything to take him away from her. By that time, she'd dropped out of nursing school, lost all her friends with Jeb's assistance, and believed him because she had to. Sometimes she'd wished he'd started hitting her in the beginning. Then she'd have left immediately. But the abuse had started gradually, sprinkled with signs of love. Or what she'd thought was love. She'd been like a gnat that had seen the refreshing droplets of dew on the Venus flytrap. By the time she'd realized she'd been deceived, she'd been stuck in sticky promises and limb-binding fear. Mom, we cleaned our room. Liam and Mason screamed, interrupting her sad trip down the memory lane. Amazing what a promise to go pony riding could do to boys. She smiled at their joy. Good job. Now, we need to get ready for dinner. Do we have to? The boys scrunched their noses in an identical mannerism that amused her. When she'd been pregnant with Mason, she'd been afraid she might resent her sons with time because she'd see Jeb in them. That never happened. Her love for them was as overwhelming as the moment she'd held them in her arms for the first time. The love Jeb seemed to be lacking. A few years ago, his mother had moved to Illinois and remarried her ex-husband, forgiving him for leaving. But Jeb had never spoken to his father again. His relationship with his mother had become colder because she'd forgiven the man Jeb hated. That had taught Nelly not to expect an amicable relationship with Jeb ever. When he loved someone, he gave only tiny parts of himself. When he hated someone, it was with his whole heart. Still, Jeb had given her Liam and Mason, even if he didn't value that most precious gift. She hugged her boys and kept them close longer than usual, tears heating her eyes. She was usually good at keeping her emotions at bay. Jeb didn't like seeing swollen eyes and a puffy nose when he got home. She hadn't cried for years before leaving him. To think about it, she'd given up so much of herself for him, even the right to feel. She had to freeze her emotions to survive. Where did that leave her now? If the engagement wasn't fake, if Constanzo and Nelly had a chance at a relationship, she had little left to give him, if anything at all. The boys wriggled out of her embrace. "Mom, are you okay? We're gonna get ready for dinner real fast." She blinked furiously. She didn't want Liam and Mason to see her crying either, for a different reason. "Good. I have your clothes ready for you. Did you brush your teeth? Do we have to?" "We brushed them in the morning," Mason said. "And you ate in the morning, too. Doesn't mean you don't have to do it again." She softened her stern voice with a smile. They disappeared into the bathroom while she looked at her wardrobe for the 100th time. Constanzo had said dinner was informal, nothing fancy. Unlike dinners at her ex's mother's house, where everyone dressed to the nines. Should she wear jeans and a t-shirt? Or was that too informal? She settled on black slacks like she wore to work and a silvery blouse. Not too fancy, but elegant enough in case she and Constanzo had different ideas about the informal part. As she dressed, her heartbeat picked up speed. The man could wear a suit with the same ease as a Wrangler's shirt and jeans. He seemed honest and hardworking, but then, so had Jeb at first. Was she wrong about the kindness in his eyes the same way she'd been wrong about her ex-husband? She studied her reflection in the mirror. What did Constanzo think when he looked at her? For a while, she'd done her best to avoid looking in the mirror because it showed her all the things she'd tried to hide from the world and even herself, the fear in her eyes, the disguised bruise on her cheekbone, the smile she had to ensure didn't wobble at the edges. And shame. So much shame. That was another thing that kept her staying, besides her children. While Jeb had been ashamed of her unworthiness, she'd been ashamed of her weakness. But now she met her gaze and tipped her chin. She liked herself in the mirror, and that was way more important than what some man would think of her. So the answer to Constanzo's offer would have to be no. A weight pulled in the pit of her stomach. "We're done." Liam and Mason appeared in the living room. They looked adorable in their slacks and blue shirts. Mason had short black hair and darker eyes, like his father, while the longer hair Liam insisted on curled onto his collar and remained messy on the top no matter how many times he combed it. Gray eyes with flecks of blue like her eyes looked up at her. His chin was also just like hers, though, currently, a band-aid covered it. Her heart squeezed at the memory of his fall on the soccer field after a daring jump. She'd tried to keep them safe, but so far, their knees and elbows, and now his chin got scratched. Would Constanzo's family think she was a bad mother because of that, like Jeb had claimed? Their grins were a tad too mischievous. "You know you actually have to brush your teeth, not just squeeze toothpaste into the sink, right?" She placed her hands on her hips. "What needs to be done needs to be done." Mason elbowed his brother. "I told you Mom has a camera in the bathroom." they dragged their feet back. She wouldn't install a camera in the bathroom, but she was grateful for the one above the porch that recorded Jeb shouting obscenities. Then she applied lipstick because it made her feel beautiful. She thought about Constanzo again and her decision to say no. Yes, what needed to be done needed to be done. Chapter 7. Constanzo's tangled nerves could relax a little. So far, dinner had gone well, especially compared to the dinner when Tadeo had suffered a severe allergic reaction. Just thinking about it made Constanzo shudder. Thankfully, Kat, his new sister-in-law and just a guest, not family then, had reacted and administered an EpiPen. All while Constanzo, the father, could barely think from shock. Today the guest was even more special. He glanced at Nelly. While her lips were a little tight and she didn't seem at ease, she participated in the conversation from time to time. He did have a significant advantage compared to when his brother brought a stranger to their traditional Sunday dinner. Constanzo's family already knew Nelly and respected and admired her for her hard work and dedication to the ranch. His relatives could be noisy and overwhelming, and he had a feeling she wasn't used to that. But he loved every member of his family and wanted her to like them, too, despite the invisible fence she'd constructed around herself. He frowned, then ironed out the frown and piled more food on Tadeo's plate. Constanzo had thought he'd managed to break through that invisible fence yesterday, but apparently, she'd mended it overnight and probably added barbed wire, too. He glanced around the table, and his spirits lifted at the friendly chatter and dear faces as familiar as his own palm. He didn't have concerns about whether his family would like Nelly. His mama and siblings, just like his cousins and aunt, had the ability to absorb other people into their family and treat them as their own. He gave Nelly an encouraging smile, then refilled her glass with her permission. "How do you like it?" He didn't specify whether the food or the atmosphere, but she smiled shyly. "It's all great. Thank you." Her gaze followed Liam and Mason. Her sons didn't seem to have an issue adapting whatsoever. They chatted with the other children and were the first to empty their plates. After dinner, which they'd spent in the dining room with its sunflower paintings and the large table that had been there as long as he could remember, they'd moved to the terrace. It had been cloudy before, and they'd stayed inside in case of the rain. But now the spring sun shone, and everyone agreed to have cappuccino on the terrace. Of course, nobody listened to his comment that cappuccino was a traditional morning drink. Everyone helped clear the table and fill the dishwasher. Then the children received packets with juice while the adults got cups with cappuccino. The aroma of cappuccino mingled with the wildflower scents as they took the cups outside. Liam and Mason were the first to drain their juice packets, too. "Let's play soccer." Nelly's gaze flicked to the large windows. "Too close for comfort?" "I don't think it's a good idea." "Moom." "Why not?" Liam gestured to the expansive lawn. Other children chimed in, "Yeah. Let's play." Aurora disappeared inside the house and reappeared with a ball. "I'll referee." Then she and Constanzo made makeshift goals from nets stretched between trees. "It's going to be fine," Constanzo told Nelly as he sat back down, but she only grimaced. Tadeo lingered near the door. Liam gestured to him. "Come on. Play with us. You can be on our team." A warm wave of gratitude spread through Constanzo over having his son included in the game. He leaned to Nelly, breathing in her subtle lavender scent. "Remind me to thank Mason and Liam later." She studied him again. "Why?" Tadeo rarely joined sports. He paused, wondering if that sounded wrong. "It's not that I insist on him becoming a jock when he's clearly a brain." Her lips curved up. "I wonder who he gets that from." "Right." For a moment, those luscious wine-hued lips distracted him. "And I'm grateful for that. I just want him to fit in too." Sports could be helpful. He'd also hate to have his son bullied. From what he knew, that hadn't happened before, but Tadeo had many years of school ahead of him. His throat clogged up at a painful memory. We all want what we don't have. I wish my boys wanted to study. She shifted toward him as she sipped her cappuccino. I feel bad, but I bribe them sometimes with snacks to make sure their homework is done. Does that make me a bad mother? Had her ex accused her of that? You're a great mother. He reached to place his hand over her free one, then thought better of it. The soccer ball flew his way and would have hit his head if he hadn't caught it. Mason ran up to him. Sorry, Mr. Moore. May we have it back? He returned it to the boy and wiped his hands with a napkin. Nelly eyed him ruefully. Would you still think I'm a great mother if you just received a head injury? I don't know if I'd be able to think at all if that happened. It was a lame joke, but he wanted her to smile again. And he needed her to understand why he wanted Tadeo to play sports, to grow up strong, to be able to stand up for himself. He glanced around to make sure he didn't neglect his family. But his sister-in-law was involved in a conversation with Mama, and Giorgio, his married brother, seemed to have eyes only for his wife. Well, for his daughter, too, who played the role of the goalkeeper. Constanzo placed his half-empty cup aside and settled back in his chair. As the breeze played with her hair, he envied the breeze. Do you want to hear a story? She took careful sips. Always. I love stories. I grew up reading tons of books. While my brothers were jocks in middle school, I was a geek. But because of my siblings and cousins, nobody would even think to bully me. I sat at the popular kids' table at lunch and thought nothing of the privilege. In 5th grade, we had a new student. He stopped. He was a geek and far from popular. She guessed, and she guessed right. Yes. He was skinny, quiet, and always by himself at lunch. He was in my algebra class, and we started talking. It turned out we were into the same things. I invited him to sit with us, and he was shocked. Apparently, they bullied him in the previous school for even looking at the popular kids. That was kind of you. Her eyes, now the color of the lake in the evening, studied him over the rim of the cup. The empathy in those beautiful eyes drew him in. He turned his attention to his son, but so far, Tadeo was doing great, even holding his own. Air whooshed out of Constanzo's lungs. More like a privilege. He was great to be around. We could talk for hours. He was even more shocked when I invited him to my home. We became friends. Fast forward to high school. We decided to go to the same college and room together. He wanted to get an MBA, too. He would have become a great businessman. Or a brilliant mathematician. Or whatever he'd put his mind to. Would have? She hesitated, then brushed her hand over his. Grateful for the sign of support, he tried to ignore how it made his pulse faster. His parents moved back to Springfield. He was bullied again, and the girl he had a crush on became one of his worst bullies. It was so bad he committed suicide. She gasped. I'm so sorry. He looked away from the children playing, to the setting Sunday. Me, too. Me, too. You blame yourself. She was very perceptive. Why? His throat clogged up again, and breathing became difficult despite the fresh air. I should have taught him how to defend himself. Pumped iron with him or something. Maybe taken him for daily runs and tried out for the football team. I should have prepared him for what might happen if I wasn't around. This time, she reached for his hand and held it in hers. It's not your fault. You can't be responsible for someone else's cruelty. It was like when I felt responsible for my ex-husband's bad temper and... She didn't finish the sentence, but she didn't need to. For him hitting her. His insides boiled. Jeb had obviously blamed his temper on her provoking him. Constanzo was eager to make sure nothing like that ever happened again, but he didn't know whether she'd let him. After the distance he'd felt during dinner, probably not. Liam passed the ball to Tadeo, and Constanzo cheered for his son. Tadeo passed the ball to Mason, who scored the game's first goal, despite being the youngest child. Everyone cheered, and Liam high-fived Tadeo, who beamed. His mother and his sister-in-law stopped talking, and he glanced in their direction. Oh. They were both smiling at his and Nelly's intertwined hands. They misinterpreted the reason for it, but it would make the announcement easier later. Of course, if Nelly agreed to it. Her understanding and compassion drew him to her even more. He had to suppress the urge to take her into his arms because he knew she wouldn't welcome it. His temperature seemed to increase despite the pleasantly cool evening. She had such a rare combination of kindness and humility. And to him, single mothers were superheroes. He had his hands full with just one boy, who was easy to raise. Wherever Constanzo had put Tadeo, he could find his son there hours later, not that he'd leave him unattended, of course. Based on the lightning speed her sons moved now, one could blink, and the next moment, they'd be halfway to China. Yet he'd never heard her complain about motherhood or her workload. He should tell her what a treasure she was, not only because she didn't hear it often enough, but also because she deserved it. He looked into her eyes. I want to tell you. A loud crash interrupted him. Nelly jerked her hands back, and one flew to her throat as her terrified eyes gaped at the hole in the window. Oh no. I'm so sorry. I'll be glad to pay for fixing it, of course. Liam spread his arms, his exuberant face crumpling into guilty lines. Oops. It was one of the rare times when Liam and Mason went to bed without a protest. Her thunderous gaze and murderous expression were apparently enough. Even the rat didn't start its nightly routine of running through the 4 stories of his cage, but kept quiet as if not wanting to attract attention. Bruno lay down on the rug and covered his head with his paws, which in his mind must qualify as disappearing. Nelly felt like a boiling kettle, steam rising inside her. It wasn't the first time her boys broke a window, and most likely wouldn't be the last. So why was she so upset? Kat often said a cup of hot tea could solve a lot of issues. Well, at least Nelly's racing heart could be one of them. She boiled water and steeped chamomile tea, then added honey to the dainty porcelain cup Kat had given her. Then Nelly sat down at the rustic oak dining table, also a gift from Kat. As Nelly sipped tea, it warmed her nearly as much as her friend's company would. She'd become friends with Kat after leaving Jeb, so he hadn't had a chance to destroy that friendship. Well, the main reason for Nelly's distress was that Liam had broken a window at Constanzo's mother's house. That had once happened in her former mother-in-law's place, and the scandal was huge. Nelly was to blame, of course, for the way she'd raised her sons. Somehow, everyone forgot the boys were related to Jeb and his mother, too. But then, Nelly had the luxury to be a stay-at-home mom while her husband worked hard. She snorted now. How could she believe all that then? But if she'd gotten so much heat from the boy's grandmother, she could imagine what Mrs. Moore thought. Bottom line, this should show how right she was to say no to the pretend engagement idea. She wouldn't be welcome in that house anymore. Her gut twisted. Did she want to say yes? The way he looked at her when she'd had the audacity to take his hand into hers, purely for support, even though that didn't explain the pleasant tingles over her skin when she'd touched him. Her heart expanded. A knock on the door jolted her. The twisting in her gut tightened, and she put her almost empty cup on the saucer. A shiver ran down her back as her jaw set. Could this be Jeb? No, he'd knock much louder, demand that she open it to him. This was a quiet, careful knock. As if someone didn't want to wake up the children. Bruno raised his head, then trotted to the door, and growled low. But he didn't bark. Her heart shifted as she hurried to the door. Could this be Constanzo? Then it sank as she saw his sister in the peephole. Nelly opened the door and waved Aurora inside. Sweeping her curly dark mane over one shoulder, Aurora entered with an enviable confidence. As usual, she wore a Wrangler shirt, jeans, and cowboy boots. It's a friend, Nelly said to Bruno. Well, Aurora wasn't technically a friend but her boss's sister, and the boss was becoming sort of a friend and could turn into a pretend fiancé if Nelly agreed to it. But that was too long an explanation to the dog at night. Good evening. Would you like some tea? Or should Nelly offer cappuccino? No thanks. Aurora looked her straight in the eye. Constanzo wanted to come, but then the family decided I might be better suited for the job. Huh? Nelly blinked. Why? Aurora propped a hip against the hall table. You might think Constanzo was trying to comfort you and sugarcoat things about the broken window incident. But everyone knows I tell it like it is. Despite Nelly's distress, her lips curled up. Straightforward manner or not, something about Aurora appealed to people. Okay. Don't worry about the broken window. Aurora crossed her arms over her chest. It's not a big deal. My brothers, and yours truly, here, broke plenty of windows while growing up. Constanzo boarded it up already. Tomorrow he'll drive to Springfield for a new one and replace it. She beamed. Don't let the MBA and suit fool you. He's pretty handy with a hammer and nails. If Nelly saw him with a tool belt, she'd have to fan herself. In fact, she felt warmth rising inside her already. Thankfully, she could blame that on the tea. I'm sorry about the broken glass. Like I said, I'll be glad to pay for it, she murmured. Aurora waved off her offer. Oh please. You've been a godsend for our ranch. Your organizational skills are amazing, and your work ethic is admirable. A pleasant wave rushed through Nelly at the praise, especially considering she suspected Aurora didn't dish out praise easily. But Aurora wouldn't think highly of Nelly's ethics if she heard she might have considered engagement to her boss. After all, hadn't she promised Aurora she had zero interest in romance and marriage? That might still be true, but an engagement wouldn't look that way. For now, Nelly just said, thank you. Hold on. Did she sense a but coming? She tipped her head, waiting. I appreciate your family's kindness. I really do. But that's not all you were going to say, right? Aurora nodded. You're right. I know Constanzo. He looks tough and reserved. But he's a big softy inside, and his heart's already been broken once. I don't want to see him getting hurt again. What a minute. Nelly sucked in a sharp breath. I'm not like his former assistant. I'm not trying to trap him into marriage. Yet, wasn't she considering the pretend engagement, even if for different reasons? Arg. She cringed. Aurora paused. He's different when he's around you. It's like he's lit up when you appear. I know you're recovering from a difficult situation. So, if you're not interested, tell him now. Not when it's too late. Well, if Nelly needed any more reasons to stay away from Constanzo romantically, and she didn't, there you have it. She pressed a hand over the twisting in her gut. I understand. I do think highly of your brother. Lips curving up, Aurora studied her. On the other hand, if you're interested and you let a man like him go, you might regret it the rest of your life. With that, Aurora turned around and walked out the front door, leaving Nelly with an open door and an open mouth. It took her a moment to close both. Chapter 8. Nelly returned to the table. Bruno walked to her and sat down nearby, in case she needed to talk. But he knew not to bark at night, so the conversation would be one-sided. Liam shuffled into the room, his chestnut-hued hair tousled adorably, his gray eyes sleepy. Mom, who was that? The boys knew better than to interrupt their parents at night, but that rule didn't apply any longer. However, Mason slept through the night easily. Cannons wouldn't wake that boy. Mr. Constanzo's sister, Miss Aurora. You met her today. Can I have a glass of chocolate milk? And can we go pony riding tomorrow? And can Mr. Constanzo do math homework with us again? Liam gave her a mischievous grin. That's a lot of requests. Yes, on the milk. Maybe on ponies. She ruffled his soft hair. But how come you don't want to do homework with me? Ducking her hand, Liam fixed his hair and sighed. You aren't that good at math. I mean, Mr. Constanzo explains better. And you make that expression. Oh. She brought him a glass of milk. What expression? Liam pulled his lips down and scrunched his nose. Like you ate something sour. I do? Yeah. He nodded. As he drained the chocolate-flavored concoction, she tried to remember one time Jeb had helped Liam or Mason with homework. One single time. She couldn't. He'd bought them expensive gifts and paid for luxurious vacations, half of which he'd missed due to his job. He was a good provider. She'd told herself that was enough in a father because hers hadn't done even that. Now, as she looked at her precious boy, she knew it wasn't. Tears prickled behind her eyes, and no matter how much she tried to stop them, one slipped out and ran down her cheek. Liam's rosy red mouth, now topped with a chocolate milk mustache, twisted as he clattered the empty glass on the table. Mom, don't cry. You can do math homework with us. I didn't know you loved it so much. She wiped his milk mustache with a thumb. It's not that. I'm sorry you don't really have a dad any longer. Oh please. He flung his stout arms around her, making her treasure the hug. Once they became teens, they wouldn't be hugging her anymore. We always had a dad. He let her go. She swallowed hard. Yes, I know. She was about to say that now Jeb didn't even want to pick them up on his weekends, all because of her, but thankfully held it in. You. Liam finished and beamed at her. Her heart about stopped beating. You're a great dad. You climbed to the treehouse with us. You read us books. You got us into soccer and went to all our games. You stood up to our teacher when he was mad at us. When her children were concerned, she could transform from a gray mouse, as Jeb often called her, into a mama bear. Oblivious to the effect his words had on her, Liam petted Bruno, then looked up. You got us the pet rat, and you don't even like rats. Oh, and you're gonna get us a dog when Bruno leaves, right? He grinned. She couldn't help chuckling. One could envy the boy's negotiation skills. We'll see about that. The grin disappeared. I'm real sorry about the window I broke. I'm gonna give what I have in the piggy bank to pay for it. She gave him another hug. How about you help with grooming ponies and cleaning stables instead? I'm cool with that. Mrs. Moore and Mr. Constanzo weren't mad at me, though. Mr. Constanzo said he could fix the window. Liam eased out of her embrace too soon. Can Mr. Constanzo be our ornery uncle? She blinked. What uncle? Ornery. Danica said she has several ornery uncles. She recalled Constanzo's precocious niece, who was a pistol. While the boys had an uncle, Nelly's brother was an alcoholic and didn't take much part in their life. Do you mean honorary? Yes. That's it. Without waiting for an answer, Liam skedaddled back to his room to sleep. She remained at the table. What was she doing? In a few days, Constanzo had been a better father to her boys than Jeb had been in their entire lives. In her mind's eye, she imagined Constanzo teaching her sons how to replace a window, a valuable skill in their case. Talking to the coach about how to improve their chances in soccer and practicing the moves with them afterward. Climbing to the treehouse. Playing video games. Riding horses. Showing them calves. Simply talking to them man to man. Constanzo had given them this precious chance. Who was she to deprive her boys of all that? Then there were other things to think about. What would happen to her sons if she wasn't around? She heard the story of Constanzo's cousin, Cade, the father of the twins she'd helped to deliver. Cade had married Heather, his son's aunt and nanny whom the boy adored, to ensure his son's future. She wouldn't be going that far. Granted, if she died, Jeb should take his sons in, but he didn't seem interested in even visiting them. Even worse, he'd raised his hand at Mason once already. And she'd learned through tears and bruises, what had happened once often happened again. Well, maybe her mother-in-law could take them in. But based on how Jeb had turned out, Nelly didn't have much confidence in her parenting skills. Liam and Mason didn't harbor much affection for their grandmother, either. Neither option was good for her sons. Nelly rubbed the tight spot in her middle as she studied the rustic table's somewhat dinged surface as if she could find the answer there. On the contrary, Constanzo was a man of his word and a great role model, and Liam and Mason were already fond of him. What did she have to risk? Her heart, like she'd told Kat? Nelly took the empty chocolate milk glass to the sink and washed it, as she peered at the rolling hills reaching up to meet the stars beyond the kitchen window. If she was to answer Aurora's unspoken question, yes, Nelly was interested in Constanzo. But her heart would be a small price to pay for her boy's happiness, even if it didn't last forever. She slipped into bed and closed her eyes. Then a low, long howl broke the relative silence. Her blood seemed to freeze in her veins. That couldn't be a wolf, could it? She listened intently. Nothing. She forced herself out of bed and checked on the boys in the bunk beds. Their eyes were closed and their breathing even. The rat was awake, but then it was his usual condition at night. But more alarming was that the short hairs on Bruno's haunches were raised, and he was growling. Then, seeming to calm down, he stretched out on the rug again. She couldn't sleep anyway, so she stroked the spines of a few favorite books, warming inside as if she'd shaken hands with dear friends. Since she'd been a little girl, she'd loved to read. It had been her escape, her joy, and her teachers. In a way, they'd raised her and helped her survive. Her family could hardly afford food, never mind books, so a library had been a blessing. Her fairy godmother, aka librarian, transported Nelly into a different world with a library card instead of a magic wand. After all, a mind was its own universe, no smaller than the Milky Way. When Nelly read, she didn't hear screams in the house, didn't remember to be afraid, didn't smell stale dishes and whiskey. The helpless, terrified, hungry girl didn't exist any longer. Instead, she could be a brave runaway countess dressed as a pirate. Or a beautiful, and also brave, princess. Or a brilliant female scientist on the verge of a great invention. Sadly, some of the books didn't have love stories in them, or didn't have enough, so as she was growing up, she'd told the rest of the tales in her imagination. Of course, adding all those noble, generous, and strong young men she'd never met in real life. Sometimes she didn't need to invent. Ivanhoe in the novel by Sir Walter Scott was a perfect hero. Maybe she was just born in the wrong era. She didn't need to memorize words for spelling bees, though she'd won many of the latter. The words were imprinted in her brain from all the books she'd read. Once she'd started doing chores for neighbors, whatever payment she hadn't given to her mother for food, she'd spent on books. She still had a few from those times, yellowed and worn out, but her most prized possessions. A lot of people who knew her situation had thought she'd married Jeb to escape from the world she'd grown up in. It was part of the reason, yes, besides falling in love. But mainly, she'd longed for her own knight, and once Jeb had shown interest in her, she'd squeezed him into shining armor in her imagination. Unfortunately, that armor had shone so brightly it had blinded her to his shortcomings, like a few temper outbursts. Or maybe it had hidden them well. Once that armor had been stripped and she saw the real man, it was too late to change anything. Or so she'd thought. The next day at breakfast, Nelly made their favorite French toast, yes, another bribe, and decided to have the difficult conversation with her children. "I need to talk to you," she said once they finished and washed their sticky fingers. She twisted her hands in her lap, as apprehensive as if she were about to ask her father for permission to marry. No, more, because he'd seemed to care about whiskey way more than he'd cared about her. She wiped her clammy palms on her skirt. "There might be some changes in, our family life." Both of her sons' eyes widened. Then the older leaned forward. You're not getting back with Dad, are you? Would you like me to? She studied the pepper shaker with utmost attention, then looked up. No. Vigorous headshakes were her answer. Phew. She loosened her clenched grip on her knees under the table. Jeb was a fun parent, in the sense that she had to deal with disciplining the boys because he was too busy working. At the same time, he'd lavished them with presents. She'd think they missed that. Well, Jeb hitting Mason even once had left its mark stronger than the bruise. She drew in a deep breath. How would you feel if I got engaged to Mr. Constanzo? Mason perked up. Does that mean all the ponies are gonna be ours? She thought a moment. Well, I'm sure you'd have unlimited access to them. It's cool with us, Liam said. She released the breath she didn't realize she was holding. But why? She blurted out. Because you smile now. You didn't smile lots before. Mason got up and hugged her. We heard you cry when we lived with Dad. Liam joined in the group hug. We love you, Mom. We want you to be happy. When she'd been growing up, she'd craved stability, the ever-elusive feeling of being safe. In the end, she'd ended up choosing a man who was too much like her father, and neither one of them had made her feel safe. She wanted a different life for her sons. For them to know they were protected and treasured. I love you, too. The backs of her eyes burned as she breathed in the scent of fresh air, cut grass, and energy that somehow always accompanied her boys. And I want the best for you. I want you to have dreams and reach them. And Constanzo could help them with that. But I'm just a mom. Are you kidding me? Liam did a fist pump. You're not just a mom. You're our mom. He didn't say anything else, and he didn't need to. Her heart swelled. Rambunctious and stubborn, her boys were still beyond precious. She'd pick herself up from the pieces Jeb left her in and build herself up again because her sons were worth it. And maybe, just maybe she was worth it, too. Constanzo knew many people hated Mondays. As much as he loved spending time with his family, since Nelly had appeared on the ranch, at his office, and in his life, he'd started to look forward to Mondays. This Monday was special. He hoped for an answer. So much so, he'd arrived at the office half an hour earlier than usual and arranged a bouquet of white roses in a vase on her desk. Maybe he shouldn't have tipped the scale in the office, interfering with their working dynamics. If Nelly said no, working together could be awkward. But he wasn't a man to look back with regret. He didn't even regret his disastrous marriage, as painful as the end of it had been, because it had given him Tadeo. Well, there was one exception to that rule of no regrets after making a decision, and pain knifed him. But Constanzo couldn't turn back time and save his friend from hanging himself, no matter how much he wanted to. All he could do was to learn from that. He drew a deep breath of air filled with rose fragrance, then checked his watch. Still 10 minutes before Nelly should arrive, though she often came in before her time. She was usually the first one at work, though he was no slacker, either. The sound of her footsteps made his heart beat faster. He perched against an edge of her desk and waited. With her head down like that, her thick bangs and the glossy bun atop her head seemed to enter the room first. She must have seen his shoes, because she stilled and jerked her head up. Good morning. Her eyes guarded, she hovered in the doorway as she eyed him, then the flowers. You didn't have to. Good morning. I wanted to. His blood chilled at her cold demeanor. Before he could stop himself, he suggested, I'm taking the children to the zoo this coming Saturday. I'd love for you, Mason, and Liam to join us. A heartbeat passed. She fiddled with a pearly button on the cuff of her creamy long-sleeved blouse. Why? And, children? He smiled sheepishly. Yes, my brother's daughter, Bianca, wants to take pictures so she can draw them later. She's into all things art. Plus, Kate has his hands full with his newborn twins, and his son is fond of marine life. Dolphins are his favorite, but he wanted to see the penguins, too. Anne. The corners of her mouth twitched up. She stopped worrying the button, and her stance relaxed as she finally entered the room. I can see what you meant about the children. But that doesn't answer the why question. He spread his arms, palms out. Well, obviously, we could use another chaperone. Really? Amusement flicked in her gray irises. But he wanted to see laughter. Totally. He stepped closer, the subtle scent of her cherry lip gloss making his senses run amok. It also caused him to look at her luscious mouth more times than he should have. He shut up the air conditioner in here. I'm sure Liam and Mason would love to go to the zoo. She didn't move back when he leaned toward her. Good. Then she reached out and brushed some speck of dust from his shoulder. He sensed her touch even through his shirt fabric. What about their mother? He dipped his head a little. She would, too. I mean, I would. Her lips parted slightly, and she rose on her tiptoes. Blood rushed faster in his veins. Then footfalls in the hall registered in his mind. Liberty, his green-haired veterinarian cousin, marched into his office without knocking, and he jumped back as if he were a schoolboy caught doing some mischief. He pulled his shoulders back. He was a grown man. Not to mention one of the ranch owners. Nelly's face flushed. She stammered. It's not what it looks like. We were not doing, you know. Then it's a shame. Liberty dropped a stack of papers on Nelly's desk and winked at him. You should be doing, you know. Oh, by the way, here's the results for the worm test you needed me to do. Thanks, cuz. He cringed. Nothing spelled out romance like worms found in, well. Liberty smiled sweetly. Oh. It's about time someone caught my cousin's attention. She patted Nelly on the back, sending her lurching forward. Constanzo was glad to catch her in his arms to stop her from falling. His cousin didn't know her own strength or didn't care to. Liberty was larger than life in many senses. Liberty winked at him again. Now, please continue doing what you were not doing before I came in. Knowing her words weren't coded in sarcasm, but in cheer, he smiled at her. But poor Nelly gasped and ducked her chin, but not before he saw her gray eyes widen. But, she stammered, fraternization at work. Still 3 minutes before work starts. And frankly, if my husband, who works at our ranch as an accountant, didn't kiss me during lunchtime, well, I can't imagine such a scenario. Even considering I wear the fragrance of manure sometimes. He crossed his arms over his chest, scooted further onto the desk, and chuckled. So how is married life? Or maybe she'd already answered that question. Splendid. You should try it again. Liberty marched off without saying goodbye, but then, of course, she'd come in without knocking. Did she know how close to the truth she was in her suggestion, though? Nelly followed Liberty with her gaze. She's something special. You can say that again. Then he sobered. And so are you. Their gazes met and held. His skin heated as if he were in the field in the middle of summer. Nelly's eyes dimmed. I'm nothing special. He traced the delicate outline of her face with his fingertips. You're wrong about that. Her lips parting, she drew in a sharp breath and moved back. We shouldn't. Really? Disappointment rippled through him, but he kept his expression neutral. He was good at keeping his emotions hidden. Usually. She brushed a hand over her smooth hair as if checking if any rebellious strands set themselves free from the bun and found none. I have to get back to work, boss. She gestured to the antique clock that belonged to his grandfather and somehow still worked. It's 8 o'clock. All right then. He didn't address the elephant in the room, the fake engagement question, but he didn't want to rush her. He wasn't a man to force a woman to do anything she wouldn't want to. She walked to the door, then whirled around, and now more than a few heartbeats passed before she said, the answer is yes. He grinned, elated. To the zoo trip? to the pretend engagement. Then she hesitated. If the offer is still standing. He barely resisted the urge to scoop her up. It sure is. Chapter 9. As she went about her day, Nelly couldn't believe she'd said yes. On the outside, she was as calm and efficient as ever, except for dropping paperwork on the hardwood floor a few times, which resulted in her and Constanzo reaching for it together and touching hands. She was right to introduce e-filing here. But, on the inside, her feelings and thoughts tangled into a jumble worse than if she'd asked Liam and Mason to brush her hair. What had gotten her to agree to such a preposterous idea? The invitation to the zoo. She couldn't say what Saturdays looked like for many men. But for the men she knew, it was drinking beer with buddies and watching TV. That was normal, or so she'd told herself. On the contrary, Constanzo was going to spend his day off taking children to the zoo. Voluntarily. This kindness rocked her world off its equilibrium, tilted into a precarious position. It could be too late for her, she was too damaged, too lost. Before she could have a healthy relationship, she needed to right herself, to become stronger. But she wanted her boys to become part of that much brighter and kinder world. She'd told them many times about the right way to treat other people, but they'd seen their father hitting her and their grandmother mocking her. They'd had too much uncertainty and hypocrisy in their lives, and they deserved to see kindness and generosity. Was it selfish of her? Maybe. Well, what was done, and she'd have to follow through. Constanzo wanted to break the news to his family during their next Sunday dinner. But her skin crawled at the idea of all those eyes on her. So he'd agreed to tell everyone before then. He took her to the small restaurant in Cowboy Crossing for lunch. Despite him choosing a tucked-away corner booth, she felt many curious glances and squirmed in her chair. Again, she couldn't help comparing. Jeb had rarely taken her out. He'd said he'd liked her cooking too much, and she'd preferred to believe it. Believing it had taken an effort, though, considering how often he'd missed dinners she'd made. Enough. She breathed in yummy aromas of barbecue ribs and baked potatoes. While they waited for their orders, she leaned forward, resting her palms against the homespun red-checked tablecloth. She might as well use this opportunity to ask something that bothered her. It was better than thinking about her confusing feelings. Did you hear howling last night? She swallowed hard. Could it have been a wolf? That would be unlikely, though not impossible. Wolves were once abundant in the Show-Me state, but he frowned. Were eliminated many years ago. Occasionally one or two might wander from another state, though. I don't want to alarm you, but a neighboring ranch spotted an animal looking like a wolf. If he didn't want to alarm her, he didn't succeed. The waitress brought the tray with their barbecue plates, and Nelly kept quiet until the young girl walked away. Then Nelly kept quiet while he said grace. His family's faith amazed her, but she felt an emptiness when she thought about God. Where was God when she'd been beaten up? Once they dug in, she asked, "Didn't you worry for the cattle when you heard that howl?" We increased our number of guard dogs. However, wolves are an endangered species here, protected by federal law. It's illegal to shoot them. His eyes darkened. I imagine, except when there is definite danger to human life. She looked away, then took a sip of her iced tea. I didn't mean that. The odds of her meeting a wolf while returning home from work were slim. But she'd learned the hard way to expect the unexpected or be thrown to the ground. Literally. Didn't wolves go for the jugular? She rubbed her neck, then returned her attention to her food, which was yummy and abundant. His voice softened. It's going to be all right. I'll make sure you're safe. She looked up. His protectiveness warmed her, but at the same time, it grated on her nerves. Why? She should be grateful to him, not irritated. But his words showed her he saw her as helpless, and she didn't want anyone to have that image of her. It didn't help that her treacherous self responded with awareness to his chiseled muscles under the crispy white shirt. or that his captivating brown eyes lingered on her face as if he savored every inch of it more than he savored his meal, making her breathing shallow. She munched on her loaded baked potato. It was best to move into neutral territory. So she started talking about her boy's shenanigans, just in case he didn't realize what he was getting himself into. Liam was a little tornado, and Mason wasn't far behind his brother. Constanzo didn't seem fazed by the stories. He talked about Tadeo, and his face lit up with love. Tadeo was a quiet, thoughtful boy, and Constanzo was afraid his son would be bullied, so he encouraged him to play sports. "I'd die to borrow some quietness from your son for my children," she breathed out, then flinched. "Okay, that didn't sound right. But sometimes, I'm so exhausted. I fall into bed, close my eyes, and it's morning already. How can I help?" She should have thought he'd offer that. She took a sip of her tea. "Thanks, but it's okay. Maybe we need to embrace our children more than wish for the things we don't have. Maybe." He looked at her with such attention, as if her face was a road to happiness. As if she were a book that he wanted to read again and again. The hell woke her up at night. She hugged her pillow and kept her eyes closed. Her heart didn't thud as much as the first time she'd heard it, but it wasn't exactly calm either. Then silence followed. Good. She flung her eyelids open and sat up. No, not good. The lack of sounds in the countryside meant someone might be on a prowl. And another thing, or the lack thereof, bothered her. Bruno didn't growl, didn't bark. Why? Her pulse spiking now, she slid out of her bed, slipped her feet into soft slippers, and walked to his regular place on the rug. He wasn't there. She swallowed hard. Calm down. No need to panic. The dog could be sleeping in a different place, right? Quietly, so as not to wake up the boys, she padded to the kitchen. She stifled a jolt of disappointment when the Rottweiler wasn't there. She checked the living and dining rooms. Nothing. Her rib cage constricted, or at least it felt that way with her heart hammering against it. She looked over the moonlit yard beyond the window, though she couldn't imagine how he could have opened the door. Could he have gone to stay with the boys? She perked up. That was a possibility. Liam and Mason adored the dog, and he paid them the same amount of affection. She could see getting a dog in the near future. At least, Gus was still in the cage, running from the first story to the fourth and back as if training for a marathon. The memory of the rat disappearing and the subsequent search made her wince as she opened the door to her son's room with its bunk beds and soccer posters. She cringed as she stepped inside, though usually tenderness filled her when she was in this room. What was it about her that she couldn't even keep a pet safe? At least, she didn't have a child missing. Oh no. She spoke too soon. She gasped at the empty upper bunk bed softly aglow from the soccer ball-shaped night light. No, this couldn't be. No, no, no. Mason was sound asleep on the lower bunk, but Liam was missing. Cannonballs wouldn't wake up her youngest son when he slept. So it didn't surprise Nelly that he didn't wake up when his brother had escaped. But how? Why? Her legs went weak, and she snatched the bed railing to keep from falling down. She blinked as if she could hope this was a trick of her imagination and her son would reappear. He didn't. She checked the adjacent bathroom. Empty. Her heart thudding, she rushed out of the boys' room. What should she do? Her little boy was outside where probably the first wolf in the show-me state in years was hunting now. She shuddered as she pulled on a sweater and jeans, the latter took 2 attempts with her hands shaking so much. Maybe she should have gotten that firearm while she thought about it after leaving Jeb. She'd decided against it then because even a difficult code on a safe might not stop her curious boys from opening it and getting the gun. Now she might be one-on-one with a predator soon, and all she'd have to protect herself would be a volume of Walden. She thought a moment, then found a hammer, dropped it with a thud, picked it up again. Not much better than a heavy book, but easier to carry. A knife could be more useful, But it wasn't a good time to remember that her kitchen knives needed sharpening. That was on her mile-long to-do list, honest. She would have bumped it to the top, but really, sharp knives and little boys weren't a great combo either. Hold on a moment. Hairspray. That could be useful for more than styling her hair. An insect spray would have worked better, but she didn't buy one because the cottage didn't have any insects crawling in for some reason. Apparently, that wasn't the plus she'd thought it was. Her fingers tightened around the hairspray's smooth metal surface. She looked pathetic. Maybe the predator wouldn't assault her while he or she was laughing at her. Breathing fast and armed with a can of hairspray and a hammer, she headed to the front door, then stopped. She needed help, and she knew it. Besides, she couldn't leave Mason by himself. While he didn't pay attention to the noise, he did pay attention to his bladder. He could wake up to use the restroom and get scared that no one was home. No, scratch that. He'd go looking for her and his brother, and then she'd have 2 boys missing. Nelly's mind whirled. Kat, her best, and fine, only, friend was in Italy now. But, wasn't Nelly engaged, fake or otherwise? Right, to the workaholic boss who might not be too glad to be woken up in the middle of the night. She was too desperate to worry about that. This wasn't a time for hesitation. An emergency spurred her on. She put down the hammer and hairspray, found her phone on her nightstand, and called Constanzo. 2 beeps seemed to last an eternity. Then, finally, Nelly, what happened? His voice sounded slightly raspy. Liam and Bruno are missing. Her voice trembled. She hoped they were missing together. That would help her boy. I'll be at your place in several minutes. Please don't leave. Something rustled in the background. Are you okay if I call my siblings and cousins? Aurora could stay with Mason while the rest help in the search. I'll need someone to stay with Tadeo, too. It wasn't the time to be embarrassed about her bad parenting skills or to be too shy to appeal to people she hardly knew. She nodded as if he could see her, then remembered he couldn't. Please. If you think they'll be okay with it. You don't know my family. Hang in there. Meanwhile, how about filing a missing person report? Right. Yes. She cringed. Should I drive to the police station? No. My family, has the connections. The police officers will be at your place soon. We'll find Liam. He disconnected. Her hands shook as she slid her phone into her back pocket. Tears burned behind her eyes. He was right. She should have called 911 already. What kind of mother was she? Jeb had a point when he'd ridiculed her parenting skills. Stop. She drew a deep breath, called 911, and reported the situation to the dispatcher. She thought her heart might stop the next moment, but Constanzo arrived before she could become a shuddering mass on the floor. He took her hands in his the moment he entered the guest house. Look at me, please. It's going to be all right. The crime rate is very low here. Do you hear me? A lonely tear slipped free and traveled down her cheek, and she swallowed its salty taste. She couldn't say a word past the lump in her throat. A knock on the door made her free her hands and step in that direction. She glanced in the peephole, then flung the door open at the sight of Aurora. They didn't even exchange words. Once Aurora was inside, Constanzo and Nelly hurried outside. He carried a flashlight, something she didn't think about in her panic. The air smelled of damp soil after a drizzle, and low clouds blocked any hint of stars or moonlight. More people hurried to the guest house. He answered her unasked question. We know this ranch well, and everyone should have a map on their phone. My family will divide the territory. Kate has a dog. They'll try to trace Liam's scent. I don't think he could have made it far. So some people will set out on foot, some on horses and ATVs, just to be on the safe side. The guest house has outside cameras. My sister is checking them as we speak. Thank you. It was all she could say. You're one of our own now. The words didn't sink in, not yet. Aurora will stay in your place and coordinate everything. I can trust my sister with my life. She'll talk to the police when they appear. Of course, they'll want to talk to you, but I hope we'll cover some ground before that. He was moving fast. Adrenaline pumped through her veins, helping her keep up. Thank you, she said again. His phone beeped, and he checked the screen. That was Aurora. Liam and Bruno left together. At least, the dog should help her boy. Huh. He was covering the perimeter closest to the house. How far could Liam go? Yes, her oldest was a child, but an athletic one. She closed her eyes and opened them when Constanzo's hand found hers. She allowed her hand to stay in his, because she needed all the strength she could hold on to. Could Liam have gone to your ex-husband? Constanzo's fingers squeezed hers while his right hand moved the flashlight in a sweeping motion. His gaze was attentive to his surroundings. Could he have? She gave herself a moment to be sure of her answer. I doubt it. Despite all the gifts, Liam and Mason aren't too affectionate to their father. Especially since he hit Mason. Liam had a much better memory than she did when it came to abuse. I don't blame them, Constanzo muttered. They entered the stable and checked every corner, greeted by disturbed neighing. As soon as it was clear Liam wasn't there, her heart dropped. He wasn't in the barn either, and her heart sank further. Then Constanzo's voice went low as they left the barn. I have to ask this, even though Liam left the place on his own. Could Jeb kidnap Liam? She shivered, more from the question than the night cold. Jeb hated her and would be glad to get back at her for leaving him. And his temper had gotten the best of him sometimes. But his idea of raising his boys had been limited to giving them gifts, not spending time with them. He'd already had one charge for assaulting her and Mason. Would he want to add another one to it? Jeb loved his comfortable life too much for that, right? I don't think so. She shivered, hoping she was right. Constanzo placed his jacket on her shoulders, misinterpreting her shiver. Either way, the police will check that version. His voice and his posture were confident. Gratitude stirred her. She didn't have to run into the night, armed with nothing but a hammer, hairspray, and a mother's despair. She snuggled into the warmth of a jacket that smelled like his signature cologne, musk and cedar. Motors sounded in the distance. His phone rang. He swiped the screen to answer. A few tense moments passed before he said, "We'll be there soon." After he disconnected, he turned to her. That was Aurora. The police are at the guest house. We have to go back, but the rest of the family will continue the search. My mother already started the prayer chain, too. Flashlights flickered in the night as they rushed back to the guest house. Neighing horses interrupted the moments of silence before another motor followed. Amazement widened her eyes. Despite what he'd said, she wasn't one of them. Yet they'd all gathered to help. I can hire a PI. In fact, my cousin, Jenna, already volunteered for the job. His pace was brisk. While you talk to the police, are you okay if I register Liam with Namas? She panted, but thanks to the adrenaline rush, she managed to move fast. She must be hearing wrong. With what? National Missing and Unidentified Persons System. It's been used by law enforcement agencies, private investigators, individuals. There's also the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children. Jenna found their phone number on the internet. Oh no. The word exploited made her flinch like a slap. Blood drained from her face. Liam couldn't have been picked up by some unsavory person, right? Constanzo must have seen her pale as he hurried to add, let's not jump to conclusions. I simply want to do everything possible to find Liam as soon as we can. While talking to the officers, she filed the missing person report. Somehow, she had the presence of mind to give them 3 photos of Liam, relatively current, and a detailed physical description. Aurora gave the camera records that showed what Liam was wearing when he'd left. Nelly went numb in order not to fall apart. She didn't think to ask for the case number. But Constanzo did, and he'd asked for the officers' names as well. He recorded both on his phone. Once, she'd resented what she'd considered his coldness. Now she was grateful for him being cool and collected. And the fact that he cared. This would be the way the child's real father should act in the current situation. Not that she knew the difference. Her mind switched. What other danger could her boy be in, besides the one from his own father? There's not much wildlife here. Constanzo seemed to read her mind. What about, a lump grew in her throat. What about that wolf? He or she might have left the state already. And what we heard at night could be a grieving dog. It's going to be fine. She grimaced. I'm not so sure. As if to confirm her words, a howl far away made her blood crystallize. Compassion constricted Constanzo's heart as he and Nelly were back outside after talking to the police. He'd prefer to go on a horse. But Nelly wasn't an experienced rider, and he wanted to stay with her to support her. Besides, the horses could be easily spooked, especially if that wolf didn't leave. Maybe he should have taken an ATV. Nelly's phone beeped in her pocket. She answered, listened for some time, and thanked someone. Then she disconnected, her face drawn. The police checked Jeb's residence. Liam isn't there. While Constanzo didn't want her ex to turn out to be a kidnapper, Constanzo clenched his jaw. That could have been an easy solution. They checked the ravine the boy could have fallen into. Then they entered the nearby forest. What if Liam tripped over a tree root, sprained his ankle, and couldn't get back? But why would he go into the night in the first place? Constanzo tightened his grip on the flashlight, the constricting pressure around his heart increasing. He couldn't imagine going through something like this with Tadeo. And no matter what logic said, he was getting attached to Nelly's boys already. He squeezed her hand to reassure her. They had to find Liam. Constanzo said a feverish prayer, then repeated it in his mind again and again. A noise from the right made him move the flashlight that way. Two pale yellow eyes looked back at him, caught in the light. His blood curdled as he distinguished the magnificent animal's silhouette. A predator who could move extremely fast, especially when provoked. An endangered species, he reminded himself. He was armed now, and like his brothers, he was a quick draw. But he shouldn't shoot. Don't move, he whispered to Nelly as he released her hand and oh so slowly and stealthily shifted forward to put himself in the path between the wolf and her. And whatever you do, don't run. Chapter 10. Nelly should be terrified. Instead, mesmerized, she couldn't look away. She'd seen wolves on TV, but never in real life. Never this close. The animal growled as if feeling threatened, and the hair on her nape stood on end. They were in the wolf's territory, or so he probably thought. Or maybe they looked like a suitable midnight snack. A much more convenient midnight snack than the ones in the barn or in the stable, who could break his skull with a swift kick. Run. That was her first instinct, but Constanzo's words anchored her in place. Wide-eyed, she held her breath. The instinct to run didn't last long. Constanzo was right to tell her to stay put. The wolf was much faster than she could be, and looking at his sharp teeth made her shudder. Running would activate his hunting instinct. But to think about it, didn't wolves try to stay away from humans, and weren't they suspicious of strangers? Apparently, not all of them. They had to meet a curious one. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Constanzo's hand move closer to the weapon in his hip holster. She remembered what he'd said about the endangered species. He wouldn't shoot unless he had to. But his presence gave her more confidence than she'd expected. Every cell in her body on high alert, she was sure his were too. The wolf didn't move. He was about 5 feet long and roughly 140 pounds, so most likely a male who was larger than females. He had a brownish-gray back and head, light tan, almost white, legs and stomach, and a long black-tipped tail. Didn't wolves travel in packs? She so didn't want to get introduced to his buddies, too. But wolf attacks were extremely rare, right? Belatedly, she realized one shouldn't look a wolf in the eyes. They could consider it a challenge. She raised her chin like she'd done in her last conversation with Jeb and looked away. She'd been a victim for so long, but no longer. She hadn't talked much then and didn't utter a word now, though she might have had a better chance reasoning with the wolf than her ex. This predator would have more compassion, too. He hurt others because he needed to survive, while her ex had hurt others because he'd enjoyed it, because it had made him feel better about himself. If circumstances were different, this wild beauty could fascinate her like Jack London's White Fang once fascinated her. She'd read that book many times as a child, still had it on her shelf, and imagined being the one to rescue White Fang more than once. This, of course, was different. Any moment, this animal could pounce at her or Constanzo, go for the jugular. Fear made her shiver. The next moment, the animal disappeared in the brush like he'd never existed. She released a pent-up breath, dizzy with relief. Just after the emotional encounter, Constanzo's phone rang again. He fished it out of his pocket, and she was afraid to hope, to breathe like she'd once been afraid to exist. His face brightened, and she drew in a shaky breath of air filled with scents of foliage and damp earth. Could this be good news? He slid his phone back into his pocket. With her nerves strung taut, she placed her hands on his forearms to encourage him to talk, then removed them once she realized what she'd done. Not like he'd needed encouragement, anyway. Kate found Liam and Bruno. Their dog traced Liam's scent. Liam and Bruno are being taken back to your house, and both are unharmed. She went so weak, with relief, she staggered. Constanzo snatched her before she had the opportunity to slide to the ground. Are you okay? She attempted a smile, aware of his arms around her, and a sense of apprehension swept through her, despite the dizziness. Better than okay. Now I know why people fainted from good news in the previous centuries. Then the need to see for herself that Liam and Bruno were all right spurred her on. Let's get back. She didn't think she'd ever run faster in her life. In fact, if she'd been by herself and that wolf had chosen to chase her, she probably would have run slower. She was out of breath and on the verge of collapsing when they made it to the guest house. Constanzo wrapped an arm around her waist and half-carried, half-dragged her inside. Filled with Constanzo's family, minus the children, the house was buzzing like a beehive. That buzzing stopped when Constanzo and Nelly stumbled in. Bruno ran to her with a cheerful bark, followed by Liam with a guilty look. Mom, are you okay? His dear face scrunched up. For a moment, she didn't reply. She was still trying to catch her breath and, hyperventilating. Then she dropped on her knees on the homespun rug, tears streaming from her eyes. She didn't try to stop them. That's what I should be asking you. Are you hurt? Are you okay? Where did you go? Why? I'm fine. He squirmed as if not liking all the attention. She hugged him, let him go, then hugged him again. How could you do this to me? Why? I'm sorry. I was going to be back before you woke up. And I took Bruno with me for protection. She tugged at his hands, eager to rope him to herself and never let go. More tears streamed down her cheeks, dripped onto her sweater and Constanzo's jacket. Mom, don't cry. Liam shifted from one sneakered foot to the other. I just wanted to see a real wolf. Something cold sluiced through her veins, and she froze. You wanted what? To see the real wolf. Remember, you told us about White Fang? I found your book and read it. It was cool. I watched videos on the internet. His eyes lit up. How awesome is it that we've got one here? She didn't think it was awesome at all. When she'd craved for her sons to share her love for books, she didn't exactly imagine this. But don't you realize? Her son interrupted her, excitement overflowing now. I searched the internet. Wolves are very careful of strangers. They don't attack people. Well, very, very seldom they do. They are nocturnal, and I had a better chance to see him at night. I knew Mason wouldn't wake up if we had a tornado here. He wouldn't hear me missing. I thought you wouldn't either. She stumbled as if someone hit her with a brick. But that was dangerous. The guilt flashed in Liam's eyes, but then he lifted his chin. Dad always said to go after what we wanted. He did, didn't he? It might be best not to comment on that right now. Everything in her shook, but she had to keep her voice steady, to act like a rational mom. Didn't you realize how much I'd worry about not finding you at home in the middle of the night? Liam sighed, his shoulders hunching inward and his head hanging as he mumbled to the blue rug. I didn't think you'd worry. Her brows shot up. Excuse me? Because you wouldn't wake up before he was back, Constanzo offered. Liam raised his chin again. Well, if I asked permission to go see the wolf, would you let me? How could he even say that? Of course not. He spread his hands. That's why I didn't ask. She was about to explode. I should ground you for as long as I live. No, that wasn't enough. I'll put a lock on your door. Mom. Right. Knowing Liam, that wouldn't be enough. I'll put a lock on your window, too. Constanzo moved closer and gave Liam the parental lecture while she managed to get up and collapse on the thankfully nearby sofa. In a daze, she realized most of the people had left before she could thank them. She called the police to let them know Liam was found, then leaned against the sofa cushions, their smiley faces doing nothing to brighten her mood. She picked one up and hugged it anyway, needing something to hold on to. Adrenaline ebbed away, leaving debilitating fatigue in its wake. She half expected her son to balk, to utter the famous words, "You can't tell me what to do. You're not my father." But Liam didn't do it. Somehow, Constanzo commanded respect not only with his employees, but also with her boys, though he didn't raise his voice. Unlike her. Where had she gone wrong? Were her parenting skills so bad that her son would wander the woods at night, not trying to escape an encounter with a wolf, but hoping to meet him? What would happen when her boys became teenagers, which wasn't so far off now? Would she be searching for them in a different state then? She covered her face with her hands, then removed them because hiding behind her palms wouldn't solve anything. Liam was standing in front of her, remorse crumpling the features where defiance had blazed. I'm sorry, Mom. I won't do it again. He seemed to mean it, though she hoped the wolf decided to go home and there wouldn't be any sightings of, let's say, a bear anytime soon. Because, she didn't have enough drama in her life already. She'd take his solemn promise for now, though. I love you so much. I can't imagine anything happening to you. Love you, too, Mom. Liam flung wobbly arms around her, though he'd rarely allowed her to hug him anymore in other people's presence. Thank you, she mouthed to Constanzo over her son's shoulder. You're very welcome, he mouthed back, a gentle smile easing the seriousness from his face. Despite the emotional roller coaster of the night, something stirred inside her. The desire to kiss those lips. What? She gave herself a mental headshake. She was too tired to control her thoughts or urges. Go brush your teeth and get ready for bed. Well, for whatever is left of the night. She tried to sound strict and failed. Was she as much a pushover with her sons as she'd been with her ex-husband? Would she raise them as poorly as her former mother-in-law had raised Jeb? Lots of women did a great job raising sons alone. But she had a soft character, and she knew it. Liam knew better than to protest. Okay. The wolf is probably a myth, anyway. Nope. We actually met the wolf, she blurted out. Her hand flew to her mouth. She needed a better filter. Exhaustion shouldn't be an excuse. You did. Liam stomped away, thankfully in the bathroom's direction. Not fair. Shrugging out of Constanzo's jacket, she turned to him. Don't say a word, please. His lips twitched up, but he lifted his arms in a mocking surrender. Wasn't going to. Chapter 11. Constanzo was glad Nelly agreed to go for a walk in Cowboy Crossings downtown 2 days later. Though the spring evening wasn't too warm, the air was still, which lent pleasantness to the waning day. The previous evening, they'd all seemed to catch up on sleep. The wolf had been kind enough to be quiet or disappear altogether. He'd invited the boys on the walk, as well, but Aurora had organized a game of soccer in her yard, and a few of his cousins and nieces and nephews joined, thankfully far enough from the windows. He'd never been into sports, so he'd taken Aurora up on her offer to look after the children. A little whisper told him he might be hypocritical pushing Tadeo into sports while he himself hadn't been particularly involved in them. Should we be offended that a game of soccer trumped a walk in the town? He asked as they strolled on the sidewalk, ice cream cones in hand. As much as he loved spending time with his son, he was grateful for the opportunity to be alone with Nelly. Besides, they'd needed to pick a ring, right? His pulse sped up as if the engagement were real. Not at all. But my feelings are a little hurt that my boys encouraged me to leave. I thought they'd want me to stay and watch them play. Her sons were a handful, but her love for them was even more overwhelming. How should he say it tactfully? I think they didn't want you to witness if, well, someone broke a window again. On the other hand, I expected Tadeo to want me to support him. Well, he might want to impress you so much it makes him extra nervous. It's less pressure when you're not there. Her gentle voice softened her words. Then she held her ice cream cone before her as if afraid to take the next bite, or maybe it was her next words she was afraid of. Sighing, she lowered it and eyed him. Imagine when one day they don't need us any longer? He was about to say the person who needed her was walking right beside her, but he held his tongue. Instead, he said, I don't want to imagine that. Oh, and if it matters, for me a quiet walk trumps a game of sports anytime. She bit a dollop of cherry ice cream from her cone, smiling as she licked the corner of her mouth where some had smeared. That gentle smile warmed his heart. He didn't notice when he'd started looking forward to her smile every morning, to the scent of her cherry lip gloss, even to the way she reminded him to have breakfast and brought coffee and fruit. He could make his own coffee, but hers tasted better. Even his office looked brighter without all the clutter he'd created. His life looked brighter without all the clutter he'd created, too. Thanks to her, he spent more time with his son and his siblings, while she'd made the work of managing the ranch easier. That matters very much. He meant it. You matter, too. She blinked fast under his gaze and concentrated on her cone before the ice cream melted. Oh please. Another person would do as good a job as I did organizing things at the ranch. I don't think so. But it's not just that. Thank you for helping in the search for my son. Before he could reply, she continued, Am I too lenient with my boys? How should he reply without hurting her feelings? But then, he was far from the right person to give parenting advice. Well, I still can't figure out work-life balance or even the balance between the healthy food I'm supposed to feed Tadeo and junk food he wants to eat. Apparently, all vegetables are yucky. My boys try to sneak veggies from the plate to feed the rat and the dog, because, I told them veggies are healthy and they care for their pets. She chuckled, then bit into her sugar cone, little flakes sifting onto her gray sweater. He thought about her question again, then winked. Okay, you did ground Liam for the rest of his life, right? The corners of her lips curved up. Yes. Of course, in a few days, he'll talk me into letting him go to see his friends again. Especially considering his birthday isn't that far away. I check on him several times at night now, though. She stopped walking, finished her cone, and licked stickiness from her fingers before tilting her face his way. Parents aren't allowed to tape their children to bed at night, right? He chuckled as he took another bite of the creamy concoction. I don't think I should answer that. Just checking. She sighed. You talk about food balance, and I'm worried my boys will kill each other every day. I mean, they do love each other, but you wouldn't know it by the way they fight over everything. They'll be fine. You have no idea how much my siblings and I fought while growing up. And as you can see, all of us are alive. Your mother is a hero. She shook her head as if struggling to believe any one woman could raise so many boys. You said siblings. But you can exclude your sister, right? Aurora was the worst. If there was mischief, more often than not she was the ringleader. He missed those times. Missed the way Aurora used to be, though at the time he'd never imagined he'd think it one day. Aurora's divorce had left its mark on her, harmed her spirit. He'd shown his appreciation for Nelly by picking up her boys from school, bringing her lunch in the office, helping Mason and Liam with homework the way he'd helped his son. Mason and Liam had needed way more help, and taking Bruno for a walk, which Tadeo loved. Constanzo had enjoyed doing it, too. Nelly was so easy to talk to, even easy to be silent with, something he didn't find often. He spent his days with her and still wanted more. The thought was as exciting as it was terrifying. He wanted to say she became important to him, and he hoped she felt the same way about him. But her glance flicked to the building they were passing. Oh, is this the library? Can we go there, please? Of course. Had she sensed his oncoming confession? Was she trying to change the subject? Unsure, he finished his chocolate ice cream and opened the front door for her. The library was an old Tudor-style home with a steep cedar shingled roof and timber frames accentuating its brick facade. His family had helped revive it. During the renovations, they'd taken down several interior walls, making it an open floor plan, and then they'd donated the first collection of books when the town council decided to make it a public library. Yes, she was clearly changing the subject. He was going to let her, of course. Apparently, he was more attracted to her than she was to him, and as her boss, he shouldn't have brought up the subject. Good thing she'd stopped him. He'd promised her their engagement would be a business arrangement only, and he should keep his attraction to himself, even if it was getting more difficult to do so. If she thought he was pressuring her into a relationship, it would be morally and ethically wrong. Wincing under another twinge, he needed to set his moral compass better this time. It didn't help that she was so easy to talk to. Jenna hadn't found the man he'd seen on the fishing pier photo yet, and he was getting anxious about whether to drop the search or continue. He wanted to know Nelly's opinion. Somehow, he didn't think she'd consider him a stubborn, obsessed man who couldn't let things go. Either way, that conversation would have to wait. The scents of old books and leather spines met them inside. He wasn't a stranger to this place as he'd loved reading as a child, but he hadn't visited it in over a decade. He didn't have time for reading for pleasure any longer. And on those rare occasions when he had, he'd switched to ebooks, mostly. He'd bring his son here. But Tadeo had gotten into ebooks early on, and Constanzo had gifted him an unlimited subscription. Even though it was the same building, the place seemed much smaller this time. Maybe because more rows of shelves now filled it. And the announcement said they had ebooks and audiobooks, too, meetings with authors, readings for children, and regular book sales. They even housed an internet cafe. Nostalgia unraveled inside him at the sights that didn't change: exposed brick walls, wooden plank ceiling, and a fireplace that probably wasn't such a great idea among books, to think about it. The librarian who greeted them was still Mrs. Davis, though her hair, pulled into a bun, was completely white now and her face was wrinkled. Somehow, just like the building, she seemed smaller than when he'd been a child, too. But the same light still shone in her eyes. To his surprise, she recognized him, and he introduced Nelly. After a quick chat, Nelly wandered off to the shelves, her entire demeanor changing, her face lighting up as if she'd found a long-hidden treasure. Since her arrival, he knew that feeling. She'd taken to his office and the ranch as if she'd belonged there. But he could see now that this was her kind of place, and something hard fisted around his heart. When he saw how many books she carried back, he hurried to help her, then vowed to lighten her workload this time, so she'd have time to read all those volumes. At the counter, Nelly got a library card and beamed like she'd received the biggest Christmas present ever. They chatted with Mrs. Davis about some of their favorites while the librarian checked out the books. Then Mrs. Davis frowned. "I love my job, but I wish I could retire and spend more time with my grandchildren. They all live out of state." "That's a shame." Such tender compassion glowed in Nelly's eyes. "Yes." Mrs. Davis stacked the books Nelly had checked out. "I've met a few candidates for my position, but I don't feel they are as passionate as me about the books, you know?" Nelly reached over and caressed the nearest book's spine. Was that tenderness or thoughtfulness now misting those gray eyes? Then she yanked her hand back and stiffened her own spine. "I hope a great person comes along." She waved a hand around. "Can this place be used for book club meetings of sorts?" "Sure." The librarian's lips thinned. "That is, if I had someone organize them. I'm not as energetic as I used to be." "Oh, I understand you have a lot on your plate." Nelly's cheeks pinked. "I didn't mean. I just wondered. That's all." Once they were outside, she hugged her stack of books to her chest, the smaller stack he let her carry. "It was wrong to ask. And I didn't mean a book club exactly." His curiosity piqued, he shifted his stack under his arm, bracing it against his side. "What did you mean then?" "Well, in the self-defense class, I met a few women from this small town. And, well, I thought about having meetings where we could talk to each other. Like a support group, I guess." Wow. She was busy working around the clock, and she still found time to think about others. Forget it. As she seemed to misinterpret his silence, she hugged those books tighter to her chest, more like a shield now, than a treasure she wanted near her. "I don't have what it takes to organize something like that. You've shown great organizational skills at the ranch. I'm sure you can pull it off." She lifted her gray eyes at him, touching a sensitive spot. "You think so?" "Absolutely." He couldn't look away, but he forced himself. Once they reached the jewelry store, he gestured. "Ready to choose your ring?" A gasp slid from her lips, and she fumbled as the books nearly slid from her arms. "Really? You don't have to do this." "Well, I heard somewhere that engaged women wear an engagement ring." His heart shifted. "Unless you'd prefer not to." Her gaze darted to the shop window. "No, you have a point. But it's not fair to ask you for a real diamond in a fake engagement." "A fake diamond, like a cubic zirconia, seems more suitable for a fake engagement, don't you think?" "Oh, come on." He might be the only guy on earth who had to talk a woman into accepting a diamond. He opened the door for her. "I was told diamonds are a girl's best friend." Soft rock music greeted them as she stepped inside. "I prefer book or human friends." He could admire that. As she looked around the store, he scuffled from one foot to the other, almost afraid to move and knock into one of the shiny glass cases. In their silence, the song went on about love, adding to the starry-eyed atmosphere until he couldn't force his gaze away from Nelly. He'd meant this as a romantic gesture, but she didn't look excited. In fact, the brightly smiling salesgirl looked way more excited than Nelly about the prospective commission, of course, but still. His stomach sank. Was this too much? But hadn't they made an arrangement? An engagement ring would have to be part of that arrangement. Nelly put the little pile of books aside and studied a few rings the salesgirl was showing her. Interestingly enough, the salesgirl started from the most expensive ones. Not that he minded, actually, he preferred it. Unease settled in the pit of his stomach as uncertainty settled in Nelly's gray eyes, and her cherry lips pressed tighter and tighter. Finally, Nelly pointed at one of the rings. Classy and elegant, a brilliant cut diamond solitaire, perfect in its simplicity. A whoosh of air left his lungs. Phew, she didn't go for cubic zirconia. Great choice. The salesgirl girl beamed like the diamond in the ring, probably already calculating how she was going to spend her commission. A different image flashed in his mind. A lovely place at the lake near Rose Petal, his family present, Nelly the one beaming as he dropped on one knee. Longing nearly suffocated him, but he stifled the feeling as he put the sparkling ring on her trembling finger. The salesgirl's face scrunched up, her gaze weighing him, then Nelly. Yep, they didn't look like a happy couple. Had he made the biggest mistake of his life suggesting this crazy idea? They'd had a good time until they'd gone to the jewelry store and Nelly clammed up. She picked up her stack of books, and they left the store in silence that soon was replaced by a squeal. Correction, a duet of squeals. Two women rushed to him and Nelly, gushing about their engagement. Apparently, women could spot an engagement ring from a distance. He'd gone to school with one of them, knew the other from visiting the clothes shop in Cowboy Crossing where they worked. Wow. Wanda said. You could have knocked me out with a feather. I didn't even realize you two dated. You and me both. Thankfully, he didn't blurt it out. He shifted all the books into one arm, wrapped his other arm around Nelly's shoulder, and smiled, hoping it looked genuine enough. How did he think he could pull this off? He'd never been a good actor. Well, he'd never tried to pretend to start with. Lord, please forgive me. A blush blossomed on Nelly's cheeks, but she leaned into him as the role required. Oh, it was such a whirlwind courtship. After many congratulations and a whole lot of gushing, they managed to escape. Only to end up in Cousin Liberty's bear-like embrace as they passed the pet store she'd stepped out from. I can't believe you hid this from me. News in Cowboy Crossing spread fast. Chapter 12. The next evening, Constanzo figured he'd better go to the best source of female psychology he had, his sister. Of course, there was his mother, but she'd be disappointed to find out he wouldn't be getting married again. Aurora, on the other hand, was pragmatic and not so keen on marriage herself any longer. So, armed with Tadeo's tablet containing new ebooks for his boy and Aurora's favorite cheesecake, Constanzo picked up Tadeo from elementary school. They headed to the small ranch house tucked behind the barn where Aurora lived after her divorce. He'd called her at lunch and, thankfully, learned she wasn't going to be on one of her dates. If he'd only dated at his mother's insistence from time to time after his marriage, Aurora had gone the opposite direction. The family couldn't keep up with her boyfriends since she switched them up so frequently. Most of them were musicians. She kept her romantic entanglements outside the ranch, or things could get awkward with all the breakups. Constanzo suspected she broke off relationships because she was afraid to get attached again, but he kept it to himself. No matter her overactive social life, Aurora worked hard and was well respected among the cowboys and ranch hands. Among cows and horses, too, to think about it. She was also careful never to date a coworker. Unlike him, apparently. The moment he stepped inside Aurora's sunny place, sunny from both its big south-facing windows and cheery yellow decor, she snatched him into a sisterly hug. Congratulations. Tadeo got comfortable in his favorite armchair with his new book where he'd be lost to the world for the next few hours. Thankfully, Constanzo would be able to see Tadeo from the dining table, just in case that changed. Aurora placed a cookie plate near the boy. She already had iced tea and empty sunflower-shaped plates on the table, so Constanzo cut the cheesecake into slices and placed them on plates. They bowed their heads, and he said grace. She sipped her tea, studying him over the rim of her tall glass. You don't look like a happy fiancé. Something is bothering you. Just like his female cousins, she didn't waste time and was perceptive. He liked that about her. He didn't have great romantic relationships, but when it came to his siblings, he was blessed beyond measure. Well, maybe with the exception of one brother who hadn't visited home in a while. But it was best not to think about that. So, his fork clattering against the plate's raised sunflower pattern, Constanzo told her everything. He really could trust her with his life, not to mention with his secrets. Fake engagement, huh? I didn't expect that from you. The corners of her lips kicked up as she polished off her slice of cheesecake and eyed the remaining slab. He squared his shoulders, then glanced at Tadeo to make sure he was still deep in the book world. Didn't I explain my reasons? Her gaze thoughtful, she pushed the empty plate away, crinkling up the vivid yellow gingham tablecloth beneath it. You've always been a protective, responsible, caring guy. Maybe that was the way you were born. Maybe because you're the oldest. Or maybe because Dad left and you felt it was your duty to take his place. Or most likely all of the above. No wonder you rushed to the rescue in this case. His eyes narrowed, and he pushed his plate away, too. You say it like I shouldn't have. She drained the rest of her tea and carried the plates to the kitchen. Then she added a few more cookies to Tadeo's plate and topped up his milk. Constanzo draped an arm over the back of his chair, stretching his legs out under the white farmhouse table. He came here for understanding, not for judgment. She sat down again, smoothed her fingers over the tablecloth, focusing on it, not him. Lots of women would die to meet a guy like you. Do you know how many times the finest women of this town tried to find out from me how to appeal to you? He preened a little, though he had eyes for only one woman, and that woman kept him at an emotional distance. I had no idea. Go on. Flipping her unruly black curls over one shoulder, she chuckled. The thing is, Nelly has been hurt a lot for a long time by a man who promised to love her. Her eyes shadowed. Obviously, she could relate. She needs to recover from that first, and it's going to take time. She's not ready for you to barrel into her life, even with the best intentions. So I should give her space? Dropping his arm from the back of his chair, he squirmed in place as if the motion could make the doubt worming in his gut stay still. On what planet could generous gifts and signs of attention be considered bad? Just try not to go all Constanzo mode at her. Whoa. He jerked back in his seat. There is a Constanzo mode? Aurora's brown eyes became unusually soft for her, and she reached across the table to grip his hands. Yes, and we all love you for that. You're the best brother and the best son anyone could wish for. I know that, if I need something, I can call you, and you'll drop everything to help me. You've got my back. He nodded, then, freeing his hands, twisted to check on Tadeo again. Was there a "but coming soon"? I do. And I know you'd do the same for me. Yup. I would, and I have. And Nelly needs someone like you to have her back. More than she likely realizes. Aurora planted her elbows on the table and chin in her upraised hands. Her eyes flashed. But look at her life. Her ex did an incredible job stomping on her self-esteem and her identity. She has to rebuild them both, piece by piece. She needs to know who she is, really. Find her path. You can't do that for her. Finally, some of the fog cleared. They should teach these things in school. It would be much more useful than lessons about tangent equations that, by the way, he still waited to use in real life. So, he rubbed his forehead, his brain throbbing. While I feel like I'm helping her, she might feel like I'm trying to control her, making decisions for her, like her ex did? Probably not consciously, but yes. His ex's words about all his care and attention suffocating her resurfaced, and his stomach clenched. How could kindness be misinterpreted so much and even be punished? He didn't have time to process it all yet when Aurora's doorbell rang. She got up. I'll be right back. She returned with a tall man who'd tied a black bandana over his head to hold back ridiculously long black hair. It was all black, the bandana, the hair, the leather jacket over the naked chest, and the biker boots. Even the sharp gaze over his aquiline nose. She introduced them to each other, and Constanzo did his best to smile as he shook hands with this new boyfriend, a lead singer in some band, of course. While Aurora didn't write songs any longer, she still had an affinity for musicians. Apparently, a tattoo spelled the name of the band right above the leather belt. Constanzo didn't judge her life choices, or tried not to, but this time, he hoped her knack for changing boyfriends often would continue. And fast. Ari slapped Constanzo's back. You remind me of my twin. Also uptight and clean-cut. Works as a doctor. Somehow, his sneer looked dark too. Imagine that. Aurora flinched, and her lips thinned. But the guy didn't notice. I can't imagine, Constanzo said without a trace of sarcasm. He hoped. This time, he even said a prayer in his mind for Aurora to move on to someone else soon. She definitely wouldn't be meeting Ari's twin brother anytime soon. If ever. Since being married to a doctor, she now avoided men in the medical profession. Good thing her physician was a woman. Constanzo raised a brow at Aurora, but she only flicked her hair over her shoulder and lifted her chin. Huh. Maybe everyone had their own way of re-establishing their identity, and this was Aurora's. Aurora didn't need any help in the self-esteem department. But looking at this new arrogant, self-assured boyfriend, Constanzo couldn't blame his mother for prompting Aurora to settle down. Their mom had done her best to introduce Aurora to the best guys around. Lately, it was getting more and more difficult. Aurora's reputation as a heartbreaker preceded her, so Mama was talking to a friend in Kentucky, where they didn't know much about Aurora yet. Well, we should be going. Constanzo collected his son, who somehow managed to walk to the car and read at the same time. Constanzo guided Tadeo gently over the porch. He needed to introduce Tadeo to audiobooks. Aurora was on his heels as she left the house with Ari. Now she was wearing a leather jacket over her Wrangler shirt tucked into blue jeans that were tucked into knee-high boots. Ari handed her a helmet, and minutes later, they zoomed off on his motorcycle, leaving behind fumes. Frowning, Constanzo prayed for Aurora's rebellious stage to be over soon, sure she'd been wild and pig-headed, but not rebellious, growing up. He shuddered at the idea of her adding a broken neck to her broken heart. Nelly didn't know why Constanzo's grand gesture with the ring irked her so much. She should have been flattered and grateful, and she was. But as she glanced at the sparkling rock on her hand the next evening, something in her hardened like the stone. Maybe it was because the engagement was a fake one, so the jewel should be a fake one, as well, to symbolize it. She squared her shoulders, slid the ring off her finger, and placed it on the counter. She needed to rinse off the dishes after dinner, and the ring could slip off into the sink. Yes, that was her excuse, and she stuck to it. Liam was reading to Mason aloud in their room when she'd checked on them, and that made her eyes widen. Since her boys didn't like to stay still, she couldn't imagine a more unusual sight. But then it turned out it was the wolf book she'd checked out from the library. She hoped some of the descriptions about how sharp a wolf's 42 teeth were would sink in. As the water was running in the kitchen, her mind whirled. Her pulse increased at the memory of Constanzo sliding the ring on her finger, their hands touching. He made her feel things she shouldn't be feeling, considering the nature of their relationship. How? What was she supposed to do? So she did what every self-respecting woman should do in such a situation. She called her best friend. After the first ring, she slapped herself on the forehead. It was 2 a.m. in Italy. She was about to hang up when Kat answered. Nelly winced. Sorry to call you at night again. It's okay. I'm always glad to hear from you. But let me move to the bathroom because my husband and daughter might not think the same way. Wow, I still can't get used to saying those wonderful words. Hold on. Nelly waited until her friend was on the line again and told her about the ring. You know how difficult it is to squeal quietly? Kat giggled like a girl. I'm so happy for you. It's not real. The engagement, I mean, not the ring. Nelly slumped into a dining room chair. It can become real, Kat suggested mysteriously. It's just. I don't feel I should be wearing that ring with a gigantic diamond. Bruno walked nearby as if sensing who was on the other line and gave out a cheerful bark. Nelly smiled as she treated the pet to a head rub. Bruno says hi. Oh, I miss him so much. Kat's voice rose. Then, seeming to catch herself, she lowered it. Hug him for me, please. Of course. Nelly hugged the dog and whispered, Kat misses you. Bruno gave a mournful look as if saying, if Kat missed him, she'd get back soon. Nelly refrained from passing along his message. Once Bruno trotted to the kitchen, Nelly sighed. I don't know. It all just doesn't feel right. Constanzo is super kind, and I feel so amazing with him. But it's all too soon. Give yourself a break, please. Kat's voice turned somber. You recently got out of a horrifying relationship that lasted most of your life. You need the time and opportunity to heal. Nelly traced the dents on the lacquered table's once smooth surface with a finger. How long do you think that's going to take? Well, considering that damage was done over so many years. Nelly cringed. That doesn't sound encouraging. Oops. What I mean is be good to yourself, but don't expect miraculous healing once you're in a better situation. You have to give yourself a chance to grieve. To grieve your broken dreams. To grieve the girl you used to be. To grieve the ability to trust unconditionally. To grieve the damages. How do you know all this? Nelly wished the words didn't slip from her tongue because she already knew the answer. Because, as happy as I am, sometimes I still wake up in tears. Because yesterday, when my tender, loving husband stroked my neck, I remembered being suffocated, unable to breathe. I screamed so loudly, I probably woke most of Rome. The hotel manager knocked on the door to check whether everything was okay. But I think he wanted to make sure someone wasn't murdering me. Kat chuckled. Oh. Shutting her eyes tight against a rush of tears, Nelly fisted her hands, her every muscle cramping as she related to the story. Finally, she choked out, I'm sorry for everything you went through. Ditto. When I realized I should stop diminishing myself like my father or ex-husband did, when I decided to love and be loved, I was only beginning my new journey. It's going to take a long time for me to heal, too, and I'll have setbacks. But all I can do is make the first step and pray for the best. Now, about your situation. What exactly is bothering you, besides it's all too soon and it's not real? Nelly rubbed her forehead as she walked to the boys' room and checked on them again. When they were quiet, it wasn't a good sign. If the hotel manager needed to check whether people were alive when someone screamed, Nelly needed to check whether her children were alive when they were silent. Nope, still reading. Huh. She flopped back into her dining room chair. Well, I've been a doormat for so long. I need to stand on my own 2 feet now. Constanzo's attention is nice, but I don't want to depend on a man again. The pause stretched as Kat seemed to ponder that statement, and Nelly didn't rush her friend. I'd guess Constanzo's attention is a good problem to have, but I know what you mean. I had to learn to rely only on myself, maybe a little too much. It was tough to adjust to being in a relationship afterward. Nelly sank against the back of the seat and pressed a hand to the knotting in her middle. Should I cancel the engagement and maybe, well, look for a new job? Why such drastic measures? Why don't you spend time with Constanzo, take things slow, and find out where it leads? Maybe Kat didn't understand her so well after all. Nelly sat up straighter. That's the thing. Where it can lead. I'm afraid to fall for him. I can't risk having my heart broken again. Look at me. I thought the same thing. And now, Kat giggled like a carefree little girl again. That giggle made Nelly smile. I'll let you go before you wake your loved ones. Thank you, for being you. My pleasure. Seriously, I'm enjoying being me now. And thank you for being my friend. Kat disconnected. Nelly slipped the phone into her pants pocket and walked to the kitchen. She should put that ring back on her finger. She stared at the counter, blinked fast, then stared again. The ring wasn't there. Bruno, who stretched on the rug, yawned. Nelly gasped. You didn't eat the ring, did you? Bruno yawned again and barked as if to say, you didn't want to wear that ring, anyway. I just solved your problem. As he drove Nelly and the boys to the zoo, Constanzo tried to keep a straight face and failed. You know I would have bought you a new ring, right? He glanced at her lovely profile. She grimaced, but then the corners of her lips lifted. I felt bad enough you had to buy me the first one. Well, besides not looking forward to, finding out whether Bruno swallowed the ring or not, I worried he might have indigestion. Glad he just swiped the ring from the counter and you found it on the floor. He kept his voice low over the motor's purr. The boys were busy with the video games in the back, but it was best not to risk them overhearing it. You and me both. She flipped her hair back. The gesture was alluring enough to make his heart beat faster, but she probably didn't realize it. The engagement might be fake, but Nelly was the real deal. Kind, hardworking, caring. Too bad all those qualities had been taken advantage of enough to make her jaded. My family would have a field day with this story. Though it's not the best thing to tell at Sunday dinner. He chuckled as he slowed around a curve. Please don't. She touched his hand as if to strengthen her request, then seemed to realize something and jerked it back. He'd prefer for her fingers to stay on his hand. However, just the fleeting touch increased his pulse, so maybe keeping some distance was a better idea. But they'd have to show affection in public as an engaged couple. That was going to be dangerous for his heart. He needed to think about something else. Hope the boys enjoy the zoo. He thought a moment. With thousands of animals, they should have enough to see, right? Right. And many acres of land. I'm wearing comfortable shoes, but I don't think I can cover that much. Would suggesting he carry her be too forward? He braved a glance her way before refocusing on the road. Never mind that it was pretty much the way they'd met. If it was a real engagement, it would be fun to tell their future children, she fell into my arms the moment she saw me. She looked up something on her phone. Oh, we can have a tour from the train station. That sounds like fun and would save me from falling off my feet. So no carrying her then. He twisted his grip on the steering wheel. He shouldn't be so disappointed. They also have electric convenience vehicles, or ECVs. Some even come with canopies. She sighed. I must sound like I'm 70 years old. No, you are not. Tadeo said from the back seat. Our grandma never mentions such vehicles. Oh, thanks. Nelly laughed. Later, as they strolled near the enclosures, doing their best not to lose any children on the way, Nelly quipped, You say God loved us all equally, He created all of us with love. He nodded. Yes. Do you doubt that? I mean, I know what happened to you in your marriage was so unfair. She grimaced. I didn't mean that. But look at your family. Jenna is stunning. Graceful like a swan, mysterious like a jaguar. She'll turn heads in a crowd. Then we have your sister, strong and magnificent like a wolf. She paused. I mean it as a compliment. He chuckled. I figured as much. I don't know what animal to compare Liberty to, but also someone incredible, independent, confident, and fun. And then God created me. Ordinary, nothing special, unnoticeable. Insignificant. A gray mouse. She recalled the contemptuous look on Jeb's face when he'd called her that, and her throat clogged. Constanzo stopped in his tracks, then continued when Liam bumped into him and complained loudly. Sorry, buddy. Constanzo moved closer to her. Is that the way you see yourself? Well, I have a mirror. She shrugged. Then maybe you need a new mirror. Or rather, a new filter through which you look at yourself. I am sure God sees you differently. You're His amazing work and therefore, amazing. They stopped near the giraffes, and Tadeo recited some interesting facts about them to the other children, serving as a makeshift guide. Apparently, giraffes needed to drink only once in several days. Nobody was surprised. Giraffes were the tallest mammals on Earth, with just their legs about 6 feet long. Giraffes also can hardly jump, Tadeo said. Liam chuckled. Yeah, they can just step over things. Everyone laughed. They also can't swim. Tadeo quickly added, as if to redeem giraffes, but they can run about 35 miles an hour for short distances. Constanzo smiled as if grateful Tadeo had read so much and absorbed it all so well. Ouch. Could she? Yes, she could sometimes relate better to Constanzo's son than to her own. She'd already suggested he try several classics she'd loved as a child. Though she'd been careful to choose ones without any wild animals in them. I see you differently, as well. Constanzo's words touched her heart. You're not only a beautiful, caring, courageous woman. You have inner strength. It takes that and courage to turn your life around and start again, to stand up to an abuser. She looked up at him, standing taller indeed. You really think so? Totally and absolutely. And you're invaluable at the ranch. Sometimes I'm not sure who is managing it, you or I. She waved off his praise. You're being too generous. And you're being too modest. He paused. You're like a lioness. Let's go see lions. Liam and Mason screamed. And jaguars. Sure. Constanzo smiled at the children, and then she realized something. If there was something wild about her, it was that she was already wild about Constanzo. But if she wanted to be strong and independent indeed like a lioness, that attraction had to stop. Chapter 13. On Sunday afternoon, Nelly was a nervous wreck. It was just a family dinner, she told herself again and again as she prepped meals for the next week and put them in the freezer. Yet her nerves jingled. This time, Constanzo's family would think she and Constanzo were engaged. Yes, Liberty seemed excited, but how would the rest of them react to the news? What about Aurora? Nelly had promised Constanzo's sister she wasn't interested in romance and she wouldn't have to worry about her acting like a gold digger. Nelly was nobody, a girl from the wrong side of the tracks, something Jeb's mother had never let her forget. Enough. Nelly lifted her chin. She realized she was repeating the words Jeb had told her so many times she'd adopted them as her own. She wiped the kitchen counter and went to the closet to choose an outfit. Would Constanzo's family consider a long black dress mournful or classy? Was the halter cut on her tea dress a bit too much? She settled on a midi tea dress with a hummingbird pattern and a V-neck cut. Light and breezy, the dress was perfect for this sunny afternoon, but she draped a sweater over her arm in case the spring breeze cooled the day later on. A bit of mascara and some cherry lip gloss completed her makeup. As much as she wanted to look her best, getting the boys ready might be way more difficult. Soon she found out she was right. They had to change their outfits because they'd sneaked in a snack and appeared to have fed their t-shirts cheesy crackers instead of their mouths. At least, they seemed excited to go to a dinner she expected could be boring for the children. Is Danica gonna be there? Liam peeped up at her hopefully. That was the reason. He ducked his head, and his ears reddened as his brother unleashed a torrent of merciless teasing. Any minute now, he'd be responding with his fists. I think so, Nelly said carefully, easing herself in between the boys. She tried to recall what she knew about the girl from Constanzo. The little tornado turned 6 recently and liked to dress in different colored socks and shoes, and she spoke her mind. She acted too grown up for her age, which Nelly both admired and feared. And didn't Danica have a boyfriend already? Nelly picked up the side dish, told Bruno and Gus to behave, and herded her boys toward the car, hoping against hope they'd make it to Mrs. Moore's place relatively clean. Liam's hair already spiked on one end despite him apparently gooping some of her gel into it, or maybe because of that. They drove off, and her thoughts returned to the girl who interested Liam way too early, in Nelly's opinion. If it was up to her, she wouldn't let him date until he was about 25. No, too early. Make it 40. Okay, Danica had broken up with her boyfriend because she was too young to settle down yet. She wanted to be like Auntie Aurora, a statement that in no way amused the family, despite the amusing thought of the 6-year-old dating at all. Nelly did a mental headshake as she pulled into Mrs. Moore's driveway. She could barely figure out the romantic entanglements of people her own age, which was many times over the age of her children. Constanzo met her at the front door with his son and a big smile. That megawatt smile, so different from his serious expression in the office, illuminated a simple truth. She might not be ready for a new relationship, but this attraction didn't ask whether she was ready. It just showed up and took residence in her heart. I'm so glad you're all here. He took the covered dish from her hands. Me, too, she whispered and meant it. Her nervousness dissipated, replaced by delicious excitement. She dropped her hands to her boy's shoulders, but they were already deep in conversation with Tadeo. I got a new video game, Liam bragged. She cringed, but then Tadeo replied, cool. Me, too. Let me show you. Then she didn't know what to do with her hands as the boys disappeared in the direction of the terrace where Aurora played the role of a temporary nanny. Nelly used to have guilt pangs for bribing her sons with video games, but now, she was grateful to the industry for creating the bond between 3 boys. She rubbed her hands on her skirt, tucked imaginary stray hairs behind her ears, smoothed the fabric over her tummy. Ugh, hold still. What should she do with her hands? She crossed her arms over her chest and tucked her hands under them to keep still before turning to Constanzo. A mistake as her mouth went dry. What was she supposed to say? Even if she knew, she probably couldn't speak. You look beautiful. His eyes crinkled at the corners. She could get lost in their chocolatey depths. So do you. I mean, handsome. I mean, heat tingled up her neck, and she whispered, leaning to him, I don't know what to do. I don't think we can pull this off. His cologne, the combination of cedar and musk, wreaked havoc on her senses. Strange, she breathed in the same scent in his office, but it hadn't affected her this much there. You don't know my family. He winked. You don't have to do anything. It turned out, he was right. In a moment, his mother and 2 of his siblings and his sister-in-law swept in, and Nelly received more hugs than she'd ever had in her entire life. Congratulations. The word rang out again and again. Since they all seemed so ecstatic, her insides twisted up. Deceiving them wasn't right, but she should have thought about that earlier. Dinner was a delight, and her dish was a success. Settling back in her chair, her hands now calmly resting on her lap, she savored the contentment slipping through her. The spring evening was still warm, and even the game of basketball the children decided to play in the remaining daylight didn't dim her joy. The hoops were far enough from the windows. She hoped. Aurora volunteered to referee again, and so far, Liam and Mason's team was winning, as evidenced by the big grins on their dear faces. Constanzo bent toward her as they all sipped cappuccino. I told you it was going to be great. My family is very hospitable. And they love you already. Drowning in his eyes, Nelly didn't want to come up to the surface. If a fake engagement made her heart race like this, she couldn't imagine what a real one would feel like. She'd loved her first husband, she really had. But the memories of the love she'd once felt were blurry, replaced by the constant fear of his mood changes. Your family is great. And I'm grateful to them for accepting my sons like that, a broken window and all. She smiled at him, then returned her gaze to the game. Oh. Liam preened once he scored the basket and high-fived his brother. Great job. Nelly and every adult yelled and clapped. But his eyes were on Danica to make sure she noticed, on the opposite team. Sadly, Constanzo's son was also on the other team. Frankly, Danica was a sight to be seen. She moved fast and jumped high, but who else could have pulled off wearing sneakers of different colors, one azure blue and the other canary yellow, and a berry-hued jumpsuit with slashes on the sides of the pants? Constanzo must have followed her gaze. Danica got the idea about the slashes from my fashionable cousin, Jenna. So Danica cut her jumpsuit like that. Pressing a hand to her chest, Nelly chuckled. That doesn't surprise me. Nelly's sons got disheveled no matter what she did, which had gotten her a lot of heat from Jeb. A few minutes after being combed, their hair ended up looking like a bird's nest. Ketchup usually meant mustard on their t-shirts for dinner. All soccer practices ended in grass and dirt stains, and some mysterious stains she couldn't identify on their uniforms. As she'd expected, now they were proudly wearing barbecue sauce on their once white t-shirts. She told Constanzo about this with a smile. It used to pain her, especially combined with Jeb's scolding for being a neglectful mother, but not any longer. She loved her sons the way they were and was used to the soiled laundry loads. I'm surprised some detergent commercial producers haven't contacted us yet. We'd give them perfect challenges for their miracle products. His lips quirked. You have a great way of looking at things. She didn't used to. But something about being on her own, with all its difficulties, woke up her sense of humor. Woke up her. Ironic that the disappearance of her so-called prince, instead of his appearance, had awakened her from this self-deprecating slumber. Constanzo's son scored the basket, getting the win for his team. Danica yelped and flung her arms around the boy. Nelly turned to place her cup on the table, preparing to comfort her boys. They didn't like to lose because her ex drilled it into them that losing was, well, for losers, and scolded them. Once she looked back, she jumped to her feet at the sight of the scuffle. The one Liam had initiated by swinging at Tadeo. Oh no! Her heart dropped into the grass. Liam was going to pummel the poor boy. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Constanzo rushed forward. Aurora whistled furiously, but for the first time, nobody listened to her. Helplessly, Nelly followed him. Tadeo hit her boy back, and her heart just crashed. Oh, that was going to bruise, maybe even become a black eye. Liam screamed bloody murder. Sure enough, his brother jumped in and hung on Tadeo, giving Liam a chance to take a swipe at Tadeo before Constanzo and Aurora pulled them apart. Huh. By the looks of it, Liam and Tadeo were going to wear matching black eyes. Nelly placed her hands on her son's shoulders. We're leaving. Now. Normally, one of them would wail, he started it, but it was clear who'd started it here. They shoved their hands in their pockets and stared at the grass. Mom. We'll talk at home. Her heart ached. She should have known dinner would end in disaster. She guided her boys to the car, apologizing to everyone she passed on the way. She wanted to apologize to Constanzo, but he was busy talking to his son. Just as he should be. Aurora caught up with her. It's okay. Really. You have no idea how many fights we had when we were growing up. Having only one brother, Nelly had no clue. If they fight over a girl now, I hate to think what's going to happen when they are teens. She didn't understand why Liam got so upset. Danica was Tadeo's cousin. Obviously, Danica wouldn't be looking at Tadeo as her next boyfriend. The food in her tummy turned sour. Nelly pressed a hand to it. How could she make an engagement work if their children couldn't get along? Chapter 14. The next evening, the boys did their homework and now were cleaning their room, both without being asked to do it a million times. The last time this had happened was, well, never. Nelly sulked as she scrubbed a pan in the kitchen. She'd burned dinner a bit, that didn't happen often either. Scrubbing was necessary, though maybe with lesser force or she'd make a hole in the pan. Curiously enough, her sons had eaten charred pork chops with blackened potatoes without complaint when usually they'd poke at dinner, leave most on the plate, and request a mountain of snacks afterward. They'd eaten their vegetables, too, which was a miracle. Even Bruno had eaten all his kibble and was putting his chew toys in one place in the living room. Not a peep from the rat, either. Nelly sighed as she had a strange urge to bang the pan against the wall, or maybe her head. Against the wall, that was. Helping Liam with math had strained whatever sanity she'd had left. No doubt she'd been making that sour face again. Her muscles ached, and she still had to plan Liam's birthday. Last year, Jeb had taken the boys to Disney World, and this year, he was going to do the same. But this morning, he'd called, saying he had to cancel the trip. Just like that. Heat bubbled inside her, and she took it out on the poor pan. Jeb was probably still furious at her, but he punished his sons. What to do? She couldn't afford an extravagant trip, and neither could she afford a venue in Springfield with pizza and games, even if there were any available at such late notice. As much as she'd wanted to strangle Liam yesterday, okay, that didn't sound right. The thought of seeing disappointment on his darling face broke her heart. Her parents hadn't remembered her birthdays a lot of times, and even decades later, her gut tightened at the memory. She'd accepted it for herself, but she wouldn't accept it for her sons. She put the long-suffering pan aside and wiped an invisible speck on the counter. Liam had a lot of friends, which was a blessing. It also made organizing a birthday party in her backyard out of the question. Then she sank onto the oak kitchen chair and put her head on her arms. She had 3 days to pull this off. What was she going to do? She cringed. The upcoming birthday wasn't the only thing worrying her and causing her sulky mood. She'd spent days thinking the fake engagement might have been a mistake. After all, she needed to stand on her own 2 feet. Well, after Liam hit Constanzo's son, the engagement might be off anyway, and rather than relief, a sharp disappointment charged through her. Longing, too. She'd told Constanzo it was wrong for him to bring her lunch to work. So he'd left her alone today, and she'd consumed her soggy sandwich without much appetite. She'd gotten what she'd asked for, so why did unwanted tears prickle her eyes? She lifted her heavy head, where a migraine seemed to be on the way, and stared at the wall. With him cordial but distant today, she missed his smile, the way he'd looked at her, and the growing attention she'd considered overwhelming last week. Her longing intensified. Go figure. And it wasn't like she could ask him for help with Liam's birthday after yesterday's fight. Kat would help, but she was still in Italy. Just like most of her life, Nelly was on her own. The doorbell chime made her wince, and her exhausted limbs protested when she got up and dragged herself to the front door. Bruno rushed to the door without barking, but wagging his tail, so this must be someone familiar. Her heart fluttered when she saw Constanzo in the peephole. She glanced at her apron, covered in water sprays and grease stains, and removed it fast, then fluffed her hair and bit into her lower lip to bring it more color. Arg. When did she become so vain? She flung the door open and almost grimaced. He wasn't alone. Danica marched inside before Nelly had a chance to invite them. Come on in. Nelly opened the door wider and fiddled with smoothing the wrinkles the apron created on her blouse. He entered the guest house and spread his arms, then gestured to Danica. I'm just a delivery man. So he wasn't here to see her? Of course not. She shouldn't be blaming Liam for making a mess of their relationship. She would have done a great job of it on her own. Danica lifted her cute chin and said with authority, I'm here to see Liam. Oh boy. She didn't arrive to finish what the boys started, did she? While she behaved better these days, she'd been known to get into many fights. Besides, Nelly had taught her sons to never hit a female. Of course, their father had given them an opposite example, and children more often followed people's actions than their words. Worry clenching her stomach, she glanced at Constanzo. This is going to be entertaining? Kindness still lurked in his serious eyes, and it uncoiled her gut. Not the word I was going to use. Nelly lifted her chin, too. Hopefully, he didn't think she'd asked for his help in handling this situation. She could do it herself. She swallowed hard and called for Liam, who, sure enough, showed up with his brother. Bruno, probably getting protective, trotted to Liam and sat down nearby. If Gus wasn't in a cage, he'd most likely line up, too. It would be curious to watch if Nelly didn't worry about the outcome. Being outnumbered didn't faze Danica in the least. She placed her hands on her hips. In magenta overalls and red sneakers, she looked like a little fireball. Her pigtails jumped as she glanced from one boy to the other. I want to say this. We don't hit each other in our family. We live with each other. Nelly was speechless, and the boys seemed to be the same. Notice how she managed to scold and compliment at the same time, Constanzo muttered under his breath. Compliment? Nelly's eyebrows rose. Then she realized that, by saying this, Danica had invited the boys to be part of the family. Then Nelly blurted out, but didn't you used to fight all the time? Oops. Okay, not her best moment. Her palm flew to her mouth. Unflappable, Danica kept her hands on her hips and her chin high. Used to. Just with kids in kindergarten. I'm not gonna hit my family. She thought a moment. Unless they really, really, really deserve it. The corners of Constanzo's lips kicked up. Nelly shook her head. If Liam and Danica started dating when they grew up, this would be an explosive mixture. Liam studied her. Is Tadeo your boyfriend? Of all things, he had to ask this. Danica rolled her eyes. He's my cousin. Hello, oh. Not a boyfriend. Heat crept up Nelly's neck. She should have explained those things to Liam if he somehow couldn't put two and two together. When Liam's face brightened, Danica hurried to add, and I'm too young to settle down. I want to have, she thought a moment, tie-ins. Nelly suppressed a chuckle. Liam tilted his head. Want to come to my birthday party? Are you gonna invite my siblings and cousins? Danica grinned. Including Tadeo? Sure. Liam nodded. More children at the birthday party? Nelly would need a venue, and where was she going to find one cheap at the last minute? With her knees going weak, she needed to lean against the wall. Constanzo's arm steadied her. It's going to be all right, he whispered in her ear. The same words he'd used when they'd been searching for Liam. Just like then, they made it easier to breathe. Okay then. Danica smiled as a person whose mission was accomplished. It's gonna be fun. Nelly understood how ostriches felt. She wanted to hide her head in the sand and take a break from it all. I'll help, Constanzo said. Instead of the sand, Nelly hid her face in his chest and breathed in the intoxicating scent of his cologne, musk and cedar. Then she forced herself to pull back. She wasn't an ostrich, after all. 3 days later, Constanzo helped Tadeo tie a balloon. Prompted by energetic Danica, Tadeo and Liam had made up and shaken hands 2 days ago, though Tadeo didn't seem to be too enthusiastic about it. So it had surprised Constanzo when his son had agreed to help decorate Mama's spacious living room for Liam's birthday. The family matriarch had volunteered her place for the event. She already treated Liam and Mason as if they were her own grandsons, and Constanzo flinched over deceiving her. As always with his family, a lot of people showed up to help out, including children. His artistic niece, Bianca, was creating a happy birthday banner. Danica helped Bianca by coloring the letters, and her tongue stuck out a little with the effort. The theme was going to be soccer, so the adults and children had made papier-mâché soccer balls and ordered real ones. Plus, Constanzo had ordered life-sized photos of soccer players to be printed out. Sweet soccer balls made out of cream would decorate the birthday cake. He also had a surprise for Liam that he hoped would work out. He'd texted his only cousin who had connections in the sports world, albeit in car racing, but had met a few soccer players during his international travels. Thankfully, one of those soccer players knew Liam's favorite player. While the guy wouldn't be able to fly from Italy to Springfield to show up at the party, a video conference call could be arranged. An incoming message beeped Constanzo's phone, and he fished it out from the back pocket of his jeans. He smiled at the thumbs up from his cousin. Awesome. The doorbell rang, and he went to open it since his mother was at her hairdresser. Just the sight of Nelly made his heart beat faster. In canary yellow slacks that flared to the bottom and covered most of her high-heeled sandals and a matching light turtleneck with full sleeves, she looked like the sunshine she was becoming in his life. If only she didn't keep him at arm's length. His pulse spiked as he waved her in. "Sorry, I'm late coming to help. A few people needed me to explain their vacation days. Then I drove to Springfield to pick up the boys and take them to soccer practice," and she stopped in her tracks, her eyes widening. One hand pressed to her chest. "You all did this?" I don't know what to say." "Think you gonna be good?" Danica suggested helpfully. He couldn't help chuckling. "Believe me, I didn't have to twist anyone's arm." He stood a bit taller under her grateful gaze. "Nope. We all voluntold," Danica said. "You mean volunteered," he corrected. "Yes. That one." Danica nodded, and pigtails jumped on her head. Nelly hugged him, making his heart jump, but her embrace ended too quickly. "How am I ever going to repay you?" "You just did," he whispered. Danica pulled up her lopsided pigtail. "In this family, paying with hugs gonna be fine." Smiling, Nelly braced her hands on her hips as she looked around again. "What's left? Order food and games?" "Well, between me, my brothers, and cousins, we have enough children's games to open a game store. We pooled our resources. We're going to build a maze outside and get paintball guns, if that's okay?" If it's not too much trouble?" "Not at all. As for food, how about we order a bunch of pizza with different toppings? And I can cook one with toppings everyone chooses." He'd already taken a poll among the children present, and not a single one had opposed the pizza suggestion. "As a half-Italian, I might be partial, but who doesn't love pizza?" Her smile was thankful, but its edges wobbled for some reason. "Really, it's difficult not to love pizza." Her gaze lingered on his face, igniting something he didn't dare to name. Sometimes close to impossible. Chapter 15. The only sad part of Liam's birthday was that Jeb didn't call to wish his son a happy birthday. She doubted Liam hadn't noticed, but he didn't ask. As if he understood more than he should. Something painful squeezed her heart. In some ways, her sons had to grow up way earlier than she wanted them to. Then she brightened as Constanzo joined her at the adults' table. He smiled, touching the spot inside her she'd thought Jeb killed off a long time ago. "More pizza?" She chuckled. "I can't eat any more." Her gaze roamed the spacious room that smelled like freshly baked bread, zesty tomatoes, and tangy garlic. The children, including Liam and Mason, were deep in the virtual games, and based on their victorious roars, her boys were winning. They all had also consumed more pizza than she thought would fit in small stomachs. Sure enough, her birthday boy now sported marinara sauce on his no longer pristine white shirt, and Mason had the same sauce in his hair. But no one seemed to judge her for that, unlike Jeb's friends. "Thank you for doing all this. It's incredible." "You're incredible." "Oh." She stifled a gasp. Had she said too much? Something unreadable flashed in his eyes. "I was happy to help. And you're incredible, too." The air between them sizzled, and he leaned toward her. Even with all the food scents, his cologne of cedar and musk wreaked havoc on her senses. No, wrong. Constanzo wreaked havoc on her senses. Her heart made a somersault as he moved closer still, slowly, so slowly. He wouldn't kiss her with the children present. Still, his close proximity made her dizzy. "I'm gonna show you something," Danica announced over the noise. He shifted back, and disappointment shivered through Nelly. She shouldn't be disappointed. Kissing him would be a bad idea, even without lots of curious little eyes witnessing. Her battered heart should be closed off to a new romance. Yet she couldn't deny being drawn to him. The noise diminished but didn't stop. Danica, who was holding a cat, placed him on the ground and reached for a golf club. Curiosity stirred Nelly as she craned to watch. Liam seemed to catch the new development. He clapped his hands. "Quiet. Everybody." Danica sent him a grin, making him grin back. Then she picked up a soft little ball, took a swing, and sent it in the cat's direction. The feline jumped and caught the ball. "Wow." Nelly's jaw dropped. "That's impossible." Constanzo's gaze was thoughtful. "I don't think the word impossible is in Danica's vocabulary." Danica took another swing with a golf club, and the cat caught the ball again. And again. Everyone clapped, Liam loudest of all, and Danica bowed. Then she lifted the large feline and carried him to the kitchen, most likely for a yummy reward. Children don't know things are impossible until we tell them so, right? Before Constanzo could reply to Nelly, his phone rang. He fished it out of the pocket of his black slacks and beamed. "I have a present for Liam." She groaned. The party was the present. Besides, you gave him a jersey with his favorite player's number. Maybe her reaction was over the top, but Jeb always tried to outdo her when it came to presents. His eyes dimmed. "It's just a phone call." "A phone call as a present?" Her curiosity piqued again, she eyed him, then grimaced at a sharp sting near her heart. Constanzo had done so much for her son, and here she was, complaining instead of being grateful. "Please go ahead." She gestured to him. "And thank you." He answered the call and started speaking something in Italian fast. The only words she managed to catch were grazie or thank you and bambino, which she thought meant child. Then Constanzo walked to Liam. "I have someone to wish you happy birthday." Liam turned away from the screen. "Yeah? Who?" "You'll see." Constanzo pressed something on his laptop, lighting up a large screen. A clean-shaven man with olive skin and brown eyes appeared on screen with a soccer field in the background. He wore the uniform of an Italian team. This was. She gasped as she recognized the man from the poster in her son's room. Liam squealed when he saw his favorite player. "Is this for real?" "See." The Italian smiled. "Buon compleanno." Liam jumped up and down and screamed that he wanted to be just like him when he grew up and that he was his hero. Constanzo translated, and her son's obvious excitement warmed Nelly's heart. Liam might get bored with all the fancy toys he'd received from his father for his previous birthdays and forget about them. But he'd never forget this birthday. She was sure of that. This was a thoughtful and meaningful gift. She didn't think Liam could scream any louder, but then her eardrums exploded when the soccer player promised to teach him a few moves on the field. After the video call, the children high-fived Liam, and the excitement took a while to calm down. Then the party headed outside, where Constanzo and his brothers had built a maze. Everyone who wanted to participate received white coveralls, which true to their name covered the body from head to toe, leaving only part of the face open. Then everyone got goggles, gloves, and paintball guns. Constanzo and Nelly settled on chairs a safe distance from the maze, near a cooler with water bottles and juice packs. "Explain to me again why I agreed to this." Crossing her legs and jiggling her raised foot, her sandal rocking, she turned to Constanzo. "Because you love your boys and want them to have fun. By the way, maybe we should suit up, too. Some children don't have great aim." She shook her head, avoiding admitting even to herself that she wanted to stay pretty for him. "I'll risk it." For some time, they listened to excited squeals and screams. Then, he leaned to her again, making her heart skip a beat. "I wanted to ask you something." "Yes?" Her breathing went shallow, and her hands clenched the armrests as his gaze captivated her. Was he going to ask permission to kiss her? Was she going to say yes? Well, she should say no, of course. Despite the light breeze, her skin heated. "Remember, I told you I saw someone who faintly reminded me of my father at a small lake in Illinois?" Her heart dipped. So no kiss. She slumped a bit and fought to keep from frowning as anticipation fizzled to disappointment. Oh, he was waiting for an answer. Yes. You hired Jenna to investigate it. She needs to drive there, hang out at the area, talk to locals, show the photos. But she's having a difficult pregnancy. Lots of morning sickness that doesn't necessarily stick to the morning. I don't want her to travel. Pausing, he searched her eyes. How do you feel about a fishing weekend in Illinois? You, me, and our sons? She blinked. Well, she didn't expect an offer of a fishing weekend. Wait a moment. Did he say our sons as if they shared children already? We'll have separate rooms, of course, he hurried to add. She shifted in her chair, unable to keep from frowning now. She had nothing against the state, but, well, her former in-laws lived there, and even the thought of them had her writhing. That was silly. The chances of her running into them were slim to none. Liam, covered in blue and red paint, rushed to them. Mom, water. He scrunched his face, then grinned. Per favor. Looked like her boy had been learning some Italian, probably to be able to speak to his hero. Another thing Constanzo and Taddeo could help Liam with. She handed him a bottle, and he chugged it down, picked juice packs for Danica and Mason, and rushed back. Then a few other children stopped by for water or juice. Once Constanzo and Nelly were alone again, she gestured toward the maze. Do you really imagine my boys sitting still and looking at the rods and water for hours? She could barely keep them still for minutes. Well, unless they knew they were in trouble and tried to avoid punishment. His smile was enigmatic. A wildlife ranch not far from the town has wolves. Jolting up straighter in her chair, dropping both feet to the ground, she couldn't help returning his smile. Wolves, she almost high-fived him like Liam would Mason. Now we're talking. Is that a yes? His brown eyes searched hers again, his gaze unnerving her. I'll talk to the boys. But I'm sure you'll have them at the wolves. And at the idea of spending the weekend together, as chaste as it was going to be, the blood rushed faster in her veins. Maybe she shouldn't have said yes. But she didn't want to take it back now. Wait a minute. She tipped her head to one side. I haven't heard howling lately. Do you think the wolf left the place? His jaw set tight, then loosened. About that. I did some research, and Jenna helped. Remember how the wolf let us close, which normally shouldn't have happened? She didn't think about that. Yeah? Well, I had this crazy idea it might have been a wolf hybrid who ran away from its owner. She searched her memory and came up blank. Wolf hybrid? A mixture of a wolf and a dog. Dogs and wolves can interbreed and provide viable offspring. In some states, including several neighboring states to ours, one can legally have wolf hybrids as pets. With a permit, I believe. She shook her head. Wow. Please don't tell Liam and Mason, or we'll be moving to one of those states, applying for a permit, and shopping for a wolf hybrid. Oh no. I wouldn't want to lose you and the boys. He might have meant it as a joke, but his mesmerizing eyes were serious. Something shifted inside her, opening up to him. She struggled for rational thinking. He might have a personal reason for the trip, but he'd gone the extra mile to find something to interest her sons. So I take it you found the owner of the wolf hybrid and they picked him up. His gaze lingered on her skin. Yes. The owner must have been so relieved. Thinking of the wolf and the night her son had gotten lost, she shivered. She didn't want to lose Constanzo and Taddeo either. But sooner or later, Constanzo would fall in love with some woman, and Nelly would have to let him go. No matter how much it hurt. When are fish gonna show up? We've been here forever. Mason sighed as he hunched on the lakeshore, digging a muddy puddle with a stick. I agree. Liam got up, ran to the few fishing rods they had further away, checked them, and shook his head. Nelly glanced at her watch and sent Constanzo an apologetic look. They'd only started fishing 45 minutes ago, but it obviously felt like much more to her boys. If you didn't ask every 5 minutes and scare fish away, maybe we'd catch some, Tadeo hissed. Mason snorted. Like fish have ears. They can't hear me. Please be quiet. Nelly gave him a stern look. But her words would have an effect for 5 minutes, tops, before he started protesting again. Her sons were ruining the experience for Tadeo, who didn't seem to mind staying in one place. She shifted to Constanzo and kept her voice low, for the sake of the fish. I'm going to take my boys somewhere else. How about meeting at that wolf ranch in 2.5 hours? Thankfully, after flying to the nearest airport, which was surprisingly close, they'd rented separate rental cars. She'd had a feeling this might happen. Something tugged on her heart as if she were reluctant to leave Constanzo. But Liam and Mason were her priority, and they were about to howl from boredom. She winced. Okay, maybe howl wasn't the best word choice. He nodded, and his eyes dimmed as if he were just as reluctant to let her go. I'll be glad to take you all out for a late lunch afterward. Sounds great. Okay, guys, let's go. She got up. Yay! Liam and Mason screamed, then glanced at Tadeo and whispered, oops. Yay. Thanks, Mom. It took them way less time to collect the rods and bait and get them to her rental car than to bring them from the car to the lakeshore. Once they drove to town, her chest tightened as she felt a moral obligation. Seeing we're in the area, we should go visit your grandmother. Liam groaned. When you said we were gonna see wolves in Illinois, I didn't realize you meant our grandma. She cringed as she slowed down around a curve. Apparently, she wasn't the only one to remember horrendous dinners at her in-laws. Thankfully, Mason wasn't born then yet, so he'd avoided the suffering. It's not going to be that bad, she said with a confidence she didn't feel. She's your grandmother, after all. Oh, I take it back. Liam's voice strengthened. Before she managed a sigh of relief, he continued, a wolf is way more wonderful and way less dangerous than our grandmother is. Nelly's fingers tightened around the steering wheel. It's going to be a short brunch. I'd rather enter a cage with a tiger, Liam said. Mason giggled. You and me both, buddy. Nelly didn't say it out loud. No matter the past, she couldn't deprive the older woman of seeing her grandsons when they were so close. Maybe she won't be at home, she said. She could hope, couldn't she? But Mrs. Sallow was home. At least, Nelly's former father-in-law had gone for some trip. The ostentatious mansion and landscaping were similar to Mrs. Sallow's previous home, with statues and fountains in the front yard and hardwood floors, crown molding, and chandeliers inside. But Mrs. Sallow looked much smaller and more pitiful than the last time Nelly had seen her, though the older woman still wore a white suit good enough for a social event and kept her spine ramrod straight. Above a smooth face seemingly ironed of both wrinkles and expression, her fresh and stylish haircut exhibited not a visible gray hair. But something changed in her pale blue eyes. Less arrogance, more regret. Mrs. Sallow didn't smile, didn't hug Nelly or the children, just acknowledged Nelly with a nod when the three of them entered the foyer. Nelly didn't doubt the woman didn't miss her, but didn't she at least miss her grandsons? That pale blue gaze zoomed in on Liam's bruise and the scab on the chin where he'd struck it after falling into the grass. Her lips puckered. Then her gaze moved to Mason, whose dark hair stood up on one end, despite Nelly's combing her son's hair 3 times before coming in. Mrs. Sallow shook her head. Nelly pulled her shoulders back and smiled at her boys. Thank you for the birthday present, Liam said, but he didn't move closer to his grandmother. You're welcome. Her former, yes, mother-in-law eyed Liam and Mason. You grew up so much. Was that sadness? Could it be? Let's have some tea. She gestured to the dining room. Surprisingly, someone had already set the table. The boys sighed as if realizing this wouldn't be a quick visit and dragged their feet to the table. There was another difference, too. Most of the curtains were drawn, so while it wasn't dark with all the chandeliers, it was dim. Were Mrs. Sallow's eyes sensitive to sunlight now? Thankfully, the tea served in little porcelain cups wasn't that hot and there wasn't a lot of it. The boys gulped it down fast enough, hopefully without burning their tongues, and looked at Nelly with inquiry in their eyes. They didn't touch the shortcake, probably because they didn't want to get any crumbs on their t-shirts under their grandmother's disapproving gaze. They were squirming in their seats. "You can play in the backyard," Mrs. Sallow said to her grandsons. Nelly straightened. "I need to be able to see them." Surprise flickered in Mrs. Sallow's eyes as if she didn't expect any objection, but then she nodded. "We'll be able to see them from the window." When Nelly quirked an eyebrow at the curtain, Mrs. Sallow got up and opened it, her face as stony as the statues outside. With drawn faces, the boys trudged toward the yard. They had collapsible sticks in their pockets, so they pulled them to a good length and started fighting, using them as swords. Nelly caught the woman's worried look toward the statues and realized the reason for the suggestion. Statues and fountains were sturdier than the expensive vases inside. She sipped her warm sweet tea. She might as well ask. Maybe she didn't come here just to let her former mother-in-law see her grandsons. The grandmother's and grandson's feelings toward each other appeared way colder than the drink Nelly had been having, and not nearly as sweet. No, her motivation was more selfish. She wanted closure, to reclaim something of herself she'd lost when she cowered under the woman's disapproving gaze. Nelly lifted her chin as she took another sip. Just because Nelly had grown up poor and in a dysfunctional family didn't make her any less worthy than the woman in front of her. What mattered was the amount of love in one's heart, and Nelly had it overflowing. "You knew your son hit me, didn't you?" At the quiet but clear words, Mrs. Sallow's eyebrows didn't move, and her eyes didn't widen. It could be the result of Botox, or it could be the question didn't surprise her. She shrugged. "My loyalty was to my son. Just as I'm sure your loyalty is to your sons now." Something exploded inside Nelly as she clattered the teacup back to its delicate saucer, so she was shocked by how calm her voice sounded. "I teach them not to mistreat weaker ones, but to defend them. Yes, they are far from perfect, but I don't close my eyes when they do something wrong." Though, okay, the punishment she'd doled out on Liam and Mason for hitting Tadeo might have been the wrong one. Apparently, they'd liked cleaning stables. Go figure. Mrs. Sallow's eyes narrowed. "That's your right." Nelly studied the older woman as more confidence strengthened her spine. How liberating not to seek Mrs. Sallow's approval any longer, not to need to please her. When Nelly was little, the trees in her backyard looked so huge and scary, especially at night. When she grew up, the same trees looked much smaller and not scary. Mrs. Sallow didn't look scary any longer, either. Nelly would much rather have healthy, strong, curious-minded sons than little stuffed suits who knew which fork to use with a salad. Once upon a time, Nelly had thought all mothers-in-law were like hers, and Nelly was the one to blame for being unable to gain her approval. But after seeing the way Mrs. Moore treated her daughter-in-law, Nelly had realized the stereotype was wrong, and she was wrong, too. Mrs. Sallow's gaze darted toward the front door, giving Nelly the impression the woman wanted her to leave. Well, that made two of them. 4, actually, if they counted the boys standing near the fence as if contemplating scaling it. Nelly rose. "Thank you for tea. And for mailing Liam's present." At least, unlike her son, Mrs. Sallow remembered Liam's birthday. Mrs. Sallow exhaled in obvious relief as she rose too. "You're welcome." Nelly collected her boys, and they hightailed it out of the place fast. As she drove off, she looked at the building behind the tall stone fence in the rearview mirror, and unease stirred her again. She was grateful to leave, sure. But that place seemed to house a secret, and she wondered what it was. Well, that was no longer her worry. She pulled her gaze from the rearview mirror, put her boy's favorite station on the radio, and smiled as they belted out tunes all the way to the Wolf Ranch. Chapter 16. The ranch where Nelly and her boys joined Constanzo and his son to see the wolves was nothing like his ranch. "It's an educational establishment about North American wildlife," he said as they met near the entrance. Then he corrected himself, "Well, obviously except the Siberian tiger." A shiver ran down Nelly's spine. As if wolves weren't enough, there was a tiger, too. Tadeo peeked up from his tablet. "They have a bear, a mountain lion, and a coyote, as well." Well, this was getting better and better. Constanzo touched her hand. "They are all in enclosures. Besides, most were raised in captivity. They are not domestic animals, but it's safe." Well, from the rat and the hybrid wolf, she'd learned animals could escape. On the other hand, hadn't they all had a great time at the zoo? With the lions, jaguars, leopards, and others? She took a deep breath of fresh air. Once they got on the private tour, Liam and Mason took off immediately, and Nelly had to haul them back before they tried climbing the enclosures to pet the wolves. Constanzo solved the issue by placing Mason on his shoulders, locking him into place, and giving Liam a quick talk. On the other hand, Tadeo stood peacefully, reading up on something on his tablet. She hid a smile. Her kind of person. Her mother hadn't encouraged Nelly's love of reading, and Nelly resolved to give Tadeo as much encouragement as she could. She needed to call her mother to tell her about the engagement, but her stomach clenched at the thought. Ever since she'd found out Jeb had sent her mother monthly checks in addition to what Nelly had given her, their relationship had cooled off. No wonder her mother had encouraged Nelly to stay in an abusive relationship. Now, when Nelly got divorced, her mother was still bitter about it. Jeb had sent booze to Nelly's brother, too. When she'd confronted him, he'd called it taking care of her family, told her she should have been grateful. Grateful? She'd been betrayed by the little family she had left. Thankfully, they started with the wolves, or she wouldn't hear the end of it from Liam. A young, gorgeous, slim blonde, the manager of the family-run ranch, took them to the enclosures with narrow passes for people and told a little history of the place. Her father, the ranch's founder and owner, had started working with wolf hybrids. Like Nelly, he'd once fallen in love with Jack London's books, and Nelly's bookish heart could relate. Mason squealed and clapped as he saw the first pair, gray timber wolves, from which all wolves originated. As wolves were pack animals, the staff kept wolves in pairs. They had to have a dominant and a submissive one in the pack. The manager explained that wolves had gotten a bad reputation. In reality, wolf attacks on humans were extremely rare. "What about livestock?" Constanzo asked. Of course, as a rancher, he worried about that. Wolves were eradicated in many places in America. If the remaining packs lost too many members due to them being shot, the pack couldn't go after large prey like moose or bison. And then attacks on livestock happened. Nelly raised her eyebrows. So the solution could be to have more wolves, not fewer of them. The wolves greeted the young woman with exuberant joy, and she petted them. Nelly quickly told the boys not to pet the wolves. The manager had grown up with all these animals, had been spending every day with them now, and that was different from them meeting a stranger. They all moved to British Columbian wolves, black wolves with a white star on their chest. The manager explained that, with age, British Columbian wolves got frosty toes and overall more and more white hair. "Just like you, Mr. Constanzo," Mason announced from Constanzo's shoulders. "You have lots of black hair, but a couple of white hairs, too." Her son must have a clear picture from his focal point. Based on Constanzo's frown, he didn't seem pleased, and Nelly suppressed a smile. At least, her darling boy didn't announce Nelly's hair color came from a bottle and otherwise she had plenty of white hair. "You look young and manly, to me," she whispered to Constanzo, which earned her a grateful smile. Her chest expanded. It was a beautiful spring day with bright sun and a bit of a breeze, too, and as much as she loved her boys and tried to establish her independence, the world seemed so much better with Constanzo in it. It was like they were a real family. They moved to an interesting pair of females. The other couples were a male and a female that seemed to be polar opposites. One was quiet and kept away while the other was friendly, sociable, and greeted them with overwhelming enthusiasm. Liam elbowed Tadeo. "Kind of like us, huh? The quiet is the dominant one." "The alpha," the manager said. "Huh," Liam said, his lips slipping downward. Tadeo didn't say anything, only smiled. He was a quiet one, after all. The manager said all wolves here were taught to be on the leash. Nelly wondered how this slim woman could hold on to a 140-pound male timber wolf if he decided to take a run. Nelly was sure she herself would be following that wolf on her stomach as he dragged her on the leash. Then Nelly stared at her hand in Constanzo's. When had this happened? Pleasant tingles rushed over her skin. She should remove her hand. But, since having this connection to him felt so good, she let it be. Engaged people were supposed to hold hands, after all. They spent some time near the wolves, delighting the boys. Then, instead of moving to the large cats, like Nelly was afraid was going to happen, the manager took them to a picnic table and brought a furry animal with a long white stripe and a long fluffy tail. A skunk. Liam shifted away. "He's not gonna spray us, is he?" The manager smiled. "He's descented. But even in the wild, skunks would do everything else before they spray you. At first, they warn you and try to scare you away. It takes about a week for the gland to replenish, and they are defenseless during that time." Tadeo looked up from the tablet. "But if they do spray, it can travel 10 feet, and the smell can travel over a mile." "Right," the manager nodded. "Reminds me of my grandma." Liam hunkered before the skunk, squinting at him. "She doesn't spray, but when she talks, she spits far. She likes to talk bad about people." Nelly suppressed a groan. She'd taught her boys manners, hadn't she? One wouldn't notice it now. "She's nothing like the skunk," Mason chimed in, giving her hope. Until he added, "The skunk is cute." The skunk paraded around the table, stopping at each person and letting them pet him. In some states, it's allowed to have a skunk as a pet, if they're descented. One can buy them at a pet store. Nelly tensed as she knew what was going to come next. "Mom, can we have a pet skunk?" Liam and Mason said in unison. At least, they didn't ask for a hybrid wolf. Yet. "We'll see," she said carefully. "That means no," Liam whispered to Tadeo in a stage whisper. Ironically, she felt so much tenderness when she stroked the cute animal's smooth fur and delicate head that she considered checking if they were allowed as pets in the show-me state. And if so, maybe getting one. Thankfully, Jeb didn't bother her any longer, but if he did, she could show him the skunk. He didn't have to know pet ones were descented. Huh. When she thought of him now, a profound sadness invaded her instead of acute pain. When they got up to visit the bear, she was the one who laced her fingers through Constanzo's. His eyes widened when he glanced at her. Then he squeezed her fingers, and her heartbeat picked up speed. With him by her side, she was even fine to go visit a bear. At the steakhouse, the boys finished their lunch fast and skedaddled to play the arcade games set up in the entryway. Lingering in the pleasant atmosphere scented with grilled beef, potatoes, and freshly baked biscuits, Nelly stayed with Constanzo at the table after their lunch. As a soft rock station whispered through the speakers, she told him a short version of her visit to her mother-in-law. Despite the sad experience, she felt lighter somehow. Freer. "So, if she wanted to be present in her grandsons' lives, you'd make it happen?" He reached out to brush aside the bangs falling on her face. A delicious wave rushed through her at his touch, and she did her best to ignore it. And failed. Totally. But I'm relieved she doesn't. Now, if Mrs. Sallow was more like Tadeo's maternal grandparents, Nelly would be grateful to have her in the boys' lives. Constanzo's relationship with his former in-laws was to be admired. He'd really worked to keep that connection for his son. She sipped her iced tea, the cool liquid equally failing to chase away the warmth from his nearness. A sigh slipped loose. I'm sure one day she'll realize she missed out on what was most valuable in life. But it might be too late then. You have a backbone. And you still have compassion, even toward people who hurt you. Do you know how rare that is? He covered her hand with his. Backbone? She needed to remove her hand, but she didn't. When they got back to the show-me state, she'd have to be strong again, show her backbone, but right now, she could allow herself to enjoy their bond. Her heartbeat picked up speed, so she moved to neutral ground. Any results for the search for your father? She didn't need to ask about the fishing results. Apparently, the fish weren't biting, and they returned empty-handed, which didn't seem to upset either Constanzo or Tadeo. Jenna created a computer-altered photo of my father according to my description of the man on social media. It's not an exact image, but it's better than nothing. I showed it to people in local inns and restaurants. Based on his sulky look, with zero results. She squeezed his fingers to show support, though support didn't explain a pleasant rush in her blood. It's okay. We can continue the search tomorrow if you like. The corners of his mouth tipped up a little. Thank you. Do you think I'm searching for a ghost? She'd better choose her words carefully. She'd searched for a ghost herself for a while, obsessing after each beating what she could have done differently, how she could avoid provoking Jeb next time. It took her a while to accept that she wasn't an issue. It wasn't that she hadn't realized it before. But if she'd taken off that blindfold, it would mean she would have had to leave Jeb, and it was a gut-wrenching decision. She removed her hand from Constanzo's and looked at her boys, grinning as they played at the machines, first her reason for staying and then her reason for leaving Jeb and starting a new life. While abuse had changed her forever, she didn't need to search for the ghost of her past self. She could see the future in her son's eyes. Her gaze moved to Constanzo, who stared at her intently. Could she see the future in his eyes, too? She took another sip of her refreshing tea while he drained his. Then she munched on the rest of her biscuit. Visiting my former mother-in-law helped me be able to move on. It's important to you to have closure. And whatever is important to you is important to me. Wow. Had she just said that? Her toes curled under the table, and she scarcely resisted the urge to curl her arms around her middle as vulnerability over revealing how much he meant to her shivered through her. So to cover it, she made a lame joke. We're engaged, aren't we? He snatched her hand with both of his and leaned forward. Do you know how amazing you are? Warmth roiled inside her, but she shrugged. Oh please. I'm ordinary. Not to me. His gaze heated her skin. For some time, the chatter of patrons, clatter of utensils, and screams of children disappeared. Her heartbeat went erratic, and she moved toward him. She needed to snap out of this before she embarrassed herself by kissing him. I understand you need to find out why your father did what he did. Her thumb caressed the back of his hand. But you probably already know. It wasn't because he didn't love you or your siblings. It was an addiction. His gaze hardened. We could have helped him if we knew. Addictions can be overwhelming. Lots of people are addicted to something. Some people are addicted to gambling, some to alcohol. She paused. And some to feeling powerful by hurting others. His eyes narrowed, and his fingers tightened around hers, enveloping them in a protective cocoon. You know I'd never hurt you. Her heart shifted. He wouldn't hurt her. Not intentionally. But eventually, they'd go their separate ways, and that would crush her. Because she was falling for him already. She glanced at the boys, who still seemed to be deep in video games. How about getting coffee and dessert? He let her hand go and gestured to the waitress. They placed an order for 2 cups of coffee and 2 slices of key lime pie, and it arrived soon. She breathed the coffee aroma and took a bite of the creamy concoction. I'm sure Dad blames everything on his gambling addiction. But maybe his moral compass wasn't set the way I thought it was. Circumstances sharpen what you already have. Some people become bitter and cruel in difficult times. Others become stronger and kinder in the same circumstances. I don't believe in the saying what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I believe that what destroys some people makes others stronger. Which kind do you think I am? She asked, desperate for his answer. The latter. He stared her in the eye. You went through a horrible situation, and you didn't lose your inner goodness. You became kinder and stronger. Then they talked about books they'd read. Well, in her case, listen to. One could listen to a large chunk of a book while cleaning after two boys or folding their never-ending laundry. While Constanzo read westerns and nonfiction and she preferred romance, they still found common ground. Each book was a separate world for her. Talking to someone who shared her passion felt great. Once again, she couldn't help comparing. Jeb considered books a waste of time. A bookworm coming from him wasn't a compliment. Her rib cage constricted. Why had she given him half of her life and the best of herself? She didn't know any better then, but she knew now. Or was she just putting the shining armor on another man who paid her attention? Was she writing her own fairy tale in her mind again, oblivious to reality? Prince Charming could change easily, and she knew it all too well. She glanced at her sons again to make sure they were okay, and then at the restaurant entrance. A man in a brown trench coat with a felt hat drawn low entered. His head whipped in their direction, and she glimpsed a square jaw, gray mustache, and part of the tattoo on his neck. Then he whirled around and hurried out of the restaurant, nearly knocking down the woman who was entering. Foreboding tightened a fist around Nelly's heart. She wasn't sure, but had she also glimpsed fear in the man's eyes the moment he saw Constanzo? Chapter 17. The next morning, Constanzo brought Nelly and the boys to the Small Inn's cafe for breakfast. The cafe seemed designed with fishermen in mind. Photos of people displaying their big catches surrounded a trophy case exhibiting various homemade lures. Lakeside landscapes invited one to cast a line into pristine waters. Fish-shaped salt and paper shakers, sugar bowls, and napkin holders waited on round tables, created from heron mosaics. Floor-to-ceiling windows hugged by navy blue curtains overlooked the large lake, now overcast with clouds. They'd missed the sunrise, anyway, and a sting of regret nearly made him frown. He'd love to share seeing the sunrise at the lake with Nelly and their children. His eyebrows rose. Their children? Now, he was taking it too far. Yes, Tadeo and Mason and Liam were getting along great after the initial misunderstanding. Tadeo was coming out of his shell with outgoing Liam. Did you know wolves can eat 20 pounds of meat at a single sitting? Tadeo asked. Wow. Liam's and Mason's eyes widened. Liam looked at his plate. That would be a lot of food. Tadeo preened. They can also roam 12 miles in a day. Oh, and wolf pups play a lot. They leap, wrestle, play hide and seek. Liam laughed. Just like us. Constanzo smiled. Liam seemed impressed by Tadeo's knowledge. Though opposites, Liam and Tadeo complemented each other. Tadeo even showed a vague interest in soccer, and Liam had been thrilled to learn some Italian words from Tadeo to use in a future conversation with his hero. Just like Constanzo, Tadeo didn't smile often, but Tadeo had been smiling a lot now. It was like their family was complete. Whole. Happy. Everything he could ever want. Constanzo shouldn't be thinking about taking them all camping or going to the movies and ice cream afterward. Their arrangement wasn't a real one. Their family wasn't a real one. But why did he have such a crushing longing for it to be? It killed him that, despite all his efforts, Nelly didn't seem to feel the same way. Lord, I'm trying my best here. Why is it not enough? Her glass was half empty, so he lifted the orange juice jug. More juice? When she nodded, he added juice to her glass, then did the same for the boys. Then he thought about their conversation yesterday. Nelly had told him about the man who'd left the restaurant as soon as he'd seen them. Constanzo had shown her the photo Jenna created, and she wasn't sure but thought there were some similarities, like the tattoo, though she didn't have a chance to take a good look at it. Instead of making him glad, the news made him antsy. Maybe he didn't want to find his father that much, after all. Maybe it was best to let it go. However, he felt in his gut he couldn't. He switched his thoughts from the troubling past to the beautiful future in front of him. Nelly looked radiant this morning. She wore a cerulean blue turtleneck paired with blue jeans, plus a shell necklace and matching earrings he'd bought her yesterday at the local gift shop. She made the simple outfit look stunning. Maybe because they were far from the office where he'd done his best to act professionally, he looked at her differently now. His pulse spiked. Was he falling for her? Yes. And he had no idea how to stop it, wasn't sure he would if he knew. Despite the tantalizing sense of croissants, coffee, sausage, and fruit around them, he could still distinguish the faint enticement of her cherry lip gloss, maybe because he carried it inside him now. That brought his attention to her luscious lips, and he wanted to taste them much more than the eggs over easy and hash browns on his plate. His blood rushed faster, and he took a hurried sip of cold orange juice. The children tried to start a food fight, but he'd put a stop to it, kindly but firmly. He threw a glance Nelly's way. Had he overstepped his boundaries? She smiled at him. At the same time, the sun appeared from behind a cloud, the rays catching in her ring's diamond, and the combined effect illuminated a simple truth. He believed this was the woman God had chosen for him, even if she didn't see it yet. Lord, please help me not to mess this up. His experience with women hadn't been great. What he considered loving and caring gestures, his ex had considered smothering. He'd have to hide his feelings, find a way to give Nelly space. He didn't want history to repeat itself. Irritation stung. Why, instead of being grateful, did people reject kind gestures? How was he to navigate this icy path without falling? They chatted about the exciting day yesterday. Best day ever. Liam saluted with his fork. The bestest. Mason grinned. Tadeo looked like he was going to correct Mason's grammar, but then he nodded. Constanzo's phone rang. He didn't want to answer it and wished he'd silenced it in the first place, but Nelly gestured to him. It might be important. The moment he heard his brother's voice, Constanzo's stomach clenched. I'm sorry to interrupt your weekend. But the family thought you'd want to know. Giorgio's voice was grave as he spoke over an engine's noise. Aurora had an accident. Constanzo's heart dropped to the tiled floor, and his blood drew away from his face. Is she? He couldn't say the word. She's alive, but she's in the hospital in Springfield. We're going there right now. Thank you for letting me know. I'll be there as soon as I can. Okay. Giorgio disconnected. For a few seconds, Constanzo stared ahead of him, numb. Then he said, his voice strange to his own ears, Aurora is in the hospital. She had an accident. Tadeo's eyes widened. Is Auntie okay? He wanted to reassure his son, but he had to be honest. I don't know. I'm sorry, but Tadeo and I need to go back. His stomach in knots, he sent up a fervent prayer for his sister. Tadeo, the kind soul, nodded. Of course, Dad. Constanzo gestured to the waiter for the bill and turned to Nelly, anxiety burning his gut. You and the boys don't have to leave. She shook her head, her eyes determined, then looked at Liam and Mason. We have to support our new family, right? Constanzo was sure the boys would rather go see the wolves again, but they nodded. Yes, Mom. Then she took out her phone. I'll do what I can to change tickets to today while you pack. By some miracle, there were a few cancellations, and soon they landed in Springfield. The entire flight she'd held his hand, her presence giving him much-needed strength. I can't imagine my life without Aurora, he whispered. It's my turn to tell you she's going to be all right. She's alive. She's getting the help she needs. She squeezed his hand, her compassion flowing through her touch. I'm sure it's all because of her boyfriend. His gut nodded as his protective instincts flared up. Clearly, he was up to no good. I should have intervened. He was her big brother, after all. Nelly leaned closer, her gray eyes a source of calm in the storm. We don't know if her boyfriend is to blame. Don't jump to conclusions. As for intervening, she's a grown-up. And I have a feeling that, even as a little girl, she didn't allow interference in her life. Tenderness undid some of those knots. True, Aurora was always independent. But I should have done something. Nelly shook her head. Would you like me to pray for her with you? He eyed her, his focus solidifying on her, not his thoughts. She'd told him she'd lost her fledgling faith during her marriage. Would you do that for me? Of course. They bowed their heads and prayed in silence, and when they finished, the remaining knots loosened up a tad. When they piled up in a rental car in Springfield, the mood was so different from the one when they'd rented cars in Illinois. The boys kept silent, and even though Mason and Liam elbowed each other from time to time, they did so quietly. Nelly took a hard look at him and extended her hand for the keys. Please, let me drive. Macho in him woke up. No, I'll drive. She placed her hand on his forearm, sending tingles even in his distressed condition. If I drive, you'll be able to talk on the phone. At least, she was kind enough not to point out that he might be too agitated to drive. He surrendered the keys. As she took the keys with one hand, her other lingered on his forearm. I'll get you to the hospital as soon as possible. She cocked her head to one side, a smile quirking her cherry-scented lips. And in one piece. Her gaze held his before they got in the car. Then she turned the key in the ignition and revved the motor to life. His heart was heavy as they took off, and dread began readying those knots in his stomach again. He called Giorgio, then his mother, but they'd probably turned off their phones in the hospital. After praying, Constanzo checked for text messages on his phone, and his heart skipped a beat. There was one from his brother. Aurora is in surgery now. I'll text again when I know more. There was also a prayer chain, started by their mother. Shaken up, Constanzo added his prayer. It's going to be all right, Dad, Tadeo volunteered from the back seat. Yeah. It's gonna be all right, Mr. Constanzo, Mason and Liam chimed in. Yes, Constanzo said with a confidence he didn't feel. The memory of his race car driving cousin after an accident resurfaced. Bandages around his face, head, and hands. Empty eyes. Constanzo didn't want to imagine vibrant, free-spirited Aurora in such a condition. It had taken a long time and the love of a kind-hearted and dedicated best friend, and the love of his life, really, for his cousin to recover. While Aurora had a large family who loved her and would be there to help, he doubted her boyfriend was going to nurse her to health. Constanzo looked up from his phone screen at the road. Whoa. Nelly navigated the traffic with an easy efficiency. She was filled with surprises. You're a great driver, he said, momentarily distracted from his dim thoughts. Despite the misconception, plenty of women drive well, are great at math, and speak their minds. Well, fine, math isn't my strong suit. And unlike your sister, I don't always express myself openly. But I'm working on it. Aurora. He clenched his jaw against the emotions grinding through him. He checked his phone, but besides messages of support and prayers, there was no news. So Aurora was still in the surgery. I'm going to drive up to the entrance and drop you off, okay? Nelly glided forward. Then I'll park. I'd like to take all the boys to a cafe on the second floor, if you're fine with that? Constanzo turned to his son as much as his seat belt allowed. Is it okay with you? Tadeo nodded. Yes, Dad. Relieved his boy sounded confident, Constanzo turned back to Nelly. Thank you. Her gray eyes clouded. As you say, that's what family is for. If there was a hidden meaning behind those words, he didn't have time to figure it out. As she stopped near the entrance, he leaped out and rushed inside. Due to his cousin's accident, he knew the layout. He found the full surgery waiting room where most of those waiting were his family. His heart about broke apart when he hugged his mother. She was a strong-willed woman who'd weathered many storms, but this must be gut-wrenching for her. They didn't exchange any words. They didn't need to. Once she sat on the sofa again, his gaze narrowed on Aurora's boyfriend, Ari. Something boiled inside Constanzo. The guy didn't look like he had a scratch. Had he been driving the motorcycle and gotten reckless, but somehow been spared? Constanzo's nostrils flared, and his fingers fisted. If they were in a different environment, he'd be tempted to punch Ari in the face. However, Constanzo had too much respect for his family and the establishment to do it here. He uncoiled his fingers one by one. "Were you with Aurora when the accident happened?" Ari nodded. Constanzo's blood heated further, his every muscle bunching up with the need to unleash steam. "Were you the one driving the motorcycle?" Seeming to feel the tension, Giorgio stepped between Constanzo and Ari. Ari didn't cause the accident. They were driving separate motorcycles. He was going first. She went off the road as she drove around the bend. He turned around, found her, and called the ambulance. Constanzo's tight-coiled muscles deflated like a punctured balloon. In fact, he felt like he'd been punched in the gut. He rubbed the ache in his middle. "Oh. Okay. Thanks, man. Don't mention it." Instead of his usual smug expression, Ari's features sagged. Keeping his chin lowered, he raked his fingers through his hair. When he finally lifted his head, his eyes, heavily outlined by the black pencil, looked misty. Constanzo's stiff stance slumped further. Maybe Ari cared about Aurora and was suffering like Constanzo now. He leaned against the wall. "Did she wear a helmet?" "Yes." Mama rubbed her hands over her knees, her fingers shaking, before she peered behind him. "Where's Tadeo?" "In the hospital cafe with Nelly and her sons." Mama gave an approving nod. "She's a good woman, that one. You did well, mio figlio." His heart warmed before cold reality sluiced through it. The engagement was fake, after all, and he didn't have the right to deceive his family. "Grazie. You go be with them now. We'll call you when our Aurora is out of surgery." Her voice didn't leave room for argument. "Make sure you keep praying." "Whoa." He jerked back a step, gaping at her. Was she banning him from the waiting area? He didn't start a fight, after all. Her gaze softened, and as she offered a slight nod, he realized she was suggesting it for his sake. He gave quick, solemn hugs and left. That room did suffocate him. Maybe it was the faint sense of antiseptics and cleaning solutions. Or maybe the atmosphere pressed on his chest. He longed for their ranch's endless fields and air filled with the sense of hay and earth. One could really breathe there. The half-empty hospital cafe smelled of recently brewed coffee and freshly baked bagels. Nelly and the boys waited at a table near the window. She got up and hugged him and held him longer than a friendly embrace required. And he held her like the precious treasure she was, worth way more than the diamond in her solitaire. She was the kind of person who'd stick with you through thick and thin. The kind of person who'd have your back. The kind of person who cared and cared deeply. During reluctant dates his mother had set up for him, he'd met some beautiful women. But with none of them had he felt the connection he had with Nelly. Despite his distress, awareness swirled inside him, spread through his body like creamer through hot coffee. There was chemistry with Nelly, all right, but there was so much more than that. Mutual support, understanding, trust, and things he couldn't understand yet. When young and smitten with Rhonda, he'd believed chemistry could be a foundation for a long-term relationship or even a forever marriage. But now, he knew it wasn't enough. Passion could evaporate with time like the fumes in his school lab, leaving behind an empty glass container of the heart. What he felt for Nelly was so much more. But now wasn't the time to tell her that or even to think about it. She let him go, and he sat under the children's attentive gazes. He asked forgiveness from the Lord and said a silent prayer for his sister. "Want my bagel?" Liam pushed his plate toward Constanzo. "I haven't touched it yet." "Thank you. I'm not hungry." Despite the terrible situation, the corners of his mouth twitched at the boy's generous gesture. Well, if it was a plate with broccoli, the gesture wouldn't be so generous. But as far as Constanzo knew, Liam loved bagels. Nelly leaned toward him. "Would you like some coffee?" He shook his head. "No thank you." But he made a mental note to get coffee and pastries for his family in the waiting area. "Is it okay to ask how you're holding up?" Her eyes were attentive. "Yes. Not too great." He leaned against the back of the chair as it squeaked in protest. Then his phone rang, and he fumbled to answer. "Aurora is out of the surgery," Giorgio said. Chapter 18. A few hours later, Nelly drove up to her small guest house at the ranch. With the adrenaline depleted, fatigue seeped into its place. Thankfully, Aurora's prognosis was good, and she should make a full recovery. As their mother had put it, God watched over Aurora. Constanzo's family relied on God fully, but Nelly still felt God was far from her, despite her praying with Constanzo. Her heart skipped a beat at the thought of him as she parked. He'd stayed in the hospital, but she'd needed to get her boys home. They still had tons of homework to do for Monday, and she had tons of cooking, cleaning, and washing clothes. But all the duties seemed mundane compared to what could have happened to Aurora. Nelly was thankful Aurora would be all right, for more reasons than one. It about broke her heart to see Constanzo suffering. She'd let him in, despite her best judgment. Under her skin, into her soul, and within her heart. But her brain was too tired to think about it. She got her youngest one out of the booster seat and carried Mason inside while Liam helped her with the bags. His dark hair tousled, Mason had fallen asleep on the way from Springfield to the ranch, and tenderness swelled her heart as his head rested on her shoulder. They were growing up so fast. She couldn't carry Liam any longer, and who knew how long she'd be able to carry Mason. When he was asleep, any traces of mischief vanished, and he looked so innocent. Sure enough, the moment she placed him on the bunk bed, where two wolves howled at a full moon on the blanket, he woke up. "I love you, Mom." Her heart leaped into her throat. "I love you, too. But it won't get you out of taking a bath." He groaned. Once the boys were clean and in fresh clothes, she fed them dinner. Of course, they asked for snacks after it, anyway. Hours later, when Liam was doing homework and Mason playing with Bruno, the doorbell rang. Despite her tiredness, she perked up. Constanzo must be back. Her heart beating faster, she rushed to the door, but froze when she saw her ex. Bruno ran to the door, growled, then barked. Her insides trembled, but she steadied her voice. "What do you need?" "To see my children." "I have a right, don't I?" Her gaze flicked to Liam and Mason, and she didn't reply. He had a point, but the memory of him striking her made her gut coil. "Come on. I'm not going to stay long. I just want to talk to my sons. Give them presents. I'm still their father." Plaintive notes warbled his voice as he lifted a large plush puppy. "I'm sorry I missed Liam's birthday." Mason ran to the door. "Daddy." She sighed and opened the door. Then she snatched her phone from the hall table. "If you try to attempt anything, I'll call the police." To Bruno, she said, "Sit." The pet obeyed, but somewhat reluctantly. Jeb rolled his eyes. "So that's how it's going to be, huh?" He bent and patted Mason on the head, then gave him the plush puppy. "Thanks, Daddy." Mason ran to play with it on the carpet. To Liam, he handed a pack of video games. "Happy belated." "It's okay." Liam shook his head. "I've got games." Jeb's eyebrows shot up. I got you new ones. Liam shrugged, looking at the floor. It's fine. Jeb turned to her, and his eyes narrowed. You're doing, right? You put my own son against me. Nobody put me against anything. Liam's nostrils flared, making her worry. Fine. I'll take them. Thanks. He grabbed the pack. That seemed to placate Jeb. Nelly felt a familiar rush of relief like previous times when his mood changed for the better. Then she scolded herself. She didn't have to be scared of his moods now, and that was the biggest relief of all. How is school? Jeb asked. Fine. Liam still studied the floor. What about soccer? Fine. Her eyes widened. Liam could talk about soccer for hours, but obviously, it mattered to whom. At that point, Jeb's questions seemed to have dried up. Boys, go play outside for a few minutes. He gave an order, not a request. Everything in her went on high alert. I'm fine here. Liam didn't move an inch. She couldn't live in constant fear and couldn't let Jeb see how much he scared her. It's okay. Go to the backyard. I've got Bruno here. As if to prove her point, the dog crouched closer. Liam hesitated, but she nodded to him. She wouldn't ruin whatever fragile relationship the boys had with their father. The moment they left, she recognized her mistake. Breathing hard, Jeb pinned her to the wall, knocking the air out of her lungs, as well as the phone from her hands. I don't care if you're engaged. Your fiancé isn't at the ranch right now. Divorce or no divorce, you still belong to me. Bruno growled and jumped to them, barking. Jeb let her go, allowing her to get a shaky breath, and pulled out a gun he'd tucked in the back of his waistband. Tell the dog to stop, or I'll shoot him. She gasped. Bruno, stay. Stay. Bruno obeyed but didn't stop growling. Jeb sneered at her again, bloodshot eyes seeming out of focus. Now, where were we? She looked him straight in the eye. She wasn't trembling any longer. Do what you want, but I'll never belong to you. We're over. And, in case you forgot, you're violating your restraining order. He appeared as surprised as she was by the calmness of her voice. It's not over. Far from it. He tried to plant his lips on hers, and she pushed him with all her might. You're mine. He pinned her to the wall again. A motor's approach made him look up, allowing her to take a breath. She tried to recall her self-defense training when the door opened, and Constanzo strode inside. Oh, look who you have here. Jeb pointed the gun at Constanzo. Here. Chapter 19. Cold grasped her spine with ghastly fingers. Constanzo didn't seem to pay attention to the gun. His gaze roamed over her face. Are you okay? He didn't hurt you, did he? She shook her head, begging him with her eyes to leave, terrified of him getting hurt. Just the thought crushed her heart. Then she thought he might misinterpret her headshake. I'm okay. Not hurt. But you're about to be. Jeb gestured the gun at Constanzo again. Get out of here. Constanzo placed his feet wide apart, a picture of calm masculinity. No. Shoot me if you want. I'm not leaving my fiancé. She gasped again. Please, leave, she whispered. She wouldn't be able to live with herself if something happened to Constanzo. Bruno growled again. Are you stupid? Jeb shouted. Stupid? Constanzo didn't move an inch. Let's talk stupid. Aggravated assault with a weapon, trespassing, violating a restraining order. And we've got it all on film. Do you want to add murder to the list? Jeb's eyelids flared. Film? There are cameras in this house. Constanzo kept his voice low, calm, reasoning. And the police are going to be here soon. He wasn't even armed, but he made it clear who was the stronger man. His gaze moved to the weapon. She could understand his train of thought. They could try to disarm Jeb, and she could remember some moves from the course now. But then there was the risk of the firearm going off and wounding or even killing one of them. She couldn't let anything happen to Constanzo or Bruno. And only imagining how that would traumatize her boys made her blood freeze in her veins. Constanzo stood there, looking Jeb straight in the eye, his gaze unwavering. An excruciating moment passed, then another one. This wasn't going to be a war of fists, but a war of wills. Finally, Jeb groaned and rushed out of the house, and she had a feeling he'd never be back. And she slumped into Constanzo's arms. "Thank you. I didn't expect you to be back on the ranch, much less here." He stroked her hair, his voice muffled. Aurora's surgery was a success. But they only allow a few people at a time. After she came to in Tadeo and I spent some time with her, Mama sent us home to rest. When I was close to the ranch, I received a frantic call from Liam, asking me to come to your place. He said his father was here, and Liam was scared for you. Liam wasn't strong enough to defend you yet. I left Tadeo with one of my cousins and rushed here. Her poor, wonderful boy. Tears prickled behind her eyes. Liam had seen too much, understood too much for a child his age. She muttered something about how glad she was that Constanzo's sister was doing well and then didn't say anything for a while. As he held her gently, she knew two things. Constanzo was a strong person she admired more and more. And she was still a weak one. Nelly didn't feel her feet and floated as light as a feather as she neared the office building in the early morning a week later. She loved Constanzo. She'd been in love with him for a while, but she didn't want to admit it. Thankfully, Aurora was recovering at home now faster than the doctors had expected. She'd been telling everyone to stop fussing over her, and only her mama's orders stopped her from trying to go work on the ranch again, despite her weakness. Once he knew his sister was going to be all right, Constanzo had become his old self and showered Nelly with attention. The boys were already conspiring to ask him to go to Yellowstone National Park because, well, wolves were in the wild there. Tadeo had told Liam there was a wolf reserve in the Show Me State, practically in our backyard, Mom. So that was on the list of weekend trips, too. And as much as she strove to be independent, every day she was losing another part of her heart to Constanzo. But wasn't it natural to be in love with your fiancé? She glanced at her solitaire as it caught rays of sunlight, and her heart swelled. She wanted this engagement to be a real one. She did not doubt that. Could she tell Constanzo about her feelings? Would she have enough courage for that? Then she entered the building and froze as she heard voices in his office. Constanzo's and a female's. It shouldn't be unusual, since plenty of cowgirls worked at the ranch, and then there were his female cousins and sisters-in-law. But this female voice was unfamiliar, and something about the low sultry tones had Nelly holding her breath. She wasn't the one to eavesdrop. But now, she felt her feet, and they stayed rooted to the floor. "I'm sorry for leaving you. I made a horrible mistake. I still love you." 100 thoughts raced through Nelly's mind while her stomach clenched and her elation evaporated. This must be Constanzo's ex-wife, Rhonda. From what little he'd told her, he'd loved Rhonda deeply once, had been heartbroken when she'd left. "It's too late." Constanzo's voice was grim. "I want us to try again. For our son's sake, too. I wasn't a good mother to him, but I changed." Oh no. Rhonda was giving him a new chance. Something crushed inside Nelly, and she struggled for air as if she were breathing through a pillow. Rhonda was Tadeo's real mother. And no matter what was growing between Constanzo and Nelly, she couldn't stand between him and his first love. If you love someone, set them free. "I'm engaged," Constanzo said. Nelly had held on to someone with all her might for years, and it only brought her pain, emotional and physical. No, Constanzo wouldn't hurt her, but watching him and thinking he might have been happier with someone else would crush her soul all over again. "But not married," Rhonda purred. Tears burning behind her eyes, Nelly bolted outside the building. Then she stalled. She couldn't leave her work, could she? That was irresponsible. But she couldn't go back and face him and his ex-wife either. At least, not yet. With trembling fingers, she sent him a text saying she was taking a day off, then put her phone on silent and slid it into her purse. She needed to find a place where she could regain her strength instead of collapsing into a pitiful puddle. Her heart was beating against her rib cage. Not fair that Rhonda had to show up just when Nelly hoped Constanzo would return her feelings. She stared at the emerald fields where she was supposed to find peace and found another heartache. If God loved her, why would he take away what began to matter to her so much? Why tease her with possibilities and then jerk them from her? She recalled the one place where she'd felt relatively safe as a child. It wasn't home, but it was close. Drawing a deep breath of fresh, grass-scented air, she walked to her car. She needed to recompose in silence. Tears streaming down her face, she climbed inside her car and drove downtown. To the library. We're done. And I'm in love with someone else who is a great mom to Tadeo. Something you never were. Maybe Constanzo shouldn't have offended Rhonda. But it just slipped out, Anne. Wait a moment. What a moment. What had he just said? Well, it was the truth. He was in love with Nelly. Tenderness stirred him and exploded in bursts through his body like fireworks. Well, it might be for the better. Rhonda's lips twisted, and her eyes dimmed. But no surprise registered on her face before she ducked her head. His jaw slackened at her giving up so easily. You're okay with it? Knowing me, I would have left you again if you took me back. She waved a hand, walked to the window, and stood there silhouetted by the sunlight streaming in, then turned his away again. Tall and slim, with long straight hair and a sharp gaze, she reminded him now of the towers on Gothic books covers he'd seen in the library as a child. So what you said about loving me? She walked closer and moved her finger along the table in thought. I do love you. In my own way. And I always will. But you're solid, reliable, stable. Constant like your name. You're the salt of the earth. I need spice, every time a different one. He was proud of those qualities. To think someone would use them in a derogatory sense. She looked up at him, more sadness in her eyes, but no apology. Or if you will, your water. Clear, unpolluted, refreshing. But I need the excitement of champagne. I need to be drunk on love again and again. He recalled Nelly saying many people were addicted to something. Maybe Rhonda was addicted to the adrenaline rush of a first crush and the attention and admiration of someone new each time. He searched his feelings. The all-consuming passion that burned him once for her had disappeared. She herself was like champagne, bubbly and exciting, intoxicating enough to make a man lose his mind. What he was thirsty for now was crystal clear water. Someone with refreshing sincerity, honesty, and integrity, enough to quench his thirst for a lifetime. Nelly. I hope you'll find what you're looking for, he said. And hopefully, far away from this town and this ranch. Do you want to see Tadeo? She shook her head. We can agree he's better off without me. You didn't feel that way at first, but I did you both a favor by leaving. His gut tightened. As painful as it was to admit it, she might be right on all accounts. He studied her green eyes. Why did you come back? She shrugged. A competitive spirit, I guess. I still have contacts in Cowboy Crossing. I heard about you getting engaged. She looked out the window. But anyway, life on the ranch or in a small town isn't for me. I'm returning to NYC. He smiled sadly. Where you already have a backup plan. No jealousy writhed through him, only lingering sadness and a tad of pity for the men along her way. She laughed. Oh yes. Several, actually. Then her expression turned somber. Well, at least, I gave you some closure today, didn't I? You deserve much more, but that's the best gift I'm able to give you. He was about to tell her the best gift she'd given him was Tadeo. But she already turned around and left, leaving the scent of her expensive perfume with a slight note of regret. He leaped to his feet. Rhonda had also given him the realization of what his true feelings were. He needed to talk to Nelly and propose for real this time. His heartbeat picked up speed. Then Liberty marched inside, the green leaf earring shaking furiously as she shook her head. "Was that your ex I just saw exiting?" He lifted his hands in a mocking surrender. "We're not back together. I'm in love with Nelly." The earring stilled, and Liberty beamed. "Atta boy." His phone rang, and he glanced at the display. Jenna. Was this about his father? Adrenaline pumped blood faster in his veins. "Excuse me. I have to answer this." Liberty nodded, but she didn't step out, just moved closer to the window. "I found him. Or rather, my sister-in-law did." As usual, Jenna didn't waste time on greetings and pleasantries. "In Illinois. Close to the small town where you went fishing. And you're not going to believe who he's married to." When she told him, his jaw dropped. He picked it up from the hardwood floor. "Thank you. I'll fly there." There was a pause. "I'd be careful if I were you. Maybe I should go with you." Then she groaned as if remembering her all-day morning sickness. "Or you should take one of your brothers." Premonition clenched his stomach, but he ignored it. No reason to drag his brothers into this. "Come on. I can take care of myself." He's not going to hurt he almost said his favorite son, but he caught himself. His own son. Besides, you shouldn't be flying. A sigh reverberated down the line. "You have a point there. I need to do everything for this pregnancy to go well. Thanks again." He disconnected, his mind whirling. Liberty raised an eyebrow, and he relayed the conversation. "I can't wait to tell Nelly. It's strange, but she's not at her table." Liberty frowned as if she were processing the news, too. His heart dipped a little. No? Nelly became such a permanent fixture in his life that he couldn't imagine a day without her. It would be like a day without, well, water. Nelly had never missed a day, had never been late. His stomach tightening, he checked his phone. Aha. A text from her. She took a day off. She deserved it, really, so he shouldn't feel this disappointed. She needed a day off. He glanced at the farmhouse clock. "If I fly out soon, I'll be able to talk to my father and come back in time to pick up Tadeo from school." He zeroed in on Liberty. "In my absence, could you, please?" She rolled her eyes. "I'll park myself here, answer the phones, and take care of any issues." Go. He searched the nearest flights on the internet. Yes. He could get a ticket, round trip. That looked like a sign. He booked the trip. "And, if for some reason I don't return in time to pick Tadeo, I'll get Giorgio to do it when he gets his daughter." "Thanks." Constanzo rushed to the door while calling Nelly. She was the first one he wanted to share the news with, even before telling the rest of his family. She was the first he wanted to share any news with. His heart pumped blood fast when he started the engine. She didn't reply, so he left a message and took off for the airport. He'd love for her to go on this trip with him, but he had to be considerate. She'd rarely taken time off before. Maybe it was because of her boys? He called her again on the hands-free phone and listened to long beeps, frowning. She probably silenced her phone. Jenna's words rang in his ears, each one gnawing at him. He couldn't imagine any kind of danger from his father, but then he hadn't expected his dad to leave either. What if his dad had started gambling again and loan sharks were after him? Then it would be selfish to take Nelly with him just because he craved her being near him. Even if this concerned her, too. Chapter 20. Nelly tried to read in the library's blissful silence, but letters were blurring. She stared at the same page for too long, and even the beloved book scent didn't calm her nerves. Mrs. Davis took a seat near her. "Is something bothering you, dear?" Nelly didn't know what it was about librarians that always invoked trust in her. But this wasn't her secret to tell. "I'm fine. Thank you for asking. You haven't turned the page for a while, and your nose is puffy." Mrs. Davis patted her arm. "Whatever it is, I hope it gets better." She got up to leave. Wait. Talking to a stranger could help Nelly. So she told Mrs. Davis the story before she could change her mind. "Maybe it's a sign for me. That I need to stand on my own 2 feet. To be independent. Put this silly love for Constanzo out of my mind." "Oh, hon, it's a small town, and I heard about you." Mrs. Davis's pale eyes turned pensive, and she pushed her glasses up on her nose. "You're standing on your own 2 feet already. And you've done a great job with the ranch." Nelly waved off the praise. "I'm just a glorified assistant." Mrs. Davis shook her head, making her white hair fly. "Who runs the show behind the scenes? You know, I'd love to have someone like you to take over after me here." Nelly's eyebrows shot up. "What? You have great organizational skills. You love books. You're hardworking, dedicated, and responsible. You did a great job raising 2 boys, practically on your own." The corners of Nelly's lips lifted a little, and so did her spirits. "Raising a rat, too." The older woman chuckled. "There we go, dear. If I may, I think the real reason you're here is because you're hiding from your feelings. That woman's appearance showed you that you truly love Constanzo and are afraid to lose him. Even more, you're scared because you think love makes you weak." Nelly gaped. What? She'd been saying that word a lot here. Mrs. Davis might not think highly about her abilities after this. "Your first marriage was horrible. You loved your husband, and he abused you." Nelly grimaced. "Because I was weak." The older woman shook her head and removed a fleck of paper from her gray jacket. "No. Because he was weak in spirit. But love makes us dependent on someone else. And when that someone else might leave, that made one as helpless as she felt now." "Not at all." Mrs. Davis got up as another patron entered the library. "Sorry, dear. I have to go. But I'd love for you to join me for a cup of tea sometime." Nelly's insides warmed as if she already had that tea. Older women had more wisdom than people realized. "Thank you. I'd love that, too." She needed to talk to Constanzo. Surely he couldn't go back with Rhonda after all they'd had. But even if that happened, Nelly would survive. She pulled her shoulders back and got up. She checked out the book and left the library holding her head much higher than when she'd come in. After rushing back to the office, she cringed when she found Liberty in his chair instead of him. "Oh, it's you." Liberty smiled. "Glad to see you, too." "Great. I meant." "Yeah, I know. You want to see Constanzo. He left for Illinois." Nelly blinked. "What?" She really should stop saying that. Her rib cage squeezed. Did he leave, with?" A shake sent green hair flying. "No. That woman is gone and shouldn't show up here ever again." Nelly's heart leaped, but she tried to be kind. "But she's Tadeo's mother." "Please." Liberty snorted. "You're a much better mother to him than she ever was. Anyway, you don't know this yet." Liberty rubbed her hands. While Liberty wasn't the one to gossip, everyone loved to tell a good tale. "My talented sister found Constanzo's father." Nelly sank into the nearest chair as her knees went weak. "What? Seriously?" "Yup. And you're not going to believe who he's married to." After a dramatic pause, Liberty waved a hand in the air as if performing some incredible sleight of hand. "Your former mother-in-law." Good thing Nelly was already sitting down. At least, she didn't say what again. She was too dumbfounded to speak. The urgency to talk to his father diminished with each minute. By the time the plane landed, Constanzo was reluctant to move. He was one of the last passengers to exit. Then he lingered around the food court as he remembered he'd skipped breakfast. After the third cup of coffee and the second croissant, he forced himself to get up. He had to resolve this today. So he rented a car. Yet he drove slower than he'd ever driven in his life and took a few wrong turns. He spent more time than necessary putting gas in the car, too. Enough. Today or never. Once he drove up to the mansion, he encountered the issue of getting inside the gates. He didn't want to give his father an excuse for not talking to him. So Constanzo parked and climbed the fence, thanks to an oak nearby. They really should have better security here. He stared at the ground from the fence's significant height. With no tree on this side, he'd have to risk it. Thankfully, due to horse riding training, he knew how to land on his feet. It was his father who taught him how to fall. How to take care of horses. How to love the land. Despite needing Constanzo at the ranch, his father encouraged him to get his MBA because it mattered to Constanzo. Those memories made the entire experience surreal. He walked to the mansion's entrance and rang a bell. His heart pounded in his chest, not from exertion but from the possibility of seeing his father again after all these years. He half expected a maid to open the door, but it was the man himself, though Constanzo barely recognized him. No wonder local people didn't recognize the man in the photo. He'd colored his hair black now and shaved off the beard, leaving only a mustache, and somehow, the tattoo looked bleaker. He wasn't wearing eyeglasses either. "Hello, Dad," Constanzo said as if they'd just seen each other yesterday. His father looked at him for a few long heartbeats, then nodded. "Come on in." Once Constanzo was inside, his father closed the door fast. "Huh. Man, that was a lot of locks on it." The man peered out the window, standing sideways. "Did anyone follow you?" No, Constanzo had checked the rearview mirror several times. His father stepped away from the window. Good. Constanzo's mind registered crystal chandeliers, Persian carpets, and oriental vases, but he concentrated on the face that looked so different from the last time Constanzo had seen it. Plastic surgery, obviously. Cheek and chin implants. A nose job. Even something had been done to the cut of the eyes and eyelids. Plus a mustache, maybe fake, maybe real, dyed hair, and colored contact lenses as well as that tattoo. His father gestured to the living room sofa and perched on the edge of an armchair. He didn't offer a drink, and Constanzo didn't expect him to. Based on the silence, they seemed to be alone in the house, for which he was grateful. This man didn't want to be found. Something shifted inside Constanzo as the stiff couch pushed against him. "Care to tell me what happened to you? I guess you have a right to know." His father's shoulders slumped forward. He resettled on the chair, smoothed his perfectly tailored slacks, and drummed his fingers on the armrest. "I took the funds from the ranch and left for Nevada. I loved you all, I really did. But the gambling itch was stronger than I was." He raked his fingers through his hair. "I had a feeling I was going to win big. I planned to bring it all back plus the winnings, honest. But you lost it all in the casinos." "Yes." The man's shoulders slumped further. He took out a phone from his pocket and checked something. "So, you see, I had to win it back. I had to. For you. For the rest of the family." Constanzo could see where this was going. "You borrowed more and lost again." His father exhaled long and low as if draining all the air from his lungs, all the pride from his body. "Loan sharks were after me. No way could I return to the ranch then. I'd only bring danger to you all." Constanzo stared at the man he once knew better than his own reflection in the mirror, a man he could barely recognize. Did his father repeat all that in his mind enough times to believe it? I had to get a fake ID with what little I had left. I had no choice. Do you understand? I colored my hair and cut it shorter. I hitchhiked through several states, ending up in Tennessee. He paused as if wondering how much to reveal. I was an attractive and charming man. Claiming to be down on your luck? His surgically altered chin lifted. Well, that's true. I started to work as a cowhand and courted the female ranch owner. I stayed away from gambling. It was difficult, but I did it. After a few years, I persuaded that ranch owner to give me a significant sum of money. And went back to the casinos. Constanzo tried to keep the sarcasm out of his voice, tried and failed. Well, he didn't try too hard. His father held up a hand. I returned to Cowboy Crossing. Really? I wanted to see you all. Ask for forgiveness. Bring back what I took. Wait a minute. Constanzo jerked further upright in his seat. With someone else's money? I loved you all that much. I stopped in Springfield to get gas and to eat. Well, I met someone. It was love at first sight. Uh-huh. Constanzo narrowed his gaze on their lavish surroundings. Was it the woman his father had fallen so rapidly in love with, or the luxurious accommodations and access to more funds to feed his addiction? Why the masquerade? Why not simply get married instead of pretending to be her husband who decided to return? Well, after a few months of seeing her, I started to feel the itch. Constanzo groaned. Don't tell me you started gambling again. It was stronger than I was. I couldn't sleep, could barely eat. I thought, if I just did it once, it would get better. And now I had the funds to pay off the loan sharks and start living without looking over my shoulder in fear. So I told her I was going to the casinos. I was honest. She didn't think much of it. It began to fit together. Then history repeated itself. You gambled everything away, borrowed more, and had loan sharks after you again. And you needed to change your identity once again. At least, I didn't run. His father lifted his hands. I told her everything, and she forgave me. Amazing woman that she was, she came up with this idea. She found a surgeon who didn't ask questions. She paid him to make me look enough like her husband to use his ID. I started wearing lenses to change my eye color and a fake beard and mustache until mine grew. I got a tattoo to match his. She taught me how to copy his movements and gait. At least, I didn't run. He'd said it as if that made everything he'd just admitted better. Constanzo pressed cold fingers to his throbbing temple, the pounding pulse, their evidence of his brain struggling to wrap around this. But people who knew her ex well might still see you weren't him. Something as simple as a few birthmarks could give you away. His father checked something on the phone again. Probably cameras in and around the house. That's why we moved here. She bought this place. It's secluded, and we don't have any neighbors. She's an only child, so only distant relatives who didn't visit for years show up once in a while. I pretend to be away while they visit. What about their son? With Jeb's temper issues, any confrontation over his mother's deceit could end in disaster. Jeb was so upset with his dad for leaving, he stopped talking to him. When I returned, that didn't change. That guy sure can hold a grudge. Worked for my benefit, though. His father smiled sheepishly. You don't realize what you did was wrong on so many levels, and probably illegal? Constanzo stared at him. This was his father, a man of principles? How had things gone so wrong? That you'd hurt people, including your wife and your children? Ex-wife. Your mother divorced me in my absence. He walked to the window again and looked out from behind the curtains. Was the man cautious or paranoid? Children can't be ex. And now you have wonderful grandchildren you never met. Something inside Constanzo shriveled and crawled away. His belief in people? He didn't expect a happy father and son reunion, but he didn't expect this either. Coming here was a mistake. A shiver traveled down his spine. He'd known what his father had done was wrong, but he hoped, by some miracle, there could be a logical, honorable explanation. There wasn't. I did what I had to do. Sacrifices had to be made. His father lowered the curtain and spun around, fisting his hands. You wouldn't want me to be killed, would you? You taught me that a man should take responsibility for his actions. Constanzo's voice rose, and so did his anger. I suffer every day in silence. Tears shone in those green eyes that should be blue. Crocodile tears? How could you do this? Constanzo slumped against the stiff backrest and braced a hand on the walnut armrest, needing to keep his balance while his father betrayed his trust all over again. How could you leave Mama and us? Deceive us for years? Lord, why? A stubborn line set that strange chin. I had to do what I had to do in order to stay alive. As for you all, I slaved for you for a long time and barely got a thank you. You never appreciated me, anyway. Look, you survived just fine without me. Appreciated? We loved you, Dad. He shifted his stance, pushing himself to the edge of his seat as anger burned away his regret. He spread his hands as if he could beseech some decent feeling from this man he once admired. We believed in you. I loved you, too. The man's mouth twisted. All of you, but you the most. You're like me. And you work hard for your family. I bet you spent sleepless nights over your son, over the ranch. But what did you get in return? You could have been in charge of a large corporation had you not returned to the ranch. Constanzo stilled, parts of him recoiling as from a sucker punch. He didn't want to admit it, but some of that hit home. Not because of the bright future in the corporate world he'd had to abandon, but because he, like his father, had expected gratitude for his hard work. The most painful part of Rhonda leaving wasn't his broken heart or her calling him boring. He wasn't a man born to party and was fine with that. The most painful part was that he'd done so much for her, and yet she hadn't appreciated his efforts. Even in friendship with his high school friend, Constanzo had reveled in his friend's gratitude. He'd loved feeling benevolent. He'd done a lot for his family and had enjoyed their gratitude while they'd done a lot for him, especially when Tadeo had been little, and never expected anything in return. While Constanzo didn't want to be in the corporate world, had realized he didn't belong there, he hadn't missed opportunities to remind others how much he'd sacrificed for them. He'd participated in many charities, yes, especially after the ranch had started doing better. But what he'd liked the most wasn't helping people, but receiving praise. Yes, he'd bought Nelly lunches, helped with her sons, and gifted a flashy engagement ring because he cared about her. He really did. But he'd also basked in her gratitude. He probably expected her to develop feelings for him because he had feelings for her and showed it with attention, care, and gifts. And he was her boss, so that was wrong on many levels. Even with his son, he'd been irritated when Tadeo didn't want to participate in the sports activities Constanzo had come up with. He'd expected gratitude for trying to mold Tadeo the way Constanzo wanted him to be, instead of encouraging Tadeo's ceaselessly curious mind. He took in a shaky breath and could see things clearly as if the rain washed away the dirt, leaving vibrant, sparkling grass. How many times had he extended sincere, heartfelt gratitude to others? Years ago, he'd been so busy managing the ranch that he'd taken babysitting help for granted. On Sunday dinners, instead of thanking his mother for cooking an amazing meal, he'd thought about all the things he'd needed to do the next week. He had the same relationship with God. Anytime anything good happened, he'd felt God awarded it to him for being a good person, and rightly so. But with any hardship, like Rhonda leaving or his father betraying them, he was disappointed and irritated. Then he'd start asking, "Why, Lord?" He was a decent, hard-working person. So why had these horrible things happened to him? Now he looked at his father, though the man looked nothing like his father, like in the mirror. Did his father expect gratitude enough to justify hurting people, making mistakes? You're awfully quiet. What are you doing, reevaluating your life? The sneer on that strange face was exactly what Constanzo needed to see. Actually, I am. He'd do good deeds anonymously from then on and do his best not to expect gratitude for the rest. His relationship with Nelly would have to be different, too. They'd need to be equals, and as much as he needed her as his assistant, the moment they'd entered the town library, he sensed it was her place. Her eyes had lit up. On some level, he'd felt she should be grateful to him for saving her from her ex's humiliation, though Constanzo wouldn't admit it even to himself then. But it was she who'd done him a favor, gifting her kindness and compassion. This relationship, or any relationship, for that matter, couldn't be based on someone's debt of gratitude, but on love, mutual trust, respect, understanding, and support. Okay, it didn't hurt that she'd be a great mom to Tadeo and was a fantastic cook, too. Maybe this was the lesson from God, the real reason he'd had to come here. Thank you, Lord. He got up, ready to leave. I came to your place to find my father. Instead, I found myself. His dad blinked as if he didn't understand. Then his lips trembled as he checked something again on his phone. His eyes became frantic. They found me. They must have followed you or discovered you'd found me, I don't know. But somehow, you gave me away. They are already outside. They are going to kill me. I've got to escape. You need to help me. Ice shivered through Constanzo's veins. Coming here was a mistake indeed. One for which he might pay with his life. Gunshots thundered in the air outside. Chapter 21. Nelly squirmed in her airplane seat. She'd missed the flight Constanzo had taken. She squirmed again. She didn't trust her mother-in-law to be glad to see someone who could take her husband back to his previous family. That woman wouldn't easily release what belonged to her. And what about the loan sharks after Constanzo's father? One good thing was that Liberty had volunteered to take care of Liam and Mason if Nelly didn't return in time to pick them up, something Nelly hoped wouldn't happen. They were staying late with after-school activities, but one never knew. Closing her eyes, she rubbed a hand over them and took deep breaths to push aside the sudden guilt. Was she neglecting her duties as a mother by this mad dash to Illinois? And would she even get there in time? In time for what? Her diaphragm constricted, making it difficult to breathe. The flight attendant passed out drinks, and over a few sips of juice, Nelly's thoughts drifted to Constanzo and the things Mrs. Davis had told her. Was Nelly afraid love would make her weak? She'd grown up with a mother who'd been too weak to stand up to her husband's abuse, a man she'd loved at first but grown to fear even more. Nelly had repeated that pattern. In that self-defense course, she'd seen women who'd fallen in love with the wrong person and had suffered for it, some with physical bruises, some with emotional ones. So, when she'd decided to stand up for herself, for her children's sake, she'd subconsciously avoided falling in love. She couldn't afford it. She needed to be strong, if not for herself, then for Liam and Mason, and even for the rat, too. That's why Constanzo's offer of a fake engagement grated on her nerves, why the engagement ring seemed to be like a ring, no, a noose, around her neck. It was as if he'd seen her as helpless, in need of protection. His attentive gestures and help with her children were done because he cared, because he was kind. But she'd considered them as signs of him seeing her as a bad mother, helpless to parent on her own. She didn't fully rely on God either, because that would mean admitting her weakness, her lack of self-sufficiency. While God was always faithful, she wasn't. Lord, please forgive me. But what if it was the opposite? What if love empowered people instead of debilitating them? A recent memory floated to her mind. Constanzo lifted her youngest one on his shoulders at the zoo, which was a good idea, considering how fast Mason could run. Playing, Mason flexed his little bicep, making Constanzo laugh and flex his impressive one. Her heart sang then at how easily he connected to her sons, how after a short time together he seemed to care about her boys more than their biological father had ever done. It wasn't Constanzo's physical strength that had attracted her to him then and made her heart flutter, though it didn't hurt. It was the strength of his love. She'd never think that his love for others, his eagerness to help made him weaker. On the contrary, it was the quality she admired the most in him. So why did she think that her love would make her weak? She squared her shoulders as she sipped her slightly salty tomato juice. She loved her children so much that she'd made changes in her life she didn't think possible. Constanzo had surrounded her with enough love and support to make her blossom when in other times she'd wilt. If Jeb had called her nothing and useless, it wasn't because she was those things, but because he was the weak one and needed to lift himself up at her cost. Love made people better, not worse. And how many heroic things did people do because of love? How many masterpieces did they create? She didn't know the number, but she was sure a lot. She'd run out of the building at the sight of Rhonda because Nelly was afraid to love, afraid to lose whatever strength she'd worked so hard to build. She pulled her spine to its full length as the plane began its descent. Her chest filled to bursting. She was ready to love Constanzo with all her heart, without looking back or looking over her shoulder, like she'd been doing before. She couldn't wait to tell him. An hour earlier. Constanzo didn't hesitate. "Do you have a weapon?" He dialed 911. In the safe on the second floor, his eyes huge, his father whispered. "Get it. I'll also need to see what the cameras are showing." His dad slipped his phone to Constanzo and raced upstairs. While Constanzo used his own phone to report the intruders to the police, he checked different screens on his father's phone. 2 masked men were outside. Why shoot, though? Was it a tactic to scare his father into submission or a wild attempt to kill him? Constanzo hoped the former. Adrenaline pumped his blood with savage force. His dad tumbled down the stairs. His hands clenched around the gun shook so badly the man might accidentally pull the trigger and shoot himself or Constanzo. "Let me have this." He extended his hand for the weapon. As his father surrendered it, Constanzo considered going into the attached garage and having his father lie low while he floored the gas pedal. "Is your car bulletproof?" No, his father sank onto the sofa. Scratch that idea. His father was paranoid, but not to the degree to get a bulletproof car. Anyway, considering they'd have to leave time for the gate to open, that would be too dangerous. It's too late to escape outside. Constanzo checked that the gun was loaded. He kept the safety on for now. His father squeaked pitifully. "Lock yourself in the bathroom and stay away from the door. Probably the bathtub is the best." Constanzo's heartbeat became a staccato. He didn't need to ask twice. The man ran upstairs again, much faster this time. The front doorbell rang 3 times, each ring further crystallizing the blood in Constanzo's veins. Then there were shouts. "Open up! We know you're there. I called the police. It's best if you leave." He kept away from the door to avoid getting shot while staying close enough for them to hear him. He silenced his phone to keep it from giving away his location if someone called. Gunshots into the door were their response. If the attackers meant to harm and not to scare. His throat constricted. Despite what his father had done, Constanzo wouldn't leave him to fend them off alone. But this wasn't the way he had wanted to go. Frankly, he didn't want to go at all. The lump in his throat grew bigger as he watched the men on the screen discuss something, probably busting the door. He still had so much to live for. Nelly would take care of his son, but he knew what it meant to lose a father. And Nelly. His heart squeezed. He didn't even get a chance to tell her he loved her. Lord, why? Nope. He gave himself a headshake as he barricaded the door with furniture. This wasn't the time to blame the Lord or host a pity party. Lord, please help us. Thank you for everything you've done for us already. Please guide me on my path and give me wisdom on what to do. And if anything happens to me, please help my family and Nelly and the children. Not mine, but thy will be done. Amen. Peace didn't overtake him, but his mind became clearer. It grew quiet outside. Did they leave? Hope unraveled inside him, and he looked at his father's phone screen again. His stomach sank. The men crouched to one of the windows, likely figuring breaking the window was an easier way to get inside. Where were the police? Then the hair on his nape stood on end. He cringed as the screen revealed the gate opening. Of all times, this was when his father's new wife had to return? She could become a hostage now. The situation was getting more and more out of hand. Time to act. He pulled the safety off. When Nelly's plane landed, her earlier premonition returned and clasped her insides with painful intensity. With no luggage to collect, she was one of the first passengers to hurry outside the plane. She made it to the first floor fast before a big screen TV mounted above the rows of seats attracted her attention. A local news channel was reporting gunshots at a residence outside town. She gasped when she recognized the large fence and gate before her former mother-in-law's mansion. The news went into a commercial and then into the next segment. Everything inside her shook, then collapsed. With her limbs going weak, she forced herself to dash to the rental counter. She took a moment to find her voice, then surprised herself with how normal it sounded. Hold on. It could be a different residence. And even if it was the one she'd visited, it didn't mean Constanzo was there when the gunshots had been fired. He might be in this airport right now. She pulled out her phone from her jacket pocket and called him. The humming of the busy place seemed to disappear while she listened to long beeps. No answer. More dread uncoiled in her gut. She drew a deep breath of air filled with food aromas and cologne and perfume scents. Okay, no reason to panic. He might have turned off his phone for the flight and not put it back on yet. Or silenced it to talk to his father. She'd put her phone on silent mode today and missed a bunch of calls from him while she'd been in the library. There could be an innocent explanation for all this. While the rental car agency completed their paperwork, she searched the internet, but the shooting wasn't reported yet. Didn't they consider it important? Calm down. Breathe. Run. As soon as she snatched the vehicle's keys, she bolted to the parking lot. Once inside the car, when she tried to put the key in the ignition, her hands shook so badly she dropped the key on the floor. Calm down. Breathe. The need to pray surprised her. Lord, I wasn't a good Christian. Fine, I was a sorry Christian. But you don't keep a list of offenses. I'm begging for your mercy. Please keep Constanzo safe in your care. She thought a moment. She shouldn't keep a list of offenses either, for herself or Constanzo. Please keep Mrs. Sallow and Constanzo's father safe in your care, too. Amen. Her hand steadied somewhat, though her heart was still beating wildly, and she rolled out of the parking lot. She'd always been an obedient driver, never exceeding the speed limit, but now she went over. As she passed yet another car, she forced herself to slow down. She had 2 children at home. She couldn't let herself get worked up enough to have an accident. Then she said another prayer, this time for her children, and then another one for Constanzo, his father, and her former mother-in-law. When she made it to the gate, no police cars with flashing lights were parked there. Was this a good sign? Or was it all over already? She pressed the speakerphone button on the gate, and Mrs. Sallow answered immediately. 2 times in a short period of time. To what do I owe such honor? Sarcasm almost shielded an uncharacteristic trembling in her voice. Nelly lifted her chin. She wasn't scared of love, and she wasn't ashamed of it, either. I'm not here to bother you. I'm looking for Constanzo. She paused and said, my fiancé. He's gone. All air disappeared from her lungs. Chapter 22. Nelly couldn't imagine her life without him. Just couldn't. Somehow, she managed to get a breath into her starved lungs. She choked out, what? How? What happened? The police. The gunshots. The police are gone, thankfully. As for the rest. Why don't you ask him? Nelly gulped in air. Could she hope? Lord, please. But you just said he's gone. Yes, to the airport. He is, fine? Why did she whisper? Totally. Listen, we had a difficult day. Mrs. Sallow sounded tired. Nelly could kiss the speakerphone, as unhygienic as that was. She could even kiss her former mother-in-law on both cheeks, giving the woman the shock of her life. Thank you so much. Nelly turned around as fast as she could and floored the gas pedal. Then she froze. What if her former in-law lied to her? Nelly pulled to the shoulder and took out her phone. Her heart leaped into her throat. A text came in from Constanzo minutes ago. I can't wait to see you soon. I need to tell you so much. Light with relief, she fumbled to respond. You and me, both. But why didn't he call? She swiped her phone to call him, but the reception was bad. Okay, that was why. It was a miracle the text had come through then. She also had a voicemail from him saying the same as the text, and her heart warmed as his words melted her insides. She'd missed his call while driving to the mansion. Thank you so much, Lord. She hurried to get back on the road. She passed one car, then another one, and then. Sirens split the air, and she saw flashing lights. Was something else happening here? It wasn't a high-crime area. It wasn't even a medium crime area. Wait a minute. Were the police driving behind her? Did it mean she needed to pull over? She glanced at the speedometer and cringed. Sure enough, she was going over the speed limit. Arg. She sighed, pulled over, and took out her driver's license, insurance, and rental papers. The moment the officer introduced himself, she handed him it all and started, I was speeding, and I'm sorry. But I'm in love with my fiancé, and I needed to tell him as soon as possible. The officer looked up from her documents. But if he's your fiancé, doesn't he already know it? No. You see, it was a fake engagement to stop my abusive ex-husband from harassing me and also help me with my sons and the rat. His eyebrows lifted. You call your ex-husband a rat? No, we have a real rat. A pet. Though my boys want more rats, preferably 5, I'm afraid we'd be looking for them all over the neighborhood, like we had to do when ours ran away. She was getting carried away, wasn't she? Might be all the tension spilling over. Looking for the rat or for your son? The corners of his mouth twitched. Rat. Though my son also escaped because he wanted to see the wolf howling at night. But it turned out it was a hybrid wolf that ran away from his owner. Why was she blabbering? You're not going to tell me you were chasing the hybrid wolf here, are you? I see you're from Missouri. The officer tilted his head. He seemed to put up a heroic effort to remain serious. No. I was chasing my fiancé. Your fiancé ran away, too? Was he having fun at her expense? She resisted the urge to roll her eyes. She just needed to get a ticket and get back on the road. No. He went to talk to his father who disappeared many years ago. Then it was his father who ran away? Well, you can put it that way. Then, under a false identity, he married my former mother-in-law. The officer blinked. I hope your fiancé's father married her, not your fiancé, right? Though at this point, I wouldn't be surprised. Right. My future father-in-law married my former mother-in-law. How crazy is that? The officer shifted from one foot to the other. You tell me. Anyway, I was thinking, my former mother-in-law has a difficult character. What if she wouldn't be happy that someone showed up and could take away the love of her life? She could whack my fiancé with a skillet or something, and he wouldn't expect it because he's trusting like that. The officer's eyes widened. Excuse me? Oh, for crying out loud. She tapped her fingers on the steering wheel. What part do I need to repeat? Preferably, none of it. Have you been drinking? Well, the audacity. She huffed with indignation. No. And I can breathe into a tube or whatever it is to prove it. Well, let me make this story short. Please. It all seems strange. Tiny beads formed on his forehead. It must be hotter outside than she realized. You don't believe my worries? In the self-defense course I go to, we have a woman. Well, her husband shot her ex when the ex showed up. So you never know. The officer winced. Maybe he'd been considering getting with his ex? So did your former mother-in-law whack your fiancé? No. But there were gunshots there. Now I'm thinking it must be men sent by loan sharks. Loan sharks? Did he suppress a groan? It must have been a difficult day for him. Or maybe he was just thirsty. Her throat felt parched after all this explaining. I got a bottle of water on the plane. I have it in my purse. Would you like some? No, ma'am, but you see. You should stay hydrated. Anyway, it turned out that my fiancé's father had a gambling addiction. And, ma'am, I ran your record, and you don't have a single ticket. I'm inclined to let you go with a warning. That is, if you promise to drive under the speed limit and never tell this story to anyone again. Thank you. I promise. You know, I usually don't talk much. She reached to receive her documents back. Based on the doubt in his eyes, he wasn't persuaded. I'm sure your fiancé is grateful for that. And I'm grateful for him. Though he hasn't said he loves me yet. Do you think? Ma'am, drive safely. She smiled, glad to be going. But a twinge made her linger. You didn't assume I was flirting with you, did you? Because I wouldn't flirt to get out of a ticket. I don't even know how to flirt. Not to mention, I've got a fiancé. A fake one, but I hope with all my heart. A vein pulsed in his forehead. Ma'am, I wish you many happy years with your fiancé, preferably outside of the state's lines. Huh. The officer's job was stressful, but maybe she should tell him that being around nature or reading could reduce stress. She would have if she didn't want to see Constanzo so badly. She made it to the airport without further adventures, parked the car, and dashed inside. Her heart beating fast, she surrendered the rental key, went through the check, and dashed to her terminal. She spotted Constanzo first, and her heart thrummed. The next moment, he looked her way, and his face lit up. She ran toward him. Sadly, it wasn't one of those beautiful slow-motion runs on the beach into each other's arms like in the movies. Never mind the lack of the beach and ocean. Seeing only Constanzo, she stumbled over someone's luggage. Her hands flailed as she tried to catch her balance. So she didn't so much run into his arms as stumble into them, but the result was all the same. I'm so glad you're okay. You're okay, right? She moved her fingertips over his face and the slight stubble on his jaw because she needed proof. I'm okay. He took her face into his hands, not paying attention to the people around them. I'm so happy to see you. I don't have words to express how much you mean to me. She sighed happily. You're doing a pretty good job to me. But I heard about the gunshots. I was so scared. You're not going to believe this. At this point, if you tell me aliens are going to land in my backyard next Tuesday, I'll take your word for it. She moved closer to the wall to let people pass. Crazy day, isn't it? What started as a standoff with some collectors the loan shark sent ended with Mrs. Sallow reluctantly negotiating to pay my father's debt and sending the police away. She studied him. You offered to pay part of it, didn't you? He shrugged as if it were no big deal. I feel peace with it. I used to be so angry with Dad. I wanted to see him punished. But I forgave him today. This was the man she fell in love with. That's incredibly generous of you. Frankly, I forgave him at the moment I saw how his wife treats him. She pretty much told him if he ever decided to skip on her, she knew just the men to send after him. I felt he became an equivalent of a Persian carpet for her, and she could step all over him now. Maybe Dad realized he traded the kindest woman in the world for, well, far from the kindest one. He lost way too much already. She stroked his jaw. I never thought I'd say it, but I feel sorry for him. In a way, I see now why Jeb turned out the way he did. Maybe all his stories about his mother spoiling him were just that, stories. Dad looked like he wished he'd let those men shoot him. I think he's punished enough. Leaning his jaw into her palm, Constanzo searched her eyes. But enough of that. I have so much to tell you. I don't know how to put it all into words. I love you. There. She took the leap. She'd said it. Now she held her breath for his response. Did he love her back? Huh. Turns out, I do know how to put it into words. I love you, too. So very much. Euphoria filled every cell in her body, and she nearly screamed when he dropped on one knee. She slid the ring from her finger into his palm. He raised the ring toward her. Marry me. In a God-honoring, forever kind of marriage. Make me the happiest man alive. Yes. She beamed at him. People around them erupted in applause. He got up and slipped the ring on her finger, and she could hardly believe this wasn't a dream. He leaned toward her, a silent question in his mesmerizing eyes. His heated gaze sent delicious goosebumps over her skin. Her heart thrashed against her rib cage like a bird needing to get out of the cage and spread her wings. Nelly didn't even care about the public display of affection. She tilted her face upward and met him halfway. When his lips claimed hers, something changed in her, making her new, better. Loved. The next day, joy still buoyed her heart when she and Constanzo met her best friend and Kat's little family at the airport. Constanzo gave his brother a man-hug and lifted their daughter into the air, making the girl squeal. Welcome back, Nelly whispered to Kat as she hugged her. By the way, I'm engaged. Thank you, and I know. Suntanned and blissfully happy, Kat returned the hug. Really engaged? Nelly beamed at her. Kat squealed in an even more high-pitched voice than the girl had just done. Yay! Congratulations! Congrats, man! Roberto slapped Constanzo on the shoulder. Can't believe this beautiful woman said yes to you, our family grouch. Constanzo just grinned in response as he helped them get their luggage and took 2 bags to carry. We might have to call you the smiling man from now on, Roberto teased. Then Roberto placed his daughter on his shoulder and managed to carry the bags with one hand while wrapping his arm around his wife. They looked like a family from a postcard. Nelly winced and pushed aside the guilt suddenly needling her. She'd once nearly envied her friend her marital bliss. Now Nelly knew it wasn't the marital bliss that had made Kat who she was. Kat had been hurt and broken even more than Nelly had been. Yet Kat had found the inner strength to change not only her life but also the lives of other abused women, including Nelly's. At the time, even though Nelly had left Jeb, she'd still felt helpless and lost. Now she knew she shouldn't have looked for that inner strength in herself, but in God. God had sent her Kat. God now gave Nelly strength to believe she could pull off the project that maybe he had put on her heart. He'd given her overwhelming, outpouring love that she wanted to share with the world, and she knew Constanzo would support her every step of the way. Not just because Constanzo, oh, miracle, loved her or because, another miracle, he was going to become her husband. But because that was the kind, godly man he was. While in the back of the large van on the way to the ranch, Nelly and Kat discussed Nelly's idea of having a support group for abused women in Cowboy Crossing, either combined or not with a book club. Kat volunteered to bring chocolate, cappuccino, expertise, and testimony. You're going to be such an inspiration, Nelly whispered. Kat smiled, new radiance in her eyes. Oh, mia amiga. You're an inspiration yourself. You don't know it yet, but you will be. Constanzo turned back. You're already an inspiration for me. And you'll always be. He returned his attention to the road, leaving Nelly to bask in his words. Nelly laughed. Is it any wonder I love this man? No wonder at all, Constanzo's brother said from riding shotgun. Then he glanced at his wife and daughter with so much love. His voice dipped, though, when he asked, How is Aurora doing? I can't believe you didn't let us know about her accident. We would have interrupted the honeymoon. Precisely for that reason we didn't tell you, Constanzo said. And she's doing well. She's back at home and working up a storm at the ranch, though everyone tells her to take it slowly. Roberto chuckled. You can't tell our sister what to do. She was independent at the ripe old age of 5. No kidding, Constanzo said. Roberto's daughter, another independent female at a young age, told them stories about Roman medicine and early doctors. The girl's long bangs bobbed up and down, emphasizing her excitement. Nelly could live without some gory details, but Kat looked fascinated and proud of her new daughter. Nelly thought about her 2 boys, no, 3 boys now, and felt the same fascination and pride. Then Roberto leaned toward Constanzo as much as his seatbelt allowed. How did the 2 of us get so blessed to find the loves of our lives, one right after another? You mean, especially considering one of us is a grouch? Constanzo laughed. I have only one explanation. God's endless mercy. Chapter 23. 2 weeks later. Constanzo felt the most blessed man on the face of the earth. He'd told his family the truth about the fake engagement, and they'd forgiven them. Probably the fact that it had become a real one helped. Today, his mother, his siblings, the married ones with their wives, his cousins, and their children gathered at the lake. Aurora had been doing wonderfully and looked healthy after her accident. Constanzo didn't even begrudge Ari by her side, even though the guy had shown up in leather pants and jacket. Even Constanzo's father with his new wife showed up, though their expressions were sour. Constanzo's mother, the graceful lady that she was, had taken it in stride and told her children she'd forgiven him. The rest of the people were smiling, obviously happy for Constanzo. While he didn't get a chance to propose at the lake, having the reception here after the beautiful wedding in the church where his brothers had gotten married, where his parents had gotten married, meant a lot to him. With wildflowers woven into her hair, Nelly was stunning in a long white dress decorated with lace and beads, the long sleeves of spun lace. He'd never seen a woman more beautiful. His heart had almost stopped when he'd spotted her walking down the aisle to him, her brother giving her away. Kind soul that Nelly was, she'd forgiven her brother and her mother for giving Jeb a lot of support in her marriage and nearly none to her. As Constanzo's chest expanded with fresh air and joy, he still couldn't believe all this. God made his dream come true, when he didn't even know he had that dream. Their large family and many friends had congratulated them already, and great toasts had been said. Now he and Nelly had some quiet time to themselves, and he couldn't look away from her beautiful face. How could she call herself ordinary and nothing special? To him, she was the most amazing woman ever. Liam ran to him. Hey, Dad, can I have more orange juice? Constanzo froze. Did he hear it right? Nelly blinked away what he hoped were happy tears and smiled at him. For the record, I didn't request Liam call you that. Liam switched from one foot to the other. Are we out of juice? Constanzo coughed, trying to clear a sudden lump in his throat. Did you just call me Dad? Liam rolled his eyes. Well, duh. You just married Mom. Aren't you gonna be our dad now? Constanzo recovered and reached for the jug and the glass, then filled it. To his credit, his hands shook only slightly, and he didn't spill any juice. That's correct. And I couldn't be more grateful. Thanks, Dad. Liam walked to his seat at the children's table. Nelly's eyes were still misty, but her smile was striking. We'll see if you still feel grateful after a couple of weeks of living with all of us. Fights, screams, complaints about dinner, stinky clothes, the mystery of missing socks. Honestly, it's like a Bermuda Triangle in our washer. He grinned. I can't wait. And just so you know, I'm excellent at finding missing socks. I know something else you're excellent at. She kissed him on the lips, and for a few delightful moments, he forgot everything else. Until Mason said nearby, "You. Are you gonna be kissing all the time now?" Constanzo laughed, still basking in the aftermath of the kiss, his heart singing. I sure hope so. Mason sighed demonstratively. We're gonna play golf with Liam, Tadeo, Danica, and her cat. The cat can't play soccer yet. That sentence would never stop being weird. Mason looked adorable in his little tuxedo with a butterfly tie as he held the front part of the cat. He'd chosen to be the ring bearer. Liam and Tadeo had claimed they were big enough to be best men, so Constanzo and Nelly had let them. Liam came back without orange juice, but dragging golf clubs. Danica, a professional flower girl by now, had volunteered to spread petals, and nobody dared to say no. Currently, she was holding the other part of the pet and grinning at them. Aurora walked to them. I'll supervise the children and make sure they don't hit each other with those clubs. Or hit the cat. The feline looked up, meowed, and squirmed a little, no doubt ready to change ownership. Both children held on to him tight. Thank you very much. Constanzo's heart warmed as he looked at his sister. While her choices didn't always thrill the conservative part in him, he loved her dearly and would give up his life for her. He sent up a prayer, asking God to give Aurora happiness. Somehow, he didn't think the rocker with long hair and leather and chains was that happiness. Aurora thought a moment. Like the other bridesmaids, she wore a marmalade-hued velvet long dress and looked fresh and hopeful like sunrise. I'll also make sure they don't hit any of the guests with golf balls. Thank you so much, Nelly said. She was radiant today, but the concern now clouding her gray eyes tugged on him. Her concern was his concern, so he shifted toward her. Is something bothering you? Mrs. Davis asked me if I wanted to take over her job so she can retire. She wants to be closer to her family. Besides, she already feels she's the oldest item in the library, though they have classics from the 19th century. And I know I haven't even been working with you long yet, so it would be super selfish to leave. It's a great idea. Air whooshed out of his lungs. You think so? You don't want me to be your assistant any longer? Her eyes went big. Of course, I do, but I want you to do what makes you happy. Working with books would make you happy. I felt it the moment we entered the library. You're an incredible man, she whispered, making his chest swell. Not so incredible, because I want you to hire your replacement before you leave. It's going to be difficult to replace me. Her lovely lips curved up, making him want to kiss her again. Not difficult. No? She quirked an eyebrow. Impossible. He kissed her fingertips. We might have to hire 2 people to do what you did by yourself. She smiled. 3 people sounds more like it. I agree. He laughed, grateful for her growing confidence. She was discovering her worth, and he thanked God for it. He could look into her eyes forever. Forever didn't happen yet because next, they had to cut the cake. He fed the cake to her gently instead of smashing it in her face. She did the same for him. When it came time for the bouquet toss, the children abandoned their golf. Aurora reported neither the cat nor anyone else had been harmed during it, and for good reason. Danica jumped high and caught the bouquet with a squeal. Liam looked proud but a little worried at the same time. A few guests laughed. Then Danica bowed, smelled the flowers, and gave the bouquet to Aurora. Auntie Aurora, I know you don't want to settle. But we don't have enough players for 2 soccer teams. You gotta do your part. Constanzo couldn't help chuckling. Aurora's cheeks pinked, something one didn't see too often. Thank you, sweetie. Aurora's boyfriend got up and looked like he was about to drop on one knee. Several people gasped, and Constanzo cringed. Aurora hit Ari with the bouquet and gave him such a stern gaze he sank back on his chair. Thankfully, Danica seemed to share Constanzo's sentiments, because she whispered to the other children, "We gotta find a good man for Auntie." Constanzo repeated his earlier prayer. Then he remembered something and leaned to Nelly, who took her place by his side again after the bouquet toss. "Sorry Tadeo doesn't call you mom yet. All in its time. And if it never happens, it's okay, too. He's a wonderful, intelligent, kind boy, and I love him and will treat him as my son. That means a lot to me." Her words reminded him he shouldn't try to shape his son according to Constanzo's ideas, even with the best intentions. He should just give his love, not expecting anything in return. Then, as a breeze ruffled Nelly's soft hair, he was lost in her eyes. "I'll thank God every day for you." Her smile was a gift in itself. "I'll thank God for you several times a day." He laughed and made a good start on his promise. Epilogue. Aurora wouldn't admit it to anyone, but flying always tied her stomach in knots. Okay, maybe being in the air wasn't the only reason she had a sick feeling in the pit of her stomach. Against her better judgment, she was considering getting married. Again. How crazy was that? Her fingers tightened around the handle at a shake of turbulence. Ari placed his hand on hers. "It's gonna be all right, babe." She wasn't sure whether her boyfriend talked about the turbulence or the wedding or both. The flight attendant announced their descent, so she popped a stick of mint bubble gum in her mouth. Then she braced herself for her ears to clog up, enthusiastic chewing or not. Despite her lack of affection for flying, she'd agreed to the trip to Las Vegas, where he was giving one of the band's last concerts. She stood by her boyfriends and supported them. Well, while they were her boyfriends, and so far, Ari lasted longer than others. His easy charm drew her in, and he was fun to be around and generous. He paid for her cousin's trip to Las Vegas and would gladly pay for her entire family if she'd requested it. But her family weren't his fans, so she'd shock them later. The wedding might be one of Ari's worst ideas yet, though on some level she understood his proposal's twisted logic. His agents found him some amazing movie roles, even though Ari's music career was going nowhere fast. But to get them, Ari needed to clean up his act. So, miracle of miracles, Ari did, in several senses. He stopped drinking and didn't get into any bar fights simply because he didn't frequent the bars any longer. He shaved off his beard, cut his long jet black hair, removed all the piercing, and changed his wardrobe from leather jackets and pants to cotton shirts and black jeans. Quite shocking, if one asked her. She barely recognized him when they met up at the airport. So marriage was supposed to be a cherry on top of the makeover. Aurora had laughed when he'd proposed to her. Her, getting married again? Yes, it would stop her overbearing family from bugging her to settle down. Once they got over the shock of who she married. But it was ridiculous. She didn't believe in fairy tale weddings and true love. She learned her lesson well the first time. "Babe, you know I love you." He looked into her eyes now as she read his lips rather than heard the words. He was known for falling in love easily and not being serious. Yet her heart swelled when he looked at her like this. As her heartbeat increased, she did feel something for the proverbial tall, dark, and handsome man with an enigmatic gaze, a man who made many female fans scream. Was it love, though? Noise in her head bothered her. Her mouth went dry, and nausea increased. She grimaced. In her life, she'd only drank alcohol twice. Today was the second time, just one glass of white wine to calm her nerves. Obviously, a bad idea. She got the side effects without getting the benefits. Here. He handed her a round white pill. This should help you feel better. Having him notice her discomfort warmed her, but she shook her head. She knew better than to mix medicine with alcohol. No thank you. Come on. I wouldn't give you anything bad. It's over the counter. I'm going to take one myself. He proceeded to do just that, flushing it down with bottled water. Many meds are incompatible with alcohol. Her eyes narrowed. Not this one. He winked. It's totally safe. Trust me. The headache increased, threatening to become a migraine. Oh, and she was about to meet Ari's uptight twin, who was a doctor. Just like her ex-husband. Now she wanted to throw up. She sighed. Okay, just one. The headache lifted, and she felt lighter. Her stomach settled, and her mood improved. So what if her mind became a bit foggy? Or if she staggered when the plane landed and she got out of her seat? Her fabulous cousin's electric blue eyes widened as she held Aurora up. Are you all right? Thankfully, Jenna's pregnancy was going much better now, and her doctor had cleared her for air travel. Totally. Aurora even heard herself laugh as she left the plane. She smiled as his exuberant band members greeted them in the airport. Normally, she'd bristle when a whiff of whiskey reached her. But she felt too light, too carefree now. With a skip in her step, who cared if her balance was off kilter? Must be the jet lag, plus skipping meals due to nausea. Are you okay? Jenna asked again, those electric eyes narrowing and zapping with too much energy. Yup. Better than fine. Euphoric, really. His brother's flight was delayed, and her spirits lifted further. She dozed off in the taxi, and when it stopped, she looked up at Ari. Where are we? Getting our marriage license. He ducked his head, his well-honed voice unusually sheepish. What? She sat up straight. I didn't say yes. But you didn't refuse either. Your life isn't going to change. You'll have the freedom to do anything you want. Anytime. He held her hand, his eyes imploring. You can stay at the ranch. She'd never seen him like this. That career change must mean a lot to him. And maybe he did have feelings for her. Why me? Plenty of your female fans would fall over themselves to be married to you. Because I trust you. Jenna turned from the front seat. Aurora, let's fly back right now. Aurora did her best to think. Oh, her head was foggy. Thinking hurt too much. Besides, what did she have to lose? Okay. Okay to fly back? Jenna gave an encouraging nod, reaching one hand out to grasp Aurora's. An image of her ex-husband flashed in Aurora's mind. All his betrayals, all his lies. Yet he'd held a part of her heart. Well, this proved she was over him. Besides, what other man would give her carte blanche to do anything she wanted? No, to get married, she heard herself saying. Yes. Ari hugged her. You won't regret it. Everything else passed in a blur, even meeting his brother in the hotel, who did look amazingly like Ari. They separated to get dressed and for Aurora to do her hair, which pretty much just meant brushing her long curls without breaking the brush. Aurora didn't pack a wedding dress, not that she'd had one to start with. Thankfully, Jenna, a whiz with a needle and thread, grudgingly made a wrap mini dress out of her own cream-colored dress. Aurora paired it with white cowboy boots and a matching cowboy hat. I still think you're making a mistake, Jenna said as a taxi whisked them to the chapel. Jenna was a vision in a shimmering silvery dress that left her shoulders bare and matching gloves that reached her elbows. Aurora shrugged, craving silence and oblivion. I made a lot of them. One more won't affect the count. Fogginess increased in the small chapel when she walked down the aisle. One of Ari's band members helped him to the altar, and Aurora cringed. Had he taken more of those pills, or was he drunk? He'd told her he'd given up alcohol, but he looked pale, his gaze somewhat vacant. He was leaning on the best man who wasn't standing upright, either. She edged toward them and drew in a deep breath. No, he didn't smell of alcohol, and besides, drunken weddings weren't allowed, that's why most of his band wasn't allowed to the ceremony. He looked handsome in a black suit, and the 5 o'clock stubble suited him. He must have changed his cologne because he smelled different, like pine tar. A memory niggled. She remembered that scent from today. Oh, yeah, he must have borrowed it from his boring brother. The twin didn't even bother to show up for the wedding. But then it was probably for the best, because her nausea would have returned. Bad enough that his personality and profession reminded her so much of her ex, she'd seen disapproval in his eyes. Who was he, really, to disapprove of her? Just because he was a doctor, he thought he could look down on her. Huh. She'd show him. Another thought drifted through the mental fog. Had she agreed to the wedding because she'd wanted to show what she'd achieved to that snobbish twin, prove herself to him? No, that would be ridiculous. A slight elbow nudge from the left jarred her to look at Jenna. What? Time for you to say I do, she whispered. Unless you want to leave. Which I'd understand and support. Right. I do. I mean, I will. She caught Jenna's quizzical glance. I'll get married. The unusual floating feeling returned. She shouldn't have taken that pill. Or drank that glass of wine on the airplane. Or skipped meals. But then, like she'd said, she'd made a lot of mistakes in her life. One of them might be standing by her right now, and she didn't mean Jenna. I now pronounce you man and wife. What? Aurora winced at the finality of the words. Strange, her new husband who'd acted so affectionate on the plane, just stumbled outside the chapel now. He didn't even bother to kiss her. This was beyond weird. Oh no. No, no, no. Did he take narcotics? Was it what those pills were? How silly she was. She rushed after him as much as her dizziness allowed, which wasn't fast at all. She'd fall halfway if Jenna didn't support her. This is it, Jenna said. You're not right. I'm taking you to the doctor. I should have already. Aurora snorted. Doctor? No thanks. She stumbled on her husband, outside. Man, he looked sick. 2 of his band members flanked him now. He'd taken too many of those miracle pills. He'd given up drinking, all right, but he'd substituted it with a different addiction. Fresh air gave her some clarity, though not much. Her heart dropped to the asphalt. What had she done? What was she thinking? Then the dizziness increased. Was she looking at? Ari was getting out of a taxi, dressed in a white shirt and black jeans. Babe. I fell asleep. But we still have time, right, gorgeous? She gasped as she looked from one man to the other. So did Ari's band members. Dude, what just happened? Ignoring their different clothes, the 2 men looked completely alike. Images of the bridegroom flashed in her mind. How did she miss it? The man didn't just smell differently. He didn't have the birthmark on the neck Ari did, and his gait was different. If not for the jet lag and the wine and that pill, she'd have noticed it earlier. This couldn't be happening. You're Ari, right? She sounded ridiculous as the man who'd left the taxi approached her. Apparently, he didn't see his identical copy yet. Babe, no more pills for you. Of course, I am. The one and only. Your fiancé. He grinned as he sauntered to her. How many times has she asked him not to call her babe? But that wasn't the point. The point was. She knew the answer to the question, but still asked, if you're Ari, then who did I just marry? The end. Acknowledgements. First of all, thank you to God for putting up with me, and for all the blessings. Thank you to Big Run Wolf Ranch, Illinois, for inspiring the Wolf Ranch visit, http://www.bigrunwolfranch.org. A million thanks to you, my readers, for reading my books, for sending me encouragement, and for supporting me. Many thanks to my street team, Alexa's amazing readers, and to my beta readers, whom I love to pieces. Special thanks to Mary Ellen, Mary Jane, Margaret, Lisa, Kim, Trudy, and Julie for their help typo spotting. Heartfelt thanks to author Jesse Gussman for coming up with the idea for this series and for helping me so much on the way. Jesse, you make me laugh, you make me smile, and you make the world a better place. I also thank my wonderful editor, Deirdre, for coming through for me every time. Thank you for listening to Show Me a Fake Fiancé, a cowboy crossing romance. Written by Alexa Verde. Text copyright 2021 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2022 by Alexa Verde.